on the ethnography of the Bough, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 49. M169 cut hair and nails are deposited in sacred places, such as temples and cemeteries, to preserve them from injury. Cut hair and nails, buried under certain trees or deposited among the branches. 956 François Purard, Voyages to the East Indies, the Maldives, the Moluccas, and Brazil, translated by Albert Gray, Hakluyt Society, 1887, I. 110 SQ. 957 E. Shortland, Traditions and Superstitions of the New Zealanders, pages 110. 958 J. S. Pollack, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, I. 38, SQ. Compare G. F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, E. 108 SQ. 959 James Wilson, A Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, London, 1799, pages 355. 960 R. A. Freeman, Travels in Life in Ashanti and Jaman, Westminster, 1898, pages 171 SQ. 961 E. Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, pages 79. 962 Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 15. The ancients were not agreed as to the distinction between lucky and unlucky trees. According to Cato and Pliny, trees that bore fruit were lucky, and trees which did not were unlucky. Festus, ed. C. O. Muller, pages 29, sv. Felices. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 108. But according to Tarquitius Priscus, those trees were unlucky which were sacred to the infernal gods and bore blackberries or black fruit. Macrobius, Saturn, E. 16, but E. 20 in L. Jan's edition, Quedlinburg and Leipzig, 1852. 963 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XVI. 235. Fustu, pages 57 ed. C. O. Muller, S.V. Capillatum vel capillarum arborem. 964 M. Quedenfeld, Oberglaube und Heilreligiosbruderschaft bei den Marokkanern, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1886, p. 680. 965 A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksaberglaube, 2 pages 294 SQ. Section 464. 966 W. Mannhardt, Germanische Mythen, Berlin, 1858, pages 630. 967 W. Henderson, Folklore of the Northern Counties, London, 1879, pages 17. 968 J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Cruciate Rassentussen Celebes, en Papua, pages 74. 969 J. G. F. Riedel, Opsit. Pages 265. 970 G. Hamering, Zetten en Julten op het Eiland Roddy, Tijdschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1843, DLE pages 634 to 637. 971 W. Dahl, Alaska and its Resources, London, 1870, pages 54. F. Wimper, The Natives of the Yukon River, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., Vi. 1869, pages 174. M170 Cut hair and nails may be stowed away for safety in any secret place. 972 E. Meyer, Deutsch Sagen, Sitten und Gebräuch aus Schwaben, p. 509. A. Berlinger, Volkstümliches aus Schwaben, I. 493. 973 W. Mannhardt, Germanische Mythen, pages 630. 974 H. B. Guppy, The Solomon Islands and Their Natives, London, 1887, pages 54. 975 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 203. 976 T. H. Williams, Fiji and the Fijians, 2I. 249. 977 J. G. Scott and J. P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, part of Ali. Pages 37. 978 The Zend Avesta, Vendidad Fargard, XVII. Vol. I. Pages 186 SQQ. Translated by J. Darmesteter, Sacred Books of the East, Vol. IV. 979 Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part I. Pages 57. Compare, id. Pages 303, 399, Part E. Pages 62, Sacred Books of the East, Vols. XXIX, XXX. Compare H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 487. 980 Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part E, pages 165 SQ. 218. 981 R. W. Felkin, Notes on the Madio Moro Tribe of Central Africa, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Z. 1882-84, p. 332. 982 Fr. Stallman, Middemin Pasha Inshers van Africa, pages 185. Note: the same thing was told me in conversation by the Reverend J. Roscoe, missionary to Uganda. But I understood him to mean that the hair was not carelessly disposed of, but thrown away in some place where it would not easily be found. 983 Fr. Stallman, Op. Cit. Pages 516 SQ. 984 J. MacDonald, Light in Africa, pages 209. Id. Manners, Customs, Superstitions and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 131. 985 A. Steedman, Wanderings and Adventures in the Interior of Southern Africa, London, 1835, I. 266. 986 Amin Pasha in Central Africa, being a collection of his letters and journals, London, 1888, pages 74. 987 Fr. Stallman, Middemin Pasha Inshers van Africa, pages 625. 988 M. Merkel, Die Masai, Berlin, 1904, pages 243. 989 J. L. Wilson, Western Africa, pages 215. 990 C. H. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 8, 203, SQ. 991 James Teat, The Thompson River Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. April 1900, pages 360. 992 N. P. Wilkin and J. A. Schwartz, Allerlei Overhetland en Volk van, Belang Mongantu, Mededelingen van Wijheid Nederlandsche, Zendeling Chap, Zi. 1867, pages 322. 993 Aviesenjournal, Sitten, Rotten Meinungen des Sturlevogs 2, Innsbruck, 1871, cubic millimeter 176, 580. Melusine, 1878, Col 79. E. Moncher, Le Folklore Wallen, pages 91. 994 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 35. Theophrastus, Characters, The Superstitious Man. Theocritus, id. Vi. 39, Vi. 127. Perseus, Sati. 31 SQQ. At the siege of Danzig in 1734, when the old wives saw a bomb coming, they used to spit thrice and cry, Fie, fie, there comes the dragon. In the persuasion that this secured them against being hit, Tito und Tem, Die Volkswagen, Asprusens, Lithauns und Westprusens, Berlin, 1837, pages 284. For more examples, see J.E.B. Mayer on Juvenal, Set Vi. 112. J.E. Crombie, The Saliva Superstition, International Folklore, Congress, 1891, Papers and Transactions, pages 249 SQ. Seda, Mensinik, Recherches ethnographiques sur la salive et la craquette, Bordeaux, 1892, pages 50 SQQ. F. W. Nicholson, The Saliva, Superstition in Classical Literature, Harvard Studies in Classical Philology, v. 1897, pages 35 SQQ. M171 Cut hair and nails kept against the resurrection. 995 Garcilaso de la Vega, first part of the Royal Commentaries of the Incas, BKECH. 7, Vol. I. Pages 127, Markham's translation. 996 Melusine, 1878, Com. 583 SQ. 997 The People of Turkey, by a consul's daughter and wife, E. 250. 998 M. Abegin, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 68. 999 G. F. Abbott, Macedonian Folklore, Cambridge, 1903, pages 214. 1000 M. Quietenfeld, Oberglaube und Halbreligiosbruderschaft bei den Marokkanern, Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1886, p. 680. 1001 Le Pied Jossin, Codems des Arabes au Pays de Mode, Paris, 1908, pages 94 Note 1. 1002 Buchler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrecht, Weissenund, Joan Hayden, pages 139. F. J. Wheatman, Aus dem Innern und Äußern, Leben der Esten, pages 491. 1003 L. F. Saad, Le Folklore des Hautes-Vosges, Paris, 1889, pages 41. 1004 Miss E. H. Singleton, In a Letter to Me, dated Rathmoyle House, Abileaks, Ireland, February 24, 1904. 1005 Dr. Antoine Petit, in Th. Lefebvre, Voyage Annie Bassini, I. 373. 1006 J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, I. 342 SQ. Leiden, 1892. 1007 R. W. Felkin, Notes on the Four Tribe of Central Africa, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, G. 1884-86, p. 230. M172 Cut hair and nails burned to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers. 1008 A. d'Orbigny, Voyage dans l'Amérique Méridionale, E. 93. Lieutenant Musters, On the Races of Patagonia, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, I. 1872, pages 197. J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 36. The Patagonians sometimes throw their hair into a river instead of burning it. 1009 L. F. Saad, Le Folklore des Hautes-Vosges, pages 170. 1010 Zanetti, La Medicina del Nostro Dun, Città di Castello, 1892, pages 234 SQ. 1011 A. B. Ellis, The You-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 99. Miss Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 447. R. H. Nassau, Fetichism in West Africa, London, 1904, pages 83. A. F. Mockler Ferryman, British Nigeria, London, 1902, pages 286. David Livingstone, Narrative of Expedition to the Zambesi, pages 46 SQ. W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2i. 365. In some parts of New Guinea cut hair is destroyed for the same reason, H. H. Romilly, From My Veranda in New Guinea, London, 1889, pages 83. 1012 W. H. Furness, The Island of Stone Money, App of the Carolines, Philadelphia and London, 1910, pages 137. 1013 Fr. Stallman, Midamin Pasha ins Hers von Africa, pages 451. 1014 W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, pages 21. 1015 Captain R. Fitzroy, Narrative of the Surveying Voyages of His Majesty's Ship's Adventure in Beagle, I. London, 1839, pages 313, SQ. 1016 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part of. April 1900, pages 360. 1017 Ivy-Zingerl, Sitten, Brauchan Meinungen des Sturlevogs 2, Innsbruck, 1871, pages 28, cubic millimeter 177, 179, 180. 1018 Eugen, Hexenwissen und Zauberei in Pommern, Berlau, 1886, p. 15. Melusine, 1878, col 79. E. Moncher, Le Folklore Wallen, p. 91. 1019 E. H. Meyer, in Dodgermanisch Mythen, E. Achilles, Berlin, 1877, pages 523. 1020 P. Lowell, Chosin, The Land of the Morning Calm, A Sketch of Korea, London, preface dated 1885, pages 199 to 201. Mrs. Bishop, Korea and Her Neighbors, London, 1898, E. 55 SQ. M173 Inconsistency in burning cut hair and nails. M174 hair is sometimes cut because it is infected with the virus of taboo. In these cases hair cutting is a form of purification. Hair of mourners cut to rid them of the pollution of death. 1021 above, pages 276. 1022 above, pages 4, 131, 139, 145, 156. 1023 W. Ridley, Report on Australian Languages and Traditions, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1873, pages 268. 1024 Fr. Stillman, Middemin Pasha ins Hers van Africa, pages 795. 1025 F. de Castelnau, Expedition dans les Parties Centrales de l'Amérique du Sud, v. Paris, 1851, pages 46. 1026 J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 34. 1027 C. G. A. Wilken, Über das Herauffahren eines Ander, Traurige Bridge bei den Volkern Indonesiens, pages 94 SQQ. Reprinted from the Revue Coloniale Internationale, Amsterdam, 1886-87. H. Ploss, Das Kind in Brauchunsit der Volker, 2i. 289 SQQ. K. Potkanski, Die Zeremonie der Herrscher bei den Slaven und Germanen, Anzeiger der Akademie der Wissenschaften in Krakow, May 1896, pages 232 to 251. 1028 above, pages 261. 1029 above, pages 111 SQQ. 1030 J. Campbell, Travels in South Africa, Second Journey, London, 1822, E. 205. 1031 H. Oldenburg, Die Religion des Veda, pages 426 SQ. 1032 LF Alfred Maury, Les Populations Primitives du Nord de l'Hindustan, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Ivem, Siri, Vi. 1854, pages 197. 1033 Lucian, de Syria, 53. 1034 A. B. Ellis, The You-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 160. 1035 W. H. Furness, Folklore in Borneo, Wallingford, Pennsylvania, 1899. Privately printed, pages 28. 1036 B. Gutman, Trauer und Begrabnisse der Watschäger, Globus, LXXXIX. 1906, pages 198. 1037 Miss A. Werner, The Natives of British Central Africa, London, 1906, pages 165, 166, 167. 1038 J. M. Hildebrandt, Ethnographische Notizen über Wakamba und ihr Nachbarn, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1878, pages 395. Children, who are born in an unusual position, the second-born of twins, and children whose upper teeth appear before the lower, are similarly exposed by the Akakuayu. The mother is regarded as unclean, not so much because she has exposed, as because she has given birth to such a child. 1039 Monier Williams, Religious Thought and Life in India, pages 375. 1040 Strabo, Z. 2. 3, pages 535. Pausanias, V. 34. 3. In two paintings, on Greek vases we see Apollo in his character of the purifier, preparing to cut off the hair of Orestes. See Monumenti Inediti, 1847, pl. 48. Annali del Instituto di Corrispondenza Archeologica, 1847, pl. X. Archaeologische Zeitung, 1860, pll. CXXXVII. CXXXVII. L. Stephanie, Incompte rendu de la Commission Archéologique, St. Petersburg, 1863, pages 271 SQ. M175 People may be bewitched by means of their spittle. Hence people take care of their spittle to prevent it from falling into the hands of sorcerers. 1041 C. Martin, Über die Eingeborenen von Schulo, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1877, pages 177 SQ. 1042 J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 392 SQ. 1043 BC A. J. Van Denter, Enich Geographisch en Ethnographisch, Aantekeningen betreffend het Eilandsee, Tijdschrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, Z. 1899, pages 381. 1044 A. W. Howitt, On Australian Medicine Men, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 27. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 365. 1045 E. Diefenbach, Travels in New Zealand, London, 1843, E. 59. 1046 Reverend J. MacDonald, Light in Africa, pages 209. Id. In Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 131. 1047 C. Le Goben, Histoire des Salles Mariannes, Paris, 1700, pages 52. The writer confesses his ignorance of the reason of the custom. 1048 C. de Mincinic, Recherches ethnographiques sur la salive et la craquette, Bordeaux, 1892, pages 48 SQ. 1049 Vanes, reported by F. von Luschen, in Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1900, p. 416. 1050 K. Vetter, Komm herüber und hilf uns. E. Barman, 1898, pages 9, SQ. 1051 Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 83 SQ. M176 Precautions taken by chiefs, kings, and wizards to guard their spittle from being put to evil uses by magicians. 1052 W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2i. 365. 1053 A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 99. 1054 C. Partridge, Cross River Natives, London, 1905, pages 8. 1055 A. Raffenel, Voyage dans l'Afrique occidentale, Paris, 1846, p. 338. 1056 C. de Mincinic, Obsit. Pages 48. 1057 Mission Evangelica al Reino de Congo por la Seraphica Religión de los Capuchinos, Madrid, 1649, pages 70 verso. 1058 Henri, Ethnographisch Parallelen und Vergleich, Neue Folge, Leipzig, 1889, pages 13. 1059 F. W. Christian, The Caroline Islands, London, 1899, pages 289, SQ. 1060 R. Southey, History of Brazil, I2, London, 1822, pages 127, 138. M177 Use of spittle in making a covenant. 1061 J. Rom, Blood Unspackelben bei den Watschaga, Archifer, Religionswissenschaft, X. 1907, pages 290 SQ. M178 Certain foods are taboo to sacred persons, such as kings, chiefs, priests, and other sacred persons. 1062 above, pages 13 SQ. 1063 Porphyry, the Abstinentia, E. 18. 1064 A Bastion, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longokust, E. 170. The blood may perhaps be drunk by them as a medium of inspiration. See The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Vol. I pages 381, SQQ. 1065 O Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 336. 1066 T. J. Hutchinson, Impressions of Western Africa, London, 1858, p. 198. 1067 M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 21. 1068 J. G. Frazer, Totemism and Exogamy, E. 526 SQQ. From Information furnished by the Rev. J. Roscoe. 1069 G. Watt, quoting Colonel W. J. McCulloch, The Aboriginal Tribes of Manipur, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 360. 1070 T. C. Hudson, The Native Tribes of Manipur, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1901, pages 306. 1071 Indian Antiquary, XXI. 1892, pages 317 SQ. Sir J. G. Scotland, J. P. Hardiman, Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, Part, Evil. I. Pages 308. 1072 Die Schon Unkiewasser Nimkokasis, Zeitschrift für Allgemeine E. 1857, pages 76. 1073 ASENFFT, Ethnographisch Beiträge die Karolinen Soljab, Petermans Mitteilungen, XLIX. 1903, pages 54. In Gaul, another village of the same island, the people grow bananas for sale, but will not eat them themselves, fearing that if they did so the women of the village would be barren. Ebed. M179 Knots and rings not worn by certain sacred persons. Knots loosed and locks unlocked at childbirth to facilitate delivery. 1074 Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 6 and 9. See above, pages 13. 1075 Edout, Magiet Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 87 SQ. 1076 J. Elner, Volksthumlicher Brach und Glaube Gebert und Hoff, im Siebenbergers Sessenland, pages 15. This tractate, of which I possess a copy, appears to be a program of the high school, gymnasium at Schasberg in Transylvania for the school year, 1876 to 1877. 1077 C. Limius, De Lapinibus Fimarchiac Arumt Lingua, Vada, it, Religione Pristina Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767, pages 494. 1070 A. W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, Amsterdam, 1900, pages 108. 1079 Servius on Virgil, in E. 518. 1080 J. Kramer, Hota Javen seine Zieken verzergt, Mededelingen, van Wijheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XXXVI. 1892, p. 114. CM Plate, Plekteiden en Gebruiken het den Cyclus van, het familieleven der Volken van den Indischen Archipel, Bitrichen, tot de Talland en Volkenkan van Nederlandsch Indi, XLI. 1892, pages 586. 1081 H. Lingroth, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, I. 98. 1082 Spencer Street John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2 I. 170. 1083 J.G.F. Riedel, Altgebert bei Erathen, Gebert und Sterbefollen bei dem Tumbulistam in der Minahasa, Nord, Salips, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, v. 1895, pages 95 SQ. 1084 Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 606, SQ. M180 on the principles of homeopathic magic. Knots are impediments which tie up the mother and prevent her from bringing the child to the birth. All locks, doors, drawers, windows, etc. opened in order to facilitate childbirth. 1085 J. Spithe, Diustam, pages 692. 1086 J. Spithe, Diustam, pages 433 SQ. 1087 J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, Aberglaven, Sagen und Andre Alt, Überlieferungen Voigtland, pages 435 SQ. A. Wookie, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, 2 pages 355, section 574. 1088 J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, pages 37 note 1. 1089 Festus, pages 56, ed. C. O. Muller. 1090 G. F. Pena, Superstitions and Customs in Salsette, Indian, Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 115. 1091 H. Riss, The Onderafdeling Kleinmandeling Olo in Behantenen, Herbervolking, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volking van, Nederlandsch Indi, XLVI. 1896, pages 503. Compariel van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, pages 266. 1092 J. H. Meerwald, Gebruiken der Batex in het Maatschappelijk Leven, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, XLIX. 1905, pages 117. 1093 H. K. Ern, Bichtloof onder de inlanders in den Oosthoek van Java, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVI. 1880, 310. J. Kramer, Hota Javen Zini Zieken Verzorgd, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XXXVI. 1892, pages 120, 124. De Laurier, Bichtloovit Gebruiken, die door de Javen in woorden in actenomen beta verzorgingen, avoiding hunter kinderen, mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XLIX. 1905, pages 253. 1094 AWPV Pistorius, Studien over the Inland Shooting in de Bedankbovenlanden, Zaltbommel, 1871, pages 55 SQ. A. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, Leiden, 1882, p. 266. J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leeuwik en Crucerich Razen tussen, Celebes in Papua, The Hague, 1886, pages 135, 207, 325. 1095 Th. Berenger, Créances superstitieuses dans le pays de Chittagong, Missions Catholiques, G. 1881, pages 515. 1096 Damien Grangin, Les Cams et leurs superstitions, Missions, Catholiques, XXVIII. 1896, pages 93. 1097 A. A. Pereira, Glimpses of Sinhalese Social Life, Indian, Antiquary, XXXI. 1902, pages 378. 1098 B. Pilsudski, Schwangerschaft, Entbindung und Fehlgeburt bei den Bewohnern der Insel Sachsen, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 759. 1099 E. M. Gordon, Indian Folk Tales, London, 1908, pages 39. 1100 R. Campbell Thompson, Semitic Magic, London, 1908, pages 169. M181 on the principles of homeopathic magic. The crossing of the legs is also thought to impede childbirth and other things. 1101 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 59. Compare Hippocrates, De Morbo, Sacro, Macro. D. P. Da. P. P. D. E. Macro. D. E. A. P. E. Ta. Ta. P. Ta. Macro Ida E. A. Vol. I. pages 589, ed. Kuhn, Leipzig, 1825, quoted by E. Rode, Psyche, 3. 76 Note 1. 1102 Ovid, Medum. X. 285 SQQ. Antoninus Liberalis, quoting Nicander, says it was the Fates and Alethea who impeded the birth of Hercules, but though he says they clasped their hands, he does not say that they crossed their legs. Transform. 29. Compare Pausanias, X. 11. 3. 1103 A. Strauss, Die Bulgaren, Leipzig, 1898, pages 293. 1104 F. Panzer, Beitrag zur Deutschen Mythologie, E. 303. M182 knots are supposed to prevent the consummation of marriage. Knots, loosed in the costume of bride and bridegroom in order to ensure the consummation of the marriage. Knots tied by enchanters to render the bridegroom impotent. 1105 J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4e. 897, 983. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, E. 299. J. G. Dalio, Darker Superstitions of Scotland, pages 302, 306 SQ. B. Soch, Creances, Presages et Traditions Diverses, pages 16. J. G. Burke, in 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 567. 1106 J. G. Dalio, LLCC. 1107 Reverend Dr. Th. Bissett, in Sir John Sinclair's Statistical Account of Scotland, v. Edinburgh, 1793, pages 83. In his account of the second tour which he made in Scotland in the summer of 1772, Pennant says that the precaution of loosening every knot about the new joined pair is strictly observed. Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 382. He is here speaking particularly of the Perthshire Highlands. 1108 Pennant, Tour in Scotland, Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 91. However, at a marriage in the island of Skye, the same traveller observed that the bridegroom put all the powers of magic to defiance, for he was married with both shoes tied with their latchet. Pennant, Second Tour in Scotland, Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 325. According to another writer, the shoe tie of the bridegroom's right foot was unloosed at the church door. Ch. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, E. 232. 1109 Ijababella, betrayed Sir Kentinus Aberglobischer Gebertin, Serene, Zeitschrift des Deutschen Palästina Vereins, vi. 1884, pages 91 SQ. 1110 Georgicus et Pinot, Folklore de Lesbos, pages 344 SQ. 1111 E. Doubt, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 288 to 292. M183 Use of knots at marriage in the island of Roddy. 1112 Enige Mededelingen betreffend Rodorin in Landischen, Schoolmeester, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 554. In Groveland, Enige, Aantekeningen op ethnographisch gebied ten aanzien van het eiland, wrote, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, XXXIII. 1889, pages 373 SQ. M184 knots may be used to inflict disease. 1113 J. Spithe, Die Ustam, pages 533. 1114 M. Jestro, The Religion of Babylonia and Assyria, pages 268, 270. 1115 J. G. Dalio, Darker Superstitions of Scotland, pages 307. 1116 Al-Baidawi's Commentary on the Quran, chap. 113, verse 4. I have to thank my friend Professor A. Bevan for indicating this passage to me, and furnishing me with a translation of it. 1117 E. Palmer, Notes on Some Australian Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 293. The Tahitians ascribed certain painful illnesses to the twisting and knotting of their insides by demons, W. Ellis, Polynesian Researches, 2i. 363. M185 nuts may be used to cure disease. 1118 Pliny, nut. Hist. XXVIII. 48. 1119 C. Fossey, La Magie Assyrienne, Paris, 1902, pages 83 SQ. R. Campbell Thomson, Semitic Magic, London, 1908, pages 164 SQQ. 1120 R. Campbell Thomson, Semitic Magic, pages 168 SQ. 1121 E. O'Donovan, The Merv Oasis, London, 1882, E. 319. 1122 J. Spithe, Dius Dam, pages 531. 1123 R. C. McLagan, M.D., Notes on Folklore Objects Collected in Argyllshire, Folklore, Vi. 1895, pages 154 to 156. In the northwest of Ireland, divination by means of a knotted thread is practiced in order to discover whether a sick beast will recover or die. C. B. Tyler, An International Folklore Congress, 1891, Papers and Transactions, pages 391 SQ. 1124 R. Chambers, Popular Rhymes of Scotland, New Edition, pages 349. Grimm has shown that the words of this charm are a very ancient spell for curing a lame horse, a spell based on an incident in the myth of the Old Norse god Balder, whose foal put its foot out of joint and was healed by the great master of spells, the god Woden. C. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4i. 185, E. 1030 SQ. Christ has been substituted for Balder in the more modern forms of the charm both in Scotland and Germany. 1125 W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 279. M186 knots may be used to win a lover or capture a runaway slave. 1126 Virgil, ECL. V. 78 to 80. Highland sorcerers also use 3 threads of different colors with 3 knots tied on each thread. C. J. G. Dalio, Darker Superstitions of Scotland, pages 306. 1127 J. Wellhausen, Rest Arabisch Heidenems 2, Berlin, 1897, p. 163. 1128 Deadly Kid, The Essential Kaffir, pages 263. 1129 C. Velton, Sitten on Gebrich der Suheli, Göttingen, 1903, p. 317. M187 Notes tied by hunters and travelers. 1130 David Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas, Edinburgh, 1875, p. 147. 1131 Gridya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part I. Pages 432, Part E. Pages 127, Sacred Books of the East, Vols. XXIX, XXX. 1132 J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal and the Zulu Country, London, 1857, pages 217 SQ. 1133 Yeamonier, Notes sur Laos, Saigon, 1885, pages 23 SQ. 1134 Vetter, in Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, Z. 1893, pages 95. M188 Notes and locks used as protective amulets in Russia and elsewhere. 1135 W.R.S. Ralston, Songs of the Russian People, pages 388 to 390. 1136 Ovid, Fasti, E. 577 SQQ. Compare W. Ward Fowler, Roman, Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 309 SQ. 1137 Japanaga, I. 14. 1138 Amabigian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 115. 1139 Amabigian, Obset. Pages 91. 1140 V. Titelbach, Das Heilige Führer den Balkanslaven, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, G. 1900, pages 3. 1141 A. Heinrich, Agrich Sitten und Gebrich unter den Sachsen, Siebenbergens, Hermannstadt, 1880, pages 9. 1142 C.J.R. Le Mesurier, Customs and Superstitions Connected with the Cultivation of Rice in the Southern Province of Ceylon, Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, NS, XVII. 1885, pages 371. 1143 J.G. Dalziel, Darker Superstitions of Scotland, pages 307. 1144 J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, E. 231, Bones edition. R. Hunt, Popular Romances of the West of England, pages 379. T. F. The Sultan, Dyer, English Folklore, pages 229 SQ. On the other hand, the Karaites, a Jewish sect in the Crimea, lock all cupboards when a person is in the last agony, lest their content should be polluted by the contagion of death. C.S. Weissenberg, Die Carrier der Krim, Globus, LXXXIV. 1903, pages 143. 1145 Extract from the Times of September 4, 1863, quoted in Folklore, Zix. 1908, pages 336. 1146 M. Merker, Die Masai, Berlin, 1904, pages 98. M189 The magical virtue of a knot is always that of an impediment or hindrance whether for good or evil. 1147 H. Runge, Volksglauben der Schweiz, Zeitschrift für Deutsch, Mythologie und Siebtenkund, Iv. 1859, pages 178, section 25. The belief is, reported from Zurich. 1148 J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, pages 174. Id. Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, pages 241. 1149 E. Gerard, The Land Beyond the Forest, I. 208. 1150 R. F. Kendall, Volksüberlieferungen der Piterien, Globus, LXXAII. 1898, pages 251. 1151 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 89 SQ. The tying and untying of magic knots was forbidden by the Coptic Church, but we are not told the purposes for which the knots were used. Seal, Fethanagisto Legislazione dei Re, Codice Ecclesiastico e Civil di Abyssinia, Trattato e Attato da Ignazio Guidi, Rome, 1899, p. 140. M190 The rule that at certain magical and religious rites the hair should be loose and the feet bare is probably based on a fear of the impediment which is thought to be caused by any knot or constriction. Custom of going on certain solemn occasions with one shoe on and one shoe off. 1152 For example see Horace, Sat. 8, 23 SQ. Virgil, in E. 370, Iv. 509. Ovid, Medum. Vi. 182 SQ. Tibullus, I. 3. 29-32. Petronius, Sat. 44. Aulus Gellius, Iv. 3. 3. Columella, Duri, Rustica, X. 357-362. Athenaeus, v. 28, pages 190-80. Diggenberger, Sylloge Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2 nos 653, lines 23 SQ. And 939. Ch. Michel, Recueil des Inscriptions Grecques, number 694. Compare, Servius on Virgil, in Iv. 518, in Sacris Nihil Solit S. Reliquitum. 1153 Ovid, Fasti, E. 257 SQ. 1154 Thucydides, E. 22. 1155 Skull. On Pindar, Pith. Iv. 133. 1156 Virgil, in Vi. 689 SQ. 1157 Pindar, Pith. Iv. 129 SQQ. Apollonius Rhodius, Argonaut. I. 5 SQQ. Apollodorus, I. 9. 16. 1158 Artemidorus, on Arograt. Iv. 63. At Chemis in Upper Egypt there was a temple of Perseus, and the people said that from time to time, Perseus appeared to them and they found his great sandal, 2 cubits, long, which was a sign of prosperity for the whole land of Egypt. See Herodotus, E. 91. 1159 Gazette Archéologique, 1884, plates 44, 45, 46 with the remarks of De Witt and F. Lenormand, pages 352 SQ. The skin on which the man is crouching is probably the so-called fleece of Zeus. D. As to which see Hesychius and Semitas, S.V. Polemo, ed. Preller, pages 140 to 142. C. A. Lobeck, Aglaophamus, pages 183 SQQ. Compare my note on Pausanias, E. 31. 8. 1160 Virgil, in. Iv. 517 SQQ. 1161 I Golger, der Dewan des Goelb. Aus Alhuta, Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenländischen Gesellschaft, XLVI. 1892, pages 5. M191 The intention of going with one shoe on and one shoe off on such occasions seems to be to free the man so attired from magical constraint and to lay it on his enemy. 1162 C. Servius, on Virgil, in. E. 370, in ratione sacrorum par, est et animat corporis cosa, nam plurum qua non possunt, circa animam feri fiant circa corpus, ut solver val ligar, quo, possit anima, quod per se non potest, ex cognatione sentir. 1163 Livy, I. 18. 7. 1164 Unum exit pedem quia edigitur, ut et ista solvitur et implicitur, Annius, Servius, on Virgil, in. Iv. 518. M192 rings also are regarded as magical fetters which prevent the egress, or ingress of spirits. 1165 On a far-off island, Blackwood's Magazine, February 1886, p. 238. 1166 Clement of Alexandria, Strom. V. 5. 28, pages 662, ed. Potter. Jamblichus, ad Hortatio ad Philosophiam, 23. Plutarch, V. Edacatione Puerum, 17. According to others, all that Pythagoras forbade was the wearing of a ring on which the likeness of a god was engraved. Diogenes Laertius, v. 1. 17. Porphyry, Vit. Pythag. 42. Sotus, S.V. A. According to Julian, a ring was only forbidden if it bore the names of the gods, Julian, or Vi. P. 236d, pages 306 ed. Dendorf. I have shown elsewhere that the maxims, or symbols of Pythagoras, as they were called, are in great measure merely popular superstitions, folklore. I. 1890, pages 147, SQQ. 1167 This we learn from an inscription found on the site. C. F. Marcoe. A. Athens, 1898, call 249. Diggenberger, Siloge, Inscriptionum Graecarum, 2 number 939. 1168 Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 657 SQ. M193 Rings worn as amulets against demons, witches, and ghosts. Reason, why the Flammendialus might not wear knots and rings. 1169 IV Zingerl, Sitten, Brochen Meinungen des Sturlevox, 2, pages 3. 1170 J. Schiffer, Laponia, Frankfurt, 1673, pages 313. 1171 R. F. Kendall, Die Husseland, Vienna, 1894, pages 89. Id. Visacht, Unvisober den Auskarpeten, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 386. 1172 W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 13, 16. 1173 M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 143. 1174 M. Merker, Opsit. Pages 200 SQ. 202. Compare, id. Pages 250. 1175 above, pages 267. 1176 above, pages 32, 51. 1177 above, pages 31. 1178 de l'abord, relation de l'origine, etc., des Caribes sauvages, pages 15, in Recueil de divers voyages faits en Afrique et en l'Amérique, Paris, 1684. 1179 A considerable body of evidence as to rings and the virtues attributed to them has been collected by Mr. W. Jones in his work, Finger Ring Lore, London, 1877. See also W. G. Black, Folk Medicine, pages 172 to 177. 1180 Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 8. See above, pages 14. 1181 Marcellinus on Hermogenes, in Rhetors Graecae, ed. Walls, Iv. 462. Sopater, Ebed. V. 67. 1182 Demosthenes, Contra Androt. 68, pages 614. P. Foucault, Le Culte, Dionysos Anatique, Paris, 1904, pages 168. 1183 H. A. Oldfield, Sketches from Naples, London, 1880, e. 342 SQ. M194 The Gordian knot was perhaps a royal talisman. 1184 Arian, Anabasis, e. 3. Quintus Curtius, e. 1. Justin, Xi. 7. Skull. On Euripides, Hippolytus, 671. 1185 Public talismans, on which the safety of the state was supposed to depend, were common in antiquity. CCA Lobeck, Aglaophamus, pages 278 SQQ. And my note on Pausanias, v. 47. 5. M195 The savage confuses words and things, and hence regards his name as a vital part of himself, and fancies that he can be magically injured through it. 1186 On the primitive conception of the relation of names to persons and things, C. E. B. Tyler, Early History of Mankind, 3 pages 123, SQQ. Arendry, Ethnographische Parallelen und Vergleich, Stuttgart, 1878, pages 165 SQQ. E. Claude, Tom Titot, London, 1898, pages 53 SQQ. 79 SQQ. In what follows I have used with advantage the works of all these writers. 1187 J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1891, pages 343. 1188 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 289. 1189 ACKRUIJT, Van Palipo Narpaso, Mededelingen van Wijchat, Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLII. 1898, pages 61 SQ. 1190 Professor, Sir, J. Rise, Welsh Fairies, the 19th Century, XXX. July-December 1891, pages 566 SQ. M196 The Australian savages keep their names secret lest sorcerers should injure them by means of their names. 1191 A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 377. Compare ed. Pages 440. 1192 R. Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 469, note. 1193 C. Lumholtz, Among Cannibals, London, 1889, pages 280. 1194 A. W. Howitt, Opsit. Pages 736. 1195 A. W. Howitt, Opsit. Pages 133. 1196 E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 46. 1197 J. Bulmer, In Bough Smith's Aborigines of Victoria, E. 94. The writer appears to mean that the natives feared they would die if any one, or at any rate, an enemy, learned their real names. 1198 Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 139. Compare Bid. Pages 637. Id. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 584 SQ. M197 The same fear of sorcery has led people to conceal their names in Egypt, Africa, Asia, and the East Indies. 1199 Elefabur, Lavertu et Lavidunum en Egypt, Melusine, v. 1897, com. 226 SQ. 1200 Mansfield Parkins, Life in Abyssinia, London, 1868, pages 301 SQ. 1201 Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part I pages 50, 183, 395, Part E pages 55, 215, 281. A. Hillebrand, Vedish Offerund, Zauber, pages 46, 170 SQ. W. Calland, Altindisches Zauberritual, pages 162, note 20. D. C. J. Ibbotson, Outlines of Punjab Ethnography, Calcutta, 1883, pages 118. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore, of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 24, E. 5. Id. Natives of Northern India, London, 1907, pages 199. 1202 A. B. Ellis, The TSHI-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, pages 109. 1203 A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 98. 1204 L. J. B. Berenger Farad, Les Peuples de la Senegambi, Paris, 1879, pages 28. 1205 E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio a Nias, Milan, 1890, pages 465. 1206 T. C. Hudson, The Jena Amongst the Tribes of Assam, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 97. 1207 C. de Saber, Quelques Notes sur les Menhikers, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME Série, I. 1861, pages 51. 1208 A. Schadenberg, Die Bewohner von Seit Mindanao unter Insel Samel, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XVII. 1885, pages 30. 1209 J. H. W. van der Meesen, Een en ander over Boero, Mededelingen, van Wijheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLVI. 1902, p. 455. J. W. Meerberg, Proviner Beschrijving van Land en Volk van, Midden Mangarai, West Flores, Afdeling Bima, Tijdschrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXIV. 1891, pages 465. 1210 F. Kaufman, Balder, Strasbourg, 1902, pages 198. M198 The South and Central American Indians also keep their names secret, from fear of sorcery. 1211 This I learned from my wife, who spent some years in Chile and visited the island of Chiloe. 1212 E. R. Smith, The Araucanians, London, 1855, pages 222. 1213 E. F. M. Thurn, Among the Indians of Guyana, London, 1883, p. 220. 1214 F. A. Simons, An Exploration of the Guajira Peninsula, U.S. of Columbia, Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, N.S., Vi. 1885, pages 790. 1215 Dr. Cullen, The Darien Indians, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., Iv. 1866, pages 265. 1216 A. Pinart, Les Indiens de l'État de Panama, Review, d'Ethnography, Vi. 1887, pages 44. 1217 C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, I. 462. M199 Similar superstition as to personal names among the Indians of North America. 1218 H.R. Schoolcraft, The American Indians, Their History, Condition, in Prospects, Buffalo, 1851, pages 213. Compare ed. Oneota, or, Characteristics of the Red Race of America, New York and London, 1845, pages 456. 1219 H.R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, Iv. 217. 1220 J.G. Burke, Notes upon the Religion of the Apache Indians, Folklore. 1891, pages 423. 1221 A. S. Gulstad, The Karankawa Indians, The Coast People of Texas, Archaeological and Ethnological Papers of the Peabody Museum, Harvard University, Vol. I. Number 2, pages 69. 1222 S. Powers, Tribes of California, Washington, 1877, pages 315. 1223 G. B. Grinnell, Blackfoot Lodge Tales, pages 194. 1224 Relations des Jesuites, 1633, pages 3, Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. 1225 Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 162. Compare A.P. Reed, Religious Beliefs of the Ojibwe or Sato Indians, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1874, pages 107. M200 Sometimes savages, though they will not utter their own names, do not object to other people's doing so. M201 Men who will not mention their own names will yet invite other people to do so for them. 1226 J. Sabri, The Great African Island, London, 1880, pages 289. 1227 H. W. Graying, Journal of a Visit to Majanga on the Northwest Coast, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, No. I. Pages 25, reprint of the first 4 numbers, Antananarivo and London, 1885. 1228 J. G. Burke, Medicine Men of the Apaches, 9th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 461. 1229 R. C. Main, 4 Years in British Columbia and Vancouver Island, London, 1862, pages 278 SQ. 1230 J. G. Burke, On the Border with Crook, pages 131 SQ. 1231 M. de Breetz-Olfer, Historia the Ibibinibis, Vienna, 1784, E. 498. 1232 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 289. 1233 G. A. Wilkin, Handleiding voor die Vergelijk en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, pages 221. Compare J. H. F. Colbrug, Naamgiving in Insland, Bitrigen tot de Taalland en, Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indie, Lie. 1901, pages 172 SQ. The custom is reported for the British settlements in the Straits of Malacca by T. J. Newbold, Political and Statistical Account of the British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, London, 1839, E. 176. For Sumatra in General by W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, pages 286 SQ. And A. L. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, pages 271. For the Badas by Baron van Hovel, Eats, Overtuurlijk voor der Badas, Dichtschrift voor Nederlandsch, Indie, N.S., Vi. 1878, pages 436, note. For the Dijks by C. Hube, Court for Handling over de Godsdienst, Zedden, Enster de Jackers, Dichtschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1846, DLE. Pages 250, and W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, Philadelphia, 1902, pages 16. For the Island of Samba by S. Roos, Bitrich tot de Kennis, Van Tal, Land en Volk op het Eiland Samba, pages 70. Verhandelingen, van het Bataviasch Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. and 4 Bullamongondo, in the west of Celebes, by N.P. Wilkin and J.A. Schwartz, allerlei over het land en volk van, Bullamongondo, mededelingen van which het Nederlandsche, zendeling genootschap, zij. 1867, pages 356. 1234 J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, pages 187. If a Matumo man is hard-pressed for his name and there is nobody near to help him, he will at last in a very stupid way mention it himself. 1235 O Shillong, über Familienleben Gebert der Papuas der Umgebung von Finchhafen, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXI. 1889, pages 12. Compare Krieger, Neue Guinea, Berlin, 1899, pages 172. 1236 Thjf van Hasselt, Gebruik van Vermumd door de Neveren, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLV. 1902, pages 279. The Nevers are a Papuan tribe on Bay, in Dutch New Guinea. See it. In Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVI. 1903, pages 287. 1237 J. Graaf File, Studien aan Biobachtungen aus der Zuidzee, Brunswick, 1899, pages 78. P.A. Klajigen, Die Kussenbrunner, Der Gesellalbensel, Hiltrop bei Munster, preface dated Christmas, 1906, pages 237 SQ. 1238 J. MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Superstitions, and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 131. 1239 V. L. Cameron, Across Africa, London, 1877, E. 61. 1240 S. L. Hind and H. Hind, The Last of the Maasai, London, 1901, pages 48 SQ. Compare Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1902, E. 826 SQ. M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 56. 1241 P. Reichert, Die Wanjamusi, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, XXIV. 1889, pages 258. 1242 J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 29. 1243 Ettore and T. A. Joyce, Note on the Southern Bombala, Man, Vi. 1907, pages 81. M202 Sometimes the prohibition to mention personal names is not permanent, but temporary and contingent. 1244 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, pages 43. 1245 Reverend J. H. Weeks, Anthropological Notes on the Bongala of the Upper Congo River, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIX. 1909, pages 128, 459. 1246 R. Parkinson, Dreisigjahren der Zuidzee, pages 198. 1247 Dudley Kidd, Savage Childhood, pages 73. M203 In order to avoid the use of people's own names, parents are sometimes named after their children, uncles and aunts after their nephews and nieces, and so forth. The common custom of naming parents after their children seems to arise from a reluctance to mention the real names of persons addressed or directly referred to. 1248 E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, E. 545. Similarly among the Dakotas there is no secrecy in children's names, but when they grow up there is a secrecy in men's names. H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, E. 240. 1249 Thjf van Hasselt, Gebruik van Vermumd taal door de Neveren, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLV. 1902, pages 278. 1250 ACKRUIJT, Een en ander engen het geestelijk en maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, mededelingen van which het Nederlandsche zendelingenootschap, XL. 1896, pages 273 SQQ. 1251 G. Mansfield, Controller van Nies, iets over die namen en galers, onder de Malajras in de Padangebovenlanden, bepaldelijk Neertelijk Akem, de schrift voor in de Stalland en, Volkinkund, XXIII. 1876, pages 443, 449. 1252 Spencer Street John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2i. 208. 1253 Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 202. 1254 L. A. Waddell, The Tribes of the Brahmaputra Valley, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXIX. Party. 1901, pages 52, 69, compare 46. 1255 H. Callaway, Religious System of the Amazulu, Party. Pages 316, note. 1256 W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 5 Sq. Compare ed. Tribes and Castes, of the Northwestern Provinces endowed, e. 251. 1257 G. A. Wilkin, Handleiding voor de Vergelijking Volkinkund van, Nederlandsch Indie, pages 216 to 219. E. B. Tyler, On a Method of Investigating the Development of Institutions, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVIII. 1889, pages 248 to 250, who refers to a series of papers by G. A. Wilkin, over de Primitieve Vormen van het huwelijk, published in Indisch Gids, 1880, etc., which I have not seen. Wilkin's theory is rejected by Mr. Ackruijt, L.C., who explains the custom by the fear of attracting the attention of evil spirits to the person named. Other explanations are suggested by Mr. J. H. F. Colbrugge, Naamgiving in Insland, Betraying tot de Taalland en Volkinkund van, Nederlandsch Indie, Lie. 1901, pages 160 to 170, and by Mr. E. Crawley, The Mystic Rose, London, 1902, pages 428 to 433. 1258 For evidence of the custom of naming parents after their children in Australia, C.J.R., Journals of Expeditions of Discovery, into Central Australia, London, 1845, e. 325 Sq. In Sumatra, C. W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, pages 286. Baron van Hovel, iets over Tierlijk Voeren der Bates, de Schrift voor, Nederlandsch Indie, NS5. 1878, pages 436, note. A. van Hasselt, Volksbeschrijving van Midden Sumatra, pages 274, in Nias, CJT Nienhuizen NHCB von Rosenberg, Verslichemtrend, Het Island Nias, pages 28, Verhandelingen van het Bataviasch, Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXX. Batavia, 1863, in Java, CPJ Veth, Java, I. Haarlem, 1875, pages 642. JHF. Colbrugge, Die Tungereisen, Ein Alterjavanischen Volksstam, Betraying tot de Taalland en Volkinkund van, Nederlandsch Indie, Lee. 1901, pages 121. In Borneo, C.C. Hube, Court for Handling over de Godsdienst, Zeden, Enster de Jaggers, de Schrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1846, DLE. Pages 249. H. Lowe, Sarawak, pages 249. Spencer St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2i. 208. M.T.H. Perlaer, Ethnographische Beschrijving der Djaks, pages 42. C. Hose, The Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXIII. 1894, pages 170. W. H. Furness, Folklore in Borneo, Wallingford, Pennsylvania, 1899, privately, printed, pages 26. Ed. Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, pages 17, Sq. 55. A. W. Niwenhuas, Kurdurch Borneo, I. 75, Among the Mantras of Malacca, C. W. W. Skeet and C. O. Blagden, Pagan Races, of the Malay Peninsula, E. 16 SQ. Among the Negritos of Zambales in the Philippines, C.W.A. Reid, Negritos of Zambales, Manila, 1904, pages 55. In the islands between Celebes and New Guinea, C.J.G.F. Riedel, Das Luwak en Cruciate Rassen, Tussen Celebes en Papua, pages 5, 137, 152 SQ. 238, 260, 353, 392, 418, 450. J.H.W. van der Meesen, Een en ander over Bough, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche Zendelingen Uchap, XLVI. 1902, pages 444. In Celebes and other parts of the Indian archipelago, C.J.H.F. Colbrugge, Naamgevingen Insland, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, Lie. 1901, pages 160 to 170. G. A. Wilken, Handleiding voor die Werkelijke en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, pages 216 SQQ. In New Guinea, C.P.W. Schmidt, Ethnographisches von Berlin-Hafen, Deutsch Neue Guinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, XXX. 1899, pages 28. Among the caches of northeastern India, see Colonel H. Ewell, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, X. 1880, p. 298. L. A. Waddell, The Tribes of the Brahmaputra Valley, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXIX. Party. Calcutta, 1901, pages 46. Among some of the indigenous races of southern China, C.P. Weil, Les Nipa, Tribu Lolo du Yunnan, Missions, Catholics, XXV. 1893, pages 270. La Mission Lyonnaise, d'Exploration Commerciale en Chine, Lyons, 1898, pages 369. In Korea, see Mrs. Bishop, Korea and Her Neighbors, London, 1898, I. 136. Among the Yukagirs of northeastern Asia, C.W. Joggelson, Die, Jukijiran im Ostersten Nordosten Asiens, XVII. Jarrisburg der Geographischen Gesellschaft von Bern, Bern, 1900, pages 26 SQ. P. von Stennen, Joggelsons Forschungen unter den Jukijiran, Globus, LXXVI. 1899, pages 169. Among the Maasai, C.M. Merker, Die Maasai, Berlin, 1904, pages 59, 235. Among the Bechuanas, Basitos, and other Kaffir tribes of South Africa, C.D. Livingston, Missionary, Travels and Researches in South Africa, London, 1857, pages 126. J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal, London, 1857, pages 220 SQ. D. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas too, Edinburgh, 1875, pages 171 SQ. Jean Caulfield, Kaffir Folklore 2, London, 1886, pages 225. Father Port, Les Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Basudeland, Missions Catholiques, XXVII. 1896, pages 300. Among the Hos of Togoland in West Africa, C.J. Spithe, Die Oostdam, pages 217. Among the Patagonians, C.G.C. Musters, At Home with the Patagonians, London, 1871, pages 177. Among the Lengwa Indians of the Grand Chaco, C.G. Kurz, Sitten und Gebräuche Lengwa Indianer, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu, Jena, XXIII. 1905, pages 28. Among the Mayas of Guatemala, C.H.H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 680. Among the Haida Indians of Queen Charlotte Islands, C.J.R. Swanton, Contributions to the Ethnology of the Haida, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, the Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. V. Part I. Leiden and New York, 1905, pages 118, and, Among the Tin and Occasionally the Tlingit Indians of Northwest America, C. Petitot, Monographie d'Estine Dingy, Paris, 1876, pages 61. H. J. Holmberg, Ethnographische Skizzen die Völker des Preußischen Amerika, Acta Societatis Scientiarum, Finis, Iv. 1856, pages 319. M204 The names of persons related to the speaker by blood and especially by marriage may often not be mentioned. Women's speech among the Kaffirs. 1259 J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal, London, 1857, pages 221. 1260 Maclean, Compendium of Kaffir Laws and Customs, Cape Town, 1866, pages 92 SQ. D. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas, 2 pages 141, SQ. 172. M. Kranz, Nader und Kulturleben der Zulus, Wiesbaden, 1880, pages 114 SQ. Jean Thiel, Kaffir Folklore 2, London, 1886, pages 214. Id. Records of Southeastern Africa, vi. 435. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 236 to 243. Father Port, Les, Reminiscences de Missionnaire du Bas-Suderland, Missions, Catholics, XXVII. 1896, pages 233. 1261 Reverend Francis Fleming, Kaffir and its Inhabitants, London, 1853, pages 97. Id. Southern Africa, London, 1856, pages 238 SQ. This writer states that the women are forbidden to pronounce any word which may happen to contain a sound similar to anyone in the names of their nearest male relatives. 1262 Maclean, Opsit. Pages 93. D. Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas, 2 pages 46, 102, 172. The extensive system of taboos on personal names among the Kaffirs is known as Ukilonipa, or simply, Hilipa. The fullest account of it with which I am acquainted is given by Leslie, Opsit. Pages 141 SQ. 172 to 180. See further Miss A. Werner, The Custom of Hilipa in its Influence on Language, Journal of the African Society, No. 15, April, 1905, pages 346 to 356. 1263 Sir H. H. Johnston, British Central Africa, London, 1897, pages 452. 1264 A. Morensky, Das Konvokum Deutschen Gebieten Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, Ethnologie und Geschichte, 1893, p. 296. 1265 W. Munzinger, Ostafrikanische Studien, Schaffhausen, 1864, p. 526. Id. Sitten und Recht der Bogos, Wintrather, 1859, pages 95. 1266 J. Cross, Merkwürdige Sitten der Hausa, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 375. 1267 Herodotus, I. 146. 1268 Servius, on Virgil, in. Iv. 58. 1269 K. Ram, Der Werker der Geschlechter unter den Slaven in Sonnen, Gegensätzlichen Erscheinungen, Globus, LXXXAI. 1902, pages 192. 1270 W. Radloff, Proben der Volksliteratur der türkischen Stamm, Subsidiaries, E. St. Petersburg, 1870, pages 13, note 3. 1271 J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, pp. 226, 249 SQ. 252. 1272 Bringard, Les Cairns de l'Aubrimini, Missions Catholiques, XX. 1888, pages 308. 1273 W. H. R. Rivers, The Todas, pages 626. 1274 E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, pages 533. 1275 Peter Jones, History of the Ojibwe Indians, pages 162. 1276 E. James, Expedition from Pittsburgh to the Rocky Mountains, London, 1823, I. 232. 1277 S. R. Riggs, Dakota Grammar, Texts, and Ethnography, Washington, 1893, pages 204. 1278 S. Powers, Tribes of California, pages 315. M205 Names of relations, especially of persons related to the speaker by marriage, may not be mentioned in the East Indies. 1279 Willer, Versammeling der Betashwetten in Stellingen, Manhilling and Pertaby, Dichtschrift ver Nederlandsch Indi, 1846, DLE. 337 SQ. 1280 J. H. Meerwald, Gebruiken der Bateksen het Maatschappelijk, Leven, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, XLIX. 1905, pages 123, 125. 1281 J. E. Newman, Kamali, Pantang en Republiek de Karo Batex, Dichtschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVIII. 1906, pages 510. 1282 C. Hoop, Court for Handling over de Godsdienst, Zedden, Enster, de Jaggers, Dichtschrift voor Nederlands Indie, 1846, DLEPP. 249 SQ. 1283 De Jags op Borneo, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, G. 1869, pages 78. G. Wilken, Handleiding voor de Werkelijk en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, pages 599. 1284 R. Shelford, Two Medicine Baskets from Sarawak, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIII. 1903, pages 78 SQ. 1285 M. C. Schutte, Bitrich tot de kennis van den Godsdienster de Czechs, van Landak en Tachen, Bitrichen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde, van Nederlandsche Indie, LVI. 1904, pages 536. 1286 ACKRUIJT, een en ander engen het geestelijk en maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XL. 1896, pages 273 SQ. The word for taboo among these people is Kapali. See further AC. KRUIJT, Enige Ethnographisch Aantekeningen omtrent Tobunco, en Timori, opzet. XLIV. 1900, pages 219, 237. 1287 G. A. Wilken, Handleiding voor de Werkelijk en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, pages 599 SQ. 1288 G. A. Wilken, Bitrich tot de kennis der Alfoeren van het Island, Bough, pages 26. Verhandelingen van het Bataviaschgenootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. The words for taboo among these offers are poto and coin. Poto applies to actions, coin to things and places. The literal meaning of poto is warm, hot, Wilken, opzet. Pages 25. 1289 J.H.W. van der Meesen, een en ander over Bough, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XLVI. 1902, p. 455. 1290 N. P. Wilken and J. A. Schwartz, Allerlei over het land en volk van Belangmongondu, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, Zi. 1867, pages 356. 1291 C. F. H. Kampen, De Godsdienstgruppen der Homerash, Alfoeren, Dichtschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 450. 1292 K.F. Hall, Snippers van den Regent van Kalau, Dichtschrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 101 SQ. The precise consequence supposed to follow is that the Obi plantations would have no bulbs, Gainolin. The names of several animals are also tabooed in Senda. See below, pages 415. M206 Names of persons related by marriage to the speaker are tabooed in New Guinea. 1293 above, pages 332. 1294 THJF van Hasselt, Gebruik van Vermund tal door de Neveren, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLV. 1902, pages 278 SQ. The writer explains that to eat well is a phrase, used in the sense of to be decent, well-behaved, to know what is customary. 1295 M. Krieger, Neue Guinea, pages 171 SQ. 1296 K. Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 92. For more evidence of the observance of this custom in German New Guinea, see Oshilong, über Familienleben und Gebräuche der Papuas der Umgebung von Finschhafen, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXI. 1889, pages 12. M.J. Erdweg, die Bewohner der Insel Tumlio, Berlinhafen, Deutsche Neue Guinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, XXXII. 1902, pages 379 SQ. 1297 B.A. Healy, Notes on Totemism, etc., among the Western Tribes, British New Guinea, Annual Report for 1894-95, pages 54 SQ. Compare M. Krieger, Neue Guinea, pages 313 SQ. M207 Names of persons related by marriage to the speaker are tabooed in Melanesia. 1298 Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 142 SQ. 1299 Dr. Hall, über die Rechtsentscheidungen der Eingeborenen Einstils, der Blanchebucht und des Innern der Gesellhabinsel, Nachrichten, über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 80. Oshilong, in Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXI. 1889, pages 12. 1300 Pa Klajigen, die Kassenbewohner der Gesellhabinsel, pp. 190, 238. 1301 Reverend W. O'Farrell, Native Stories from Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXIV. 1904, pages 223 SQ. 1302 Father Lambert, Mores et Superstitions de la Tribu Bilep, Missions Catholiques, Z. 1880, pages 30, 68. Ed. Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledonians, Numia, 1900, pages 94 SQ. 1303 R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 43 SQ. M208 Names of Relations tabooed in Australia. 1304 E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions, E. 339. 1305 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 29. Specimens of this peculiar form of speech are given by Mr. Dawson. For example, it will be very warm by and by was expressed in the ordinary language, Bowen Kalun. In turn tongue it was Nulwernat Nain, Tirambil. 1306 Joseph Parker, in Bough Smith's Aborigines of Victoria, E. 156. 1307 J. McGillivray, Narrative of the Voyage of HMS Rattlesnake, London, 1852, E. 10 SQ. It is obvious that the example given by the writer does not illustrate his general statement. Apparently he means to say that Nuki is the son-in-law, not the son, of the woman in question, and that the prohibition to mention the names of persons standing in that relationship is mutual. 1308 Mrs. James Smith, The Bannock Tribe, pages 5. 1309 D. Stewart, in E. M. Kerr's Australian Race, E. 461. M209 These taboos can hardly be accounted for by the intermarriage of tribes speaking different languages. Differences of language between husbands and wives. Intermixture of races speaking different languages would hardly account for the taboos on the names of relations. 1310 C. W. Sherman, in Native Tribes of South Australia, Adelaide, 1879, pages 249. 1311 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 27, 30 SQ. 40. So among the Gaundich Mara tribe of Western Victoria the child spoke his father's language, and not his mother's, when she happened to be of another tribe, Fisan and Howard, Kamilaroi and Kurnai, pages 276. Compare A.W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pp. 250 sq. 1312 A. Hale, On the Sakais, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886, pages 291. 1313 H. A. Cujo, La France Equinoxiale, Paris, 1887, e. 178. 1314 de Rochefort, Histoire naturelle et morale des Antilles de l'Amérique II, Rotterdam, 1665, pages 349 sq. De Laborde, Relation de l'Origine, etc., des Caribes Sauvages des Îles Antilles de l'Amérique, pages 4, 39, Recueil de divers voyages faits, en Afrique et en Amérique, Queen and Point est encore publiés, Paris, 1684. La Fido, Morris des Sauvages Américains, I. 55. On the language of the Carib women, see also Jean-Baptiste Dutrotter, Histoire générale des Îles de Christophe, de la Guadeloupe, de la Martinique et autres dans l'Amérique, Paris, 1654, pages 462. Labat, Nouveau Voyage aux Îles de l'Amérique, Paris, 1713, vi. 127 sq. J. N. Rutt, The Carib Language, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXVII. 1898, pages 311 sq. 1315 C. C. Sapper, Middle-Amerikanische Cariben, Internationales, Archive for Ethnography, X. 1897, pages 56 sqq. And my article, A Suggestion as to the Origin of Gender in Language, Fortnightly Review, January 1900, pages 79 to 90. Also Totemism and Exogamy, Iv. 237 sq. 1316 P. Ehrenreich, Materialien zur Sprachen von Brasiliens, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXVI. 1894, pages 23 to 35. M210 The names of the dead are in general not mentioned by the Australian Aborigines. 1317 Strabo, Zi. 4. 8, pages 503. 1318 G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, e. 232, 257. The writer is here, speaking especially of Western Australia, but his statement applies, with certain restrictions which will be mentioned presently, to all parts of the continent. For evidence C. D. Collins, Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, London, 1804, pages 390. Huber, A Travers l'Australie, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME Série, X. 1865, pages 429. S. Gasson, In Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 275. K. Brown Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 120, e. 297. A. L. P. Cameron, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Ziv. 1885, pages 363. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 88, 338, e. 195, e. 22, 29, 139, 166, 596. J. D. Lang, Queensland, London, 1861, pages 367, 387, 388. C. Lumholtz, Among Cannibals, London, 1889, pages 279. Report on the work of the Horn Scientific Expedition to Central Australia, London, and Melbourne, 1896, pages 137, 168. More evidence is added below. 1319 On this latter motive see especially the remarks of A. W. Howitt, in Kamilaroi and Kurnai, pages 249. Compare also C. W. Sherman, in Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 247. F. Bonney, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 127. 1320 A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S.E. 1865, pages 238. 1321A Oldfield, Opposite. Pages 240. 1322W Stanbridge, on the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S.I. 1861, pages 299. 1323A.W. Howitt, on some Australian beliefs, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, G. 1884, pages 191. Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 440. 1324 Id. Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 469. 1325 G.F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, I. 94. 1326 Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 498. 1327 Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 526. 1328 E. Clement, Ethnographical Notes on the Western Australian Aborigines, Internationales Archive for Ethnography, XVI. 1904, pages 9. M211 The names of the dead are not uttered by the American Indians. 1329 L. H. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Rochester, U.S., 1851, p. 175. 1330 A. S. Gadsted, The Klamath Indians of Southwestern Oregon, Washington, 1890, Contributions to North American Ethnology, Vol. PT1, PXLI. Chase, quoted by H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 357, Note 76. 1331 S. Powers, Tribes of California, pages 33. Compare pages 68. 1332 S. Powers, Opposite. Pages 240. 1333 F. A. Simons, An Exploration of the Gajira Peninsula, U.S. of Columbia, Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, Vi. 1885, pages 791. 1334 M. de Breed-Sulfur, Historia the Ibipinibis, E. 301, 498. For more evidence of the observance of this taboo among the American Indians, C. A. Wold, Captain Jacobson's Recent Northwest Coast, Americas, Leipzig, 1884, pages 57, as to the Indians of the Northwest Coast. W. Colquhoun Grand, Description of Vancouver's Island, Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, XXVII. 1857, pages 303, as to Vancouver Island. Captain Wilson, Report on the Indian Tribes, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S., Iv. 1866, pages 286, as to Vancouver Island and neighborhood. C. Hill-Tout, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXV. 1905, pages 138. Id. The Far West, The Land of the Salish and Dean, pages 201. A. Ross, Adventures on the Oregon or Columbia River, pages 322. H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, Iv. 226, as to the Bonecks of California. C. H. N. Bell, The Mosquito Territory, Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, XXXII. 1862, pages 255. A. Pinart, Les Indiens de l'État de Panama, Review, d'Ethnography, Vi. 1887, pages 56. G. C. Musters, in Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, XLI. 1871, pages 68, as to Patagonia. More evidence is added below. M212 Many other peoples are reluctant to mention the names of the dead. This reluctance seems to be based on a fear of the ghosts, whose attention might be attracted by the mention of their names. 1335 CPS Palace, Rees durch verschiedene Provinzen des Preußischen Reichs, E. 76, Samoyeds. J. W. Breaks, Account of the Primitive Tribes and Monuments of the Nilgiris, London, 1873. pages 19. W.E. Marshall, Travels Amongst the Todas, pages 177. W.H.R. Rivers, The Todas, pages 462, 496, 626. Plandocarpin, De Planocarpini, Relation des Mongols aux Tartars, ed. De Visac, Capi. Section E. H. de Verrier, Exploration du Sahara, L'Estuaire du Nord, Paris, 1864, pages 415. Lieutenant S. C. Holland, The Anos, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1874, pages 238. J. Batchelor, The Ainu and Their Folklore, London, 1901, pages 252, 564. J. M. Hildebrand, Ethnographische Notizen über Wakamba und ihr Nachbarn, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. 1878, pages 405. A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, pages 71. F. Blumentritt, Versachiner, Ethnographie der Philippinen, Gotha, 1882, pages 38. Petermans, Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 67. N. Fontana, On the Nicobar Isles, Asiatic Researches, E. London, 1799, pages 154. W. H. Furness, Folklore in Borneo, Wallingford, Pennsylvania, 1899, p. 26. A. Van Genp, Taboo et Totemism of Madagascar, pages 70 sq. J. E. Calder, Native Tribes of Tasmania, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, E. 1874, pages 23. G. Bonwick, Daily, Life of the Tasmanians, pages 97, 145, 183. 1336 H. de Verrier, Exploration du Sahara, L'Estuaire du Nord, pages 431. 1337 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 42. 1338 K. Vetter, Comme Heruber und Elfans. E. Barman, 1898, pages 24. Id. In Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 92. 1339 Dr. L. Loria, Notes on the Ancient War Customs of the Natives of Loja, British New Guinea, Annual Report for 1894-95, pages 45, 46, sq. Compare Krieger, Neu Guinea, pages 322. 1340 Myron Eels, the Twana, Kemakum, and Klallam Indians of Washington Territory, Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institute for 1887, Part I. Pages 656. 1341 Baron C. C. von der Decken, Reisen in Ost Africa, Leipzig, 1869-1871, E. 25. Arendry, Ethnographische Parallelen und Vergleich, pages 182 sq. 1342 Esselhind and H. and The Last of the Maasai, London, 1901, p. 50. Sir H. Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 826. M213 The like fear leads people who bear the same name as the dead to change it for another. 1343 W. Wyatt, In Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 165. 1344 D. Collins, Account of the English Colony in New South Wales, London, 1804, pages 392. 1345 P. Beveridge, Notes on the Dialects, Habits, and Mythology of the Lower Murray Aborigines, Transactions of the Royal Society of Victoria, vi. 20 sq. 1346 Description of the natives of King George's Sound, Swan River, and adjoining country, Journal of the Our Geographical Society, I. 1832, pages 46 sq. 1347 W. E. Roth, North Queensland Ethnography, Bulletin No. 5, Brisbane, 1903, section 72, pages 20. 1348 G. F. Ungas, Savage Life and Scenes in Australia and New Zealand, London, 1847, E. 228. 1349 J. F. Lafayette, Morris des Sauvages Américains, E. 434. R. Southey, History of Brazil, E. 894, referring to Roger Williams. 1350 Charlevoix, Histoire de la Nouvelle France, vi. 109. 1351 S. Powers, Tribes of California, pages 349. Myron Eales, The Twana, Kemagum, and Klallam Indians of Washington Territory, Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institute for 1887, pages 656. 1352 S. Elhind and Hind, The Last of the Maasai, pages 50. M214 Sometimes all the near relations of the deceased change their names. 1353 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 42. 1354 H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 248. Compare KFE. Berengier. V. Helmerson, Betrayed zur Kenntnis des Russischen Reichs unter angrenzenden Länder Asiens, I. St. Petersburg, 1839, pages 108, as to the Canadians of Cook's Inlet, the neighborhood. 1355 J. Mooney, Calendar History of the Kiowa Indians, 17th, Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1898, pages 231. 1356 F. The Azara, Voyages dans l'Amérique Méridionale, Paris, 1808, E. 153 SQ. 1357 P. Lozano, Descripción Geográfica, etc., del Gran Chaco, Cordova, 1733, pages 70. 1358 E. H. Mann, Notes on the Nicobarese, Indian Antiquary, XXVIII. 1899, pages 261. Elsewhere I have suggested that mourning costume in general may have been adopted with this intention. See Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886, pages 73, 98 SQQ. 1359 J. Enderley, Zwijger bij den Chuchten Onkerjaken, Petermans Metalingen, XLIX. 1903, pages 257. M215 When the name of the deceased is that of a common object, the word is often dropped in ordinary speech and another substituted for it. 1360 R. Brow Smythe, Aborigines of Victoria, E. 266. 1361 E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery, E. 354 SQ. 1362 J. McGillivray, Narrative of the Voyage of HMS Rattlesnake, London, 1852, E. 10 SQ. 1363 J. Bulmer, in Brow Smythe's Aborigines of Victoria, E. 94. 1364 H. E. A. Meyer, in Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 199, compare p. XXIX. 1365 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 43. Mr. Howard mentions the case of a native who arbitrarily substituted the name Nobbler, spirituous liquor for Yan, water because Yan was the name of a man who had recently died, Kamilaroi and Kernai, pages 249. M216 This custom has transformed some of the languages of the American Indians. 1366 M. de Breetzolfer, Historia the Ibipinibus, Vienna, 1784, E. 199, 301. 1367 H. 10 Kate, Notes Ethnographiques sur les Comanches, Review, d'Ethnography, Iv. 1885, pages 131. 1368 J. Mooney, Calendar History of the Kiowa Indians, 17th, Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1898, pages 231. M217 A similar custom has modified languages in Africa, Bough, New Guinea, the Caroline Islands, and the Nicobarese. 1369 Reverend J. Roscoe in a letter to me dated Mango, Uganda, February 17, 1904. 1370 A. C. Hollis, The Maasai, Oxford, 1905, pages 304 SQ. As to the Maasai customs in this respect see also above, pages 354 SQ. 356. 1371 J.H.W. van der Meissen, in en ander over Bough, mededelingen, van which het Nederlandsche zendelingen Uchap, XLVI. 1902, p. 455. 1372 Sir William Macgregor, British New Guinea, London, 1897, pages 79. 1373 C. G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 629 to 631. 1374 F. W. Christian, The Caroline Islands, London, 1899, pages 366. 1375 F. A. de Ropstorff, Time Borombi, A Nicobar Tale, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, Lee. 1884, PTI pages 24 SQ. In some tribes apparently the names of the dead are only tabooed in the presence of their relations. C.C. Hill Tout, in Report of the Committee on the Ethnological Survey of Canada, Report of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Bradford, 1900, pages 484. G. Brown, Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, p. 399. But in the great majority of the accounts which I have consulted, no such limitation of the taboo is mentioned. M218 The suppression of the names of the dead cuts at the root of historical tradition. 1376 A.S. Gadsted, The Klamath Indians of Southwestern Oregon, Washington, 1890, PXLI. Contributions to North American Ethnology, Voli Pt. I. 1377 P. Beveridge, of the Aborigines inhabiting the Great Lacustrine and Riverine Depression of the Lower Murray, etc., Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales for 1883, Vol. XVII. Pages 65. The custom of changing common words on the death of persons aboard them as their names seems also to have been observed by the Tasmanians. C. J. Bunwick, Daily Life of the Tasmanians, pages 145. M219 Sometimes the names of the dead are revived after a certain time. The American Indians used to bring the dead to life again by solemnly bestowing their names on living persons, who were thereafter regarded as reincarnations of the dead. 1378 G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, E. 231 SQ. 1379 J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 42. 1380 C. W. Sherman, in Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 247. 1381 H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 156. 1382 Myra Niels, The Twana, Kemakum, and Klallam Indians of Washington Territory, Annual Report of the Smithsonian Institution for 1887, pages 656. 1383 S. Sarmka, Mortuary Customs of the Puyallups, The American, Antiquarian and Oriental Journal, v. 1886, pages 235. 1384 J. F. Lafayette, Morris des Sauvages Américains, Paris, 1724, e. 434. Charlevoix merely says that the taboo on the names of the dead lasted a certain time, Histoire de la Nouvelle France, vi. 109. A good long while is the phrase used by Captain J. G. Birkin, speaking of the same custom among the Apaches, on the border with Cook, pages 132. M220 Mode of reviving the dead in the persons of their namesakes among the North American Indians. 1385 Gabriel Sagard, La Grande Voyage du Pays des Hurons, Nouvelle edition, Paris, 1865, pages 202. The original edition of Sagard's book was published at Paris in 1632. 1386 Relations des Jesuites, 1636, pages 131. Id. 1642, pages 53, 85. Id. 1644, pages 66 SQ. Canadian reprint, Quebec, 1858. 1387 Daniel W. Harmon, quoted by Reverend Jedediah Morse, Report to the Secretary of War of the United States on Indian Affairs, New Haven, 1822, Appendix. pages 345. The custom seems now to be extinct. It is not mentioned by Father A. G. Morris in his accounts of the tribe, in Proceedings of the Canadian Institute, 3rd Series, Vol. Vi. 1888-89. Transactions of the Canadian Institute, Vol. Iv. 1892-93. Annual Archaeological Report, Toronto, 1905. 1388 ch. Wilkes, Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, New York, 1851, Iv. 453. M221 The dead revived and their namesakes among the Lapps, Khans, Yorubas, Baganda, and Makalaka. 1389 E. J. Jessen, De Fenorum Latinum Norwegicorum Religioni, Pagana, pages 33 sq. Bound up with C. Limius, De Lapinibus, Fi Marchiorum Lingua, Vada, it Religioni Pristina, Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767. 1390 Major S. C. Macpherson, Memorials of Service in India, London, 1865, pages 72 sq. 1391 C. Spies, Eines über die Bedeutung der Personennamen of here, in Togo Gebiet, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, Vi. 1903, Drittabteilung, pages 56 sq. 1392 A. B. Ellis, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, p. 152. Id. The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 153, sq. In the former passage the writer says nothing about the child's name. In the latter he merely says that an ancestor is supposed to have sent the child, who accordingly commonly takes the name of that ancestor. But the analogy of other peoples makes it highly probable that, as Colonel Ellis himself states in his later work, The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples, the ancestor is believed to be incarnate in the child. That the Yoruba child takes the name of the ancestor who has come to life again in him is definitely stated by A. Dierich in Archiv für Religionswissenschaft, v. 1904, p. 20, referring to Zeitschrift für Missionskunde und Religionswissenschaft, XV. 1900, pages 17, a work to which I have not access. Dietrich's account of the subject of rebirth, Op. Cit. Pages 18 to 21, deserves to be consulted. 1393 J. Roscoe, further notes on the manners and customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 32. 1394 C. Mach, Reisen im Inneren von Südafrika, Gotha, 1874, pages 43. Petermann's Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 37. M222 Revival of the Names of the Dead among the Nicobarese and Giliacs. 1395 Sir R. C. Temple, in Census of India, 1901, Vol. 207, 212. 1396 Plan de Carbon, de Plano Carpini, Relation des Mongols aux Tartars, ed. De Visac, Capi. Section E. The writer's statement, nec nomen proprium aegis uscat tertiam generationem audet, alicina minor is not very clear. 1397 P. Lab, Unbagni Rus, L'Alta Sacheline, Paris, 1903, p. 166. M223 Namesakes of the dead treated as the dead in person among the Eskimo of Bering Strait. 1398 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 363 sq. 365, 368, 371, 377, 379, 424 sq. M224 ceremonies at the naming of children are probably often associated with the idea of rebirth. 1399 On the Doctrine of the Reincarnation of Ancestors in Their Descendants C. E. B. Tyler, Primitive Culture, 2e. 3-5, who observes with great probability that among the lower races, generally the renewal of old family names by giving them to newborn children may always be suspected of involving some such thought. See further totemism and exogamy, e. 297 to 299. M225. Sometimes the names of the dead may be pronounced after their bodies have decayed, or under practice of chasing the ghost into the grave at the end of the period of mourning. 1400 H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 248. 1401 G. Taplin, in Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 19. 1402 H. E. A. Meyer, in Native Tribes of South Australia, pages 199. 1403 Some of the Indians of Guyana bring food and drink to their dead so long as the flesh remains on the bones. When it has molded away, they conclude that the man himself has departed. C. A. Bayet, Voyage de la France Equinoxiale en l'Île de Cayenne, Paris, 1664, pages 392. The Alfers or Torajas of Central Celebes believe that the souls of the dead cannot enter the spirit land until all the flesh has been removed from their bones. Till that has been done, the gods, Limoa in the other world, could not bear the stench of the corpse. Accordingly, at a great festival the bodies of all who have died within a certain time are dug up in the decaying flesh scraped from the bones. Cackruijt, Enan Ander, Engen het geestelijk en maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, mededelingen van het Nederlandsche Zendelingenootschap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 26, 32 SQQ. Id. Het, Wezen van het Addendum T. Paso, Ebid. XLVII. 1903, pages 32. The Matacos Indians of the Gran Chaco believe that the soul of a dead man does not pass down into the netherworld until his body is decomposed or burned. C. J. Peleski, Los Indios Matacos, Buenos Aires, 1897, pages 102. These ideas perhaps explain the widespread custom of disinterring the dead after a certain time and disposing of their bones otherwise. 1404 Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pp. 498-508. M226 The birth names of kings kept sacred or not pronounced. 1405 A. B. Ellis, The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 98, SQ. 1406 A. Secchi, Das Isla al Frontier del Caffa, E. Rome, 1885, p. 551. 1407 Reverend J. Roscoe, The Bahima, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute, XXXVII. 1907, pages 96. 1408 J. F. Cunningham, Uganda and Its Peoples, London, 1905, pages 14, 16. 1409 De la Loubert, De Royaume de Siam, Amsterdam, 1691, I. 306. Palagoix, Royaume de Siam, I. 260. 1410 J. S. Pollack, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, London, 1840, E. 127, note 43. 1411 A. Fudge, Burma Past and Present, London, 1878, I. 238. 1412 J. Atkins, Religion in China 2, London, 1878, pages 35. 1413 C.H. Dalit, Histoire de l'Église de Corée, I. p. XXIV. Mrs. Bishop, Korea and Her Neighbors, London, 1898, I. 48. The custom is now obsolete. G. N. Carson, Problems of the Far East, Westminster, 1896, pages 155. Note. 1414 E. A. Monnier, Notice sur le Cambodge, Paris, 1875, pages 22. Id. Le Cambodge, I. Paris, 1900, pages 58. 1415 K. F. Hall, Snippers van den Regent van Galau, de Schrift voor, Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 101. 1416 N. P. Wilkin and J. A. Schwartz, Allerlei over het land en volk van, Belang Mongondu, Mededelingen van het Nederlandsche, Zendelingenootschap, Zi. 1867, pages 356. 1417 S. Roos, Bitrich tot de kennis van taal, land, en volk op het, Island Somba, pages 70. Verhandelingen van het Bataviesch, Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXXVI. Compare JHF. Kolbrug, Naamgeving in Insland, Bitrigen tot de Taalland, en Volkinkon van Nederlandsche Indie, E. 1900, pages 173. M227 The names of Zulu kings and chiefs may not be pronounced. 1418 above, pages 335 SQ. 1419 J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal and the Zulu Country, pages 221, SQ. David Leslie, Among the Zulus and Amatongas 2, Edinburgh, 1875, pages 172 to 179. J. MacDonald, Manners, Customs, Superstitions, and Religions of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XX. 1891, pages 131. The account in the text is based mainly on Leslie's description, which is by far the fullest. M228 The names of living kings and chiefs may not be pronounced in Madagascar. 1420 D. Tyerman and G. Bennett, Journal of Voyages and Travels, London, 1831, E. 525 SQ. J. Sabri, The Great African Island, London, 1880, pages 150 SQ. Id. Curiosities of words connected with royalty and chieftainship, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar, Magazine, Nozai. Christmas, 1887, pages 308 SQ. Id. In. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXI. 1887, pages 226, SQQ. On the custom of tabooing royal or chiefly names in Madagascar, C. A. van Genp, Taboo et Totemism of Madagascar, Paris, 1904, pages 104 SQQ. M229 The names of dead kings and chiefs are also tabooed in Madagascar. 1421 V. Noël, de Madagascar, Recherches sur les Sakalava, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, Imseri, XX. 1843, pages 303 to 306. Compare Grandier, Les Rites Funéraires, Chez les Malgaches, Revue d'Ethnographie, v. 1886, pages 224. A. Whelan, The Sakalava, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar, Magazine, Voli, reprint of the second 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1896, pages 242. A. van Genp, Taboo et Totemism a Madagascar, pages 110 SQ. Amongst the Sakalavas it is forbidden to mention the name of any dead person. C. A. Votsko, vom, Morndava zum Mangaki, Reiseskizen aus West Madagascar, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, XXXI. 1896, pages 118. 1422 or Baron, the Bara, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Voli, reprint of the second 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1896, pages 83. 1423 A. Grandier, Madagascar, Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, Paris, VME Série, XVII. 1869, pages 401 SQ. The writer is here, speaking specially of the Sakalavas, though his remarks appear to be of general application. M230 The names of chiefs may not be pronounced in Polynesia. 1424 J.S. Polak, Manners and Customs of the New Zealanders, I. 37, SQ. E. 126 SQ. Compare Trukir, The Maoris of New Zealand, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Zix. 1890, p. 123. 1425 Captain J. Cook, Voyages, London, 1809, vi. 155, Third Voyage. Compare Captain James Wilson, Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, London, 1799, pages 366. W. Ellis, Polynesian, Researches, 2e. 101. 1426 Vancouver, Voyage of Discovery to the North Pacific Ocean and Round the World, London, 1798, I. 135. 1427 United States Exploring Expedition, Ethnography and Philology, by Horatio Hale, Philadelphia, 1846, pages 288 SQ. 1428 G. Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, p. 280. M231 The names of the Eleusinian priests might not be uttered. 1429 Lucian, Lexiphanes, 10. The inscriptional and other evidence of this Greek superstition was first brought to the notice of anthropologists by Mr. W. R. Patton in an interesting article, The Holy Names of the Eleusinian Priests, International Folklore, Congress, 1891, Papers and Transactions, pages 202 to 214. Compare E. Moss, Orpheus, Munich, 1895, pages 70. Augmundsen, Fester, Stat Athenem Alterdam, Leipzig, 1898, pages 253 to 255. P. Foucault, Les Grands Mystères d'Eleusis, Paris, 1900, pages 28 to 31. The two last writers show that, contrary to what we might have expected, the custom appears not to have been very ancient. 1430 G. Cable, Epigrammata Graeca ex Lepidibus collecta, number 863. F. Marcoe. A. 1883, call 79 SQ. From the latter of these inscriptions we learn that the name might be made public after the priest's death. Further, a reference of Eunapius, Vitae, Sophistarum, pages 475 of the dated edition, shows that the name was revealed to the initiated. In the essay cited in the preceding note, Mr. W. R. Patton assumes that it was the new and sacred name which was kept secret and committed to the sea. The case is not clear, but both the evidence and the probability seem to me in favor of the view that it was rather the old everyday name of the priest or priestess which was put away at his or her consecration. If, as is not improbable, these sacred personages had to act the parts of gods and goddesses at the mysteries, it might well be deemed indecorous, and even blasphemous to recall the vulgar names by which they had been known in the familiar intercourse of daily life. If our clergy, to suppose an analogous case, had to personate the most exalted beings of sacred history, it would surely be grossly irreverent to address them by their ordinary names during the performance of their solemn functions. M232 The old names of members of the order in Togo may not be uttered. 1431 H. Suttle, Der Uedienstem Togoland, Zeitschrift für Afrikanische und Oceanische Sprachen, E. 1897, pages 161 to 173. H. Close, Togo unter Deutscher Flag, Berlin, 1899, pages 197 to 205. Compare Lieutenant Harold, Bergbetreffen Religios Anschauungen, Angebot der Deutschen Unenter, Mitteilungen aus den Deutschen Schutzgebieten, v. 1892, pages 146. J. Spithe, Der Dienst der Erfneger, Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, z. 1893, pages 83 to 88. C. Spies, Religionsbegriff der Aufklärung in West Africa, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, vi. 1903, Dritt, Abteilung, pages 126. M233 The utterance of the names of gods and spirits is supposed to disturb the course of nature. 1432 Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 227. 1433 G. Timkowski, Travels of the Russian Mission through Mongolia to China, London, 1827, e. 348. 1434 J. Campbell, Travels in South Africa, Second Journey, London, 1822, e. 204 SQ. 1435 P. Rascher, Die Sulka, ein Beitrag zur Ethnographie Neupommern, Archiv für Anthropologie, XXIX. 1904, pages 216. Compare R. Parkinson, Dreißigjährigen der Setze, pages 198. 1436 Washington Matthews, The Mountain Chant, A Navajo Ceremony, 5th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1887, pp. 386 SQ. 1437 L. H. Morgan, League of the Iroquois, Rochester, U.S., 1851, pp. 167 SQ. The writer derives the prohibition to tell tales of wonder, in summer from a vague and indefinable dread. 1438 H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, E. 314, 492. 1439 K. Vetter, in Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu, Jena, Z. 1893, pages 95. Id. Komm herüber und hilf uns. E. Barman, 1898, pages 26. Behagen, unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1898, pages 270. On myths or magical tales told as spells to produce the effects which they describe, compare F. Kaufmann, Balder, Strasbourg, 1902, pages 299 SQQ. C. Fossey, La Magie Assyrienne, Paris, 1902, pages 95 to 97. M234 Winter and Summer Names of the Kwakiutl Indians. 1440 Fr. Boaz, The Social Organization and the Secret Societies of the Kwakiutl Indians, Report of the U.S. National Museum for 1895, pages 396, 418 SQ. 503, 504. Compare Totemism and Exogamy, E. 333 SQ. 517 SQ. M235 Names of Gods Kept Secret. How Isis discovered the name of Ra, the sun god. 1441 Xenophanes, quoted by Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelii, G. 13, pages 269 SQ. Ed. Heineken, and by Clement of Alexandria, Strom. Vi. 4, pages 840 SQ. Ed. Potter. H. Diels, Die Fragment der Vorsokratiker 2, Berlin, 1906–1910, I. 49. 1442 A. Ehrman, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 359–362. A. Wiedmann, Die Religion der Alten Ägypter, pages 29–32. G. Maspero, Histoire ancienne des peuples de l'Orient classique, Les Origines, pages 162–164. R. V. Lanzoni, Dizionario di Mitologia, Egizia, Turin, 1881–1884, pages 818–822. E. A. Wallace Budge, The Book of the Dead, London, 1895, ppLXXXIX. XCI. Id. Egyptian Magic, pages 136 SQQ. Id. The Gods of the Egyptians, London, 1904, I. 360 SQ. The abridged form of the story given in the text is based on a comparison of these various versions, of which Ehrman's is slightly, and Maspero's much curtailed. Mr. Budge's version is reproduced by Mr. E. Claude, Tom Titot, pages 180 SQQ. M236 Egyptian wizards have worked enchantments by the names of the gods, both in ancient and modern times. Magical constraint exercised over demons by means of their names in North Africa and China. 1443 G. Maspero, Etudes de Mythologie et d'Archéologie Égyptienne, Paris, 1893, E. 297 SQ. 1444 E. Lefebvre, La Vertu et la Vie du Nom en Egypte, Melusine, v. 1897, com. 227 SQ. Compare Ehrman, Ägypten und Ägyptisches Leben im Altertum, pages 472 SQ. E. A. Wallace Budge, Egyptian Magic, pages 157 SQQ. 1445 Lucan, Pharsalia, vi. 730 SQQ. 1446 E. W. Lane, Manners and Customs of the Ancient Egyptians, Paisley, and London, 1895, CHC. Pages 273. 1447 E. Dowd, Magie et Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, pages 130. 1448 J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, vi. Latin, 1910, pages 1126. M237 Divine names used by the Romans to conjure with. 1449 Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 18. Macrobius, Saturn. E. 9. Servius, on Virgil, in. E. 351. Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 61. According to Servius, L.C. It was forbidden by the pontifical law to mention any Roman god by his proper name, lest it should be profaned. Compare Festus, pages 106, ed. C.O. Muller, Indigetes Diquorum, Nemina Vulgari non licet. On the other hand, the Romans were careful, for the sake of good omen, to choose men with lucky names, like Valerius, Salvius, Statorius, to open any enterprise of moment, such as to lead the sacrificial victims in a religious procession or to be the first to answer to their names in a levee or a census. C. Cicero, De Divinatione, I. 45. 102 SQ. Festus, S.V. Ligus, Lucrinus, pages 121, ed. C.O. Muller. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 22. Tacitus, Hister. Iv. 53. 1450 Pliny, Nat. Hist. E. 65. Solinus, I. 4 SQ. Macrobius, Sat. E. 9, 3, and 5. Servius, on Virgil, in. I. 277. Joens Litus, de Mancibus, Iv. 50. 1451 F. Fossi, La Magie Syrienne, Paris, 1902, pages 58, 95. 1452 Tita Pauli, Description Ethnographique des Pupils de la Russie, St. Petersburg, 1862, Pupils Auralo Altaix, pages 24. M238 The taboos on names of kings and commoners are alike in origin. M239 Common words as well as personal names are often tabooed from superstitious motives. M240 Common words tabooed by Highland fowlers and fishermen. 1453 M. Martin, Description of the Western Islands of Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 579 SQ. As to the Flannan Islands, see also Sir J. Sinclair's Statistical Account of Scotland, Zix. Edinburgh, 1797, pages 283. 1454 J. G. Campbell, Superstitions of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1900, pages 239. 1455 Miss Moore Cameron, Highland Fisher Folk and Their Superstitions, Folklore, Ziv. 1903, pages 304. M241 Common words tabooed by Scotch fishermen and others. 1456 A. Edmonston, Zetland Islands, Edinburgh, 1809, E. 74. 1457 Ch. Rogers, Social Life in Scotland, Edinburgh, 1884–1886, E. 218. 1458 W. Gregor, Folklore of the Northeast of Scotland, pages 199–201. 1459 Traditions, Customs, and Superstitions of the Lewis, Folklore, vi. 1895, pages 170. Miss A. Goodrich Freer, The Powers of Evil in the Outer Hebrides, Folklore, X. 1899, pages 265. 1460 J. Mackenzie, 10 Years North of the Orange River, Edinburgh, 1871, pages 151, note 1. 1461 J. G. Campbell, Witchcraft and Second Sight in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, Glasgow, 1902, pages 184 SQ. M242 Common words, especially the names of dangerous animals, tabooed in various parts of Europe. 1462 J. Rise, Manx Folklore and Superstitions, Folklore, E. 1892, pages 84. 1463 A. Bosquet, La Normandie Romanesque et Merveilleuse, Paris and Rouen, 1845, pages 308. 1464 JGGMELIN, Reisdert Siberian, E. Göttingen, 1752, pages 277. 1465 Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs Bayern, E. Munich, 1863, pages 304. 1466 Tito und Tem, Die Volkswagen Ostprussens, Litauens und Westprussens, Berlin, 1837, pages 281. 1467 W. Witzel, Segen, Sitten, Ungebrecht aus Thüringen, pages 175, section 30. 1460 A. K. Bartsch, Segen, Marken, Ungebrecht aus Mecklenburg, E. p. 246, cubic millimeter 1273, 1274. 1469 A. Kuhn, Marcus Sagen und Marken, pages 378, section 14. 1470 B. Thorpe, Northern Mythology, E. 83 SQ. L. Lloyd, Peasant, Life in Sweden, London, 1870, pages 251. 1471 R. F. Kendall, Die Husserlin, Vienna, 1894, pages 103. Id. Viehzucht Viehzober den Auskarpaten, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 387. 1472 Id. Neue Beiträge zur Ethnologie und Volkskunde der Husserlin, Globus, LXIX. 1896, pages 73. 1473 C. Lemius, De Lapinibus Fimarchiarum Lingua, Vada, it, Religione Pristina Commentatio, Copenhagen, 1767, pages 502 SQ. 1474 M. A. Castron, Vorlesungen über die Finnische Mythologie, St. Petersburg, 1853, pages 201. 1475 Aronin, reported by Honorable J. Abercrombie in Folklore, E. 1891, pages 245 SQ. 1476 Böckler Kreutzwald, Der Esten Abergläubisch Gebrecht, Weissen und Jonheiten, pages 120. M243 The names of various animals tabooed in Siberia, Kamchatka, and America. 1477 P. Lab, Unbagny Rus, L'Alta Sakhalin, Paris, 1903, p. 231. 1478 G. W. Steller, Beschreibung von dem Land Kamchatka, Frankfurt, and Leipzig, 1774, pages 276. 1479 G. W. Steller, Obsit. Pages 91. Compare Ib. Pages 129, 130. 1480 J. Mooney, Sacred Formulas of the Cherokees, 7th Annual, Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1892, pages 352. Compare Id. Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1900, p. 295. 1481 E. W. Nelson, The Eskimo about Bering Strait, 18th Annual, Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, Part I. Washington, 1899, pages 438. 1482 F. Boas, The Eskimo of Baffin Land and Hudson Bay, Bulletin of the American Museum of Natural History, XV. 1901, pages 148. 1483 J. Teat, The Thompson Indians of British Columbia, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. I. Part IV. April 1900, pages 374. M244 Names of Animals and Things Tabooed by the Arabs, Africans, and Malagasy. 1484 J. Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Heidenems 2, Berlin, 1897, p. 199. 1485 A. Citeaux et E. H. Carnoy, L'Algérie Traditionnelle, Paris and Algiers, 1884, pages 172, 175. 1486 Father Picarda, Ordre de Mandera, Missions Catholiques, XVII. 1886, pages 227. 1487 J. J. Montero, Angola and the River Congo, London, 1875, E. 116. 1488 J. Mackenzie, 10 years north of the Orange River, Edinburgh, 1871, pages 151. C. R. Condor, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XVI. 1887, pages 84. 1489 H. B. Johnstone, Notes on the Customs of the Tribes Occupying Mombasa Subdistrict, British East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 268. 1490 J. J. M. de Groot, The Religious System of China, v. Latin, 1907, pages 691. 1491 A. F. Mockler Ferryman, British Nigeria, London, 1902, pages 285. 1492 J. Earl, Di Herrero, Gitterslow, 1906, pages 133. 1493 A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 43. 1494 H. F. Standing, Malagasy Fadi, Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, Voli, reprint of the second 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1896, pages 258. 1495 H. F. Standing, Opsit, pages 263. 1496 J. Sabri, The Great African Island, pages 307 SQ. 1497 R. H. Nassau, Fetichism in West Africa, London, 1904, pages 381, SQQ. M245 Names of Animals, especially the snake and the tiger, tabooed in India. 1498 Punjab Notes and Queries, I. Pages 15, section 122. 1499 North Indian Notes and Queries, I. Pages 104, section 690. 1500 ed. V. Pages 133, section 372. 1501 W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 142 SQ. 1502 S. Matir, Native Life in Travancore, pages 320 SQ. 1503 North Indian Notes and Queries, v. Pages 133, section 372. 1504 W. Crook, Opsit. E. 212. 1505 W. Crook in North Indian Notes and Queries, I. Pages 70, section 579. Id. Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces endowed, E. 249. Id. Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 54. 1506 W. Crook, Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Odd, E. 314. 1507 D. Sender, Exorcism of Wild Animals in the Sundarbans, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, LXXAI. Party. Calcutta, 1904, pages 45 SQQ. 51. M246 Names of Animals and Things Tabooed in Indochina. 1508 H. Muhat, Travels in the Central Parts of Indochina, London, 1864, I. 263 SQ. 1509 Manager Messin, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XXIV. 1852, pages 323. Compare Le R.P. Kadir, Créances et Dictons Populaires, de la Vallée du Winson, Bulletin de l'École Française, Extreme Orient, I. 1901, pages 134. 1510 Young, The Kingdom of the Yellow Robe, Westminster, 1898, p. 61. 1511 and Annandale, Primitive Beliefs and Customs of the Patani, Fishermen, Fasciculi Malayensis, Anthropology, Part I. April 1903, pages 104. 1512 E. Ammonier, Notes sur le Laos, pages 113. Id. Voyage dans la Laos, I. Paris, 1895, pages 311. In the latter passage the writer observes that the custom of giving conventional names to common objects is very generally observed in Indochina during the prosecution of long and perilous journeys undertaken periodically. 1513 ed. Les Chiens et leurs religions, Revue de l'Histoire des Religions, XXIV. 1891, pages 278. Compare Caberton, Nouvelles, Recherches sur les Camps, Paris, 1901, pages 53. 1514 D.F.A. Hervé, in Indian Notes and Queries, December 1886, p. 45, section 154. M247 Special language used by East Indian searchers for camphor. 1515 Pandang is equivalent to taboo. In this sense it is used also by the Dayaks. CSW Tromp, Indogek Feast, Bitrajan Tata, Talland en Volkinkan van Derlandsch Indi, XXXIX. 1890, pages 31 SQ. 1516 J.R. Loken, The Orang Banua of Johor, Journal of the Eastern Archipelago and Eastern Asia, I. 1847, pages 249, 263 to 265. A. Bastian, Die Volker des Auslikenessien, v. 37. H. Lake and H. J. Kelsel, The Camphor Tree and Camphor Language of Johor, Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, number 26, January 1894, pages 39 SQ. W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 212 to 214. W. W. Skeet and C.O. Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula, London, 1906, e. 414 to 431. 1517 cm plate, Herinneringen Oost Indie, Dit Schrift van het, Koninklijk Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundige Chap, 2 Serie, XVII. 1900, pages 27 SQ. 1518 W. H. Furness, Folklore in Borneo, Wallingford, Pennsylvania, 1899. Privately printed, pages 27. Id. Home Life of Borneo, Headhunters, Philadelphia, 1902, pages 17. A special language is also used in the search for camphor by some of the natives of Sumatra. Cth. Al. Hating, Beschrijving der onder afdeling, Grootmandeling en Batang Natal, Dit Schrift van het Nederlandsch Aardrijkskundige Chap, Tweede Serie, Ziv. 1897, pages 276. 1519 W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, pages 168 SQ. M248 Special languages used by Malay miners, fowlers, and fishermen. 1520 W. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 250, 253 to 260. In like manner the people of Sikkim intensely dread all mining operations, believing that the ores and veins of metals are the stored treasures of the earth spirits, who are enraged by the removal of these treasures and visit the robbers with sickness, failure of crops, and other calamities. Hence the Sikkimese leave the copper mines to be worked by Nepalese. Cla Waddell, Among the Himalayas, Westminster, 1899, pages 101. 1521 W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 139 SQ. 1522 W. W. Skeet, Opsit. Pages 192 SQ. 1523 in Annandale, Primitive Beliefs and Customs of the Patani, Fishermen, Fasciculi Malayensis, Anthropology, Part I. April 1903, pages 84 to 86. 1524 C. Snauker Grange, The Atgers, Batavia and Leiden, 1893 to 1894, I. 303. M249 Names of Things and Animals tabooed in Sumatra, Nias, and Java. 1525 J. L. van der Toorn, Het Animisme den Minangkabouwer der, Padangstbovenlanden, Bitrajan tot de Talland en, Volkinkan van Nederlandsch Indi, XXXIX. 1890, pages 100. As to the superstitions of gold washers among the Gaos of Sumatra, cc. Snauker Grange, Het Gageland en Zini Booners, Batavia, 1903, pages 361 SQ. 1526 Mth Perleer, Ethnographisch Beschrichtung der Dacheks, Saltbaumel, 1870, pages 215. 1527 J.T. Nienhuisen NHCB von Rosenberg, Versligen Trindhead, Island Neas, Verhandelingen van het Batavia Genuchap van, Kunsten en Wetenschappen, XXX. 1863, pages 115. Compare W. Marsden, History of Sumatra, pages 292. T. J. Newbold, Account of the British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, E. 192 SQ. 1528 J. E. Newman, Kamali, Pantang en Republiek de Karobatax, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVIII. 1906, pages 511 SQ. 1529 C. Snauker Grange, Het Gagelen en Zine Booners, Batavia, 1903, pages 311 SQ. 1530 J. W. Thomas, De Jagt op het Island Neas, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVI. 1880, pages 275. 1531 Aline J. Chatelain, Godsdienst en Beschlufternisers, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXVI. 1880, pages 165. H. Sunderman, Die Inselnias und die Mission das Selbst, Allgemeine Missionszeitschrift, Zi. 1884, pages 349. E. Modigliani, Un Viaggio in Nias, Milan, 1890, pages 593. 1532 A. L. van Hasselt, Nota, betreffende Restcultuur in de Residenie Tapanuli, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXVI. 1893, pages 525 SQ. The Sinhalese also call things by strange names when they are in the rice fields. CAA. Pereira, Glimpses of Sinhalese Social Life, Indian Antiquary, XXXII. 1903, pages 437. 1533 G. J. Hazu, Klein Bittrechen tot the Ethnographie en de Folklore, van Java, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLVII. 1903, pages 291 SQ. M250 Names of Things and Animals to boot in Celebes. 1534 ACKRUIJT, Enan ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den poso alfoer, mededelingen van wege, het Nederlandsche zendelingen XXXIX. 1895, pages 146 to 148. Ed. Enige Ethnographisch Aantekeningen omtrent het Tobunco, en de Tamori, Ebed. XLIV. 1900, pages 228 SQ. 1535 N. Adriani and ACKRUIJT, van Passo naar Mori, mededelingen, van wege het Nederlandsche zendelingen XLIV. 1900, pp. 145 SQ. 1536 ACKRUIJT, Regen Lokken en Regen Verdrich van Bedet to Rajas van, Midden Celebes, de Schrift voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XLIV. 1901, pages 8. Ed. Het RIJK Mori, de Schrift van het Koninklijk Nederlandsche Aardrijkskundig, Genootschap, 2. Serie, XVII. 1900, pages 464, note. M251 Common Words to boot by East Indian Mariners at Sea. 1537 B.F. Mathis, Bittrechen tot the Ethnologie van Zuid Celebes, The Hague, 1875, pages 107. Ed. Over the Eras of Julten der, Makassaren en Botaniesen, Verslichen en Mededelingen der, Koninklijke Academie van Wetenschappen, Afdeling Letterkunde, 3. Reeks, E. Amsterdam, 1885, pages 164 SQ. 1538 H.E.D. Engelhard, Mededelingen over het Eilandse Bittrechen tot de Taalland en Volkenkunde van Nederlandsch Indie, Veerdvol Greeks, v. 1884, pages 369. 1539 E.F. Joachim, Beschrichting van den Sapodi Archipel, de Schrift, voor Indisch Taalland en Volkenkunde, XXXVI. 1893, pages 361. 1540 M. J. van Barda, Fabelin, Verellen en overleveringen Galeriezen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 508. 1541 St. van de Veld van Capellen, Verslegener Bezoekreisnaarda, Sanji Elanden, Mededelingen van Wijsheid Nederlandsche, Zendelingen nu chap, I. 1857, pages 33, 35. 1542 ACKRUIJT, Een ander engen het geestelijk en, maatschappelijk leven van den Poso Alfoer, Mededelingen van Wijsheid, het Nederlandsche Zendelingen nu chap, XXXIX. 1895, pages 148. 1543 THJF van Hasselt, Gebruik van Vermumd Tal door de Neveren, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Talland en Volkenkunde, XLV. 1902, pages 279 SQ. M252 Common Words Tabooed in Sunda, Borneo, and the Philippines. 1544 K. F. Hall, Snippers van den Regent van Kalau, Tijdschrift voor Indisch Talland en Volkenkunde, XXVII. 1882, pages 101 SQ. 1545 ch. Hose and W. McDougall, The Relations Between Men and Animals in Sarawak, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXI. 1902, pages 205. W. H. Furness, Home Life of Borneo Headhunters, Philadelphia, 1902, pages 17, 186 SQ. 1546 ch. Hose and W. McDougall, Obsit. Pages 186. 1547 ch. Brooke, 10 Years in Sarawak, London, 1866, I. 208. Spencer St. John, Life in the Forests of the Far East, 2 71 SQ. 1548 Juan de la Concepcion, Historia General de Filipinas, I. Manila, 1788, pages 20. Compare J. Mallet, Les Philippines, Paris, 1846, I. 64. M253 The avoidance of common words seems to be based on a fear of spirits, and a wish to deceive them or elude their notice. Common words, avoided by hunters and fowlers in order to deceive the beasts and birds. 1549 On this subject Mr. R. J. Wilkinson's account of the Malays' attitude to nature, Malay beliefs, London and Latin, 1906, pages 67, SQ. Deserves to be quoted. The practice of magic arts enters into every department of Malay life. If, as the people of the peninsula believe, all nature is teeming with spiritual life, some spiritual weapon is necessary to protect man against possible ghostly foes. Now the chief and most characteristic weapon of the Malay in his fight against the invisible world is courtesy. The peasant will speak no evil of a tiger in the jungle or of an evil spirit within the limits of that spirit's authority. The tiger is the symbol of kingly oppression. Still, he is royal and must not be insulted. He is the shaggy-haired father or grandfather of the traveler in the woods. Even the birds, the fish and the fruits that serve as human food are entitled to a certain consideration. The deer is addressed as a prince, the coconut tree as a princess, the chieftain as emperor of the jungle, Shah Alam di Rimba. In all this respect paid to unseen powers, for it is the soul of the animal or plant that is feared, there is no contemptible adulation or cringing. The Malay believes that courtesy honors the speaker more than the person addressed. 1550 The character of King Solomon appears to be a favorite one with the Malay sorcerer when he desires to ingratiate himself with or lord it over the powers of nature. Thus, for example, in addressing silver, or the sage observes, "If you do not come hither at this very moment, you shall be a rebel unto God, and a rebel unto God's prophet Solomon, for I am God's prophet Solomon." C. W. Skeet, Malay Magic, pages 273. No doubt the fame of his wisdom has earned for the Hebrew monarch this distinction among the dusky wizards of the East. M254 General Conclusion. Human gods, on whom the welfare of the community is believed to depend, are obliged to observe many rules to ensure their own safety and that of their people. M255. A study of these rules affords us an insight into the philosophy of the savage. Our debt to our savage forefathers. 1551. The mind of the savage is not a blank. And when one becomes familiar with his beliefs and superstitions, and the complicated nature of his laws and customs, preconceived notions of his simplicity of thought go to the winds. I have yet to find that most apocryphal of beings described as the unsophisticated African. We laugh at and ridicule his fetishes and superstitions, but we fail to follow the succession of ideas and effort of mind which have created these things. After most careful observations extending over 19 years, I have come to the conclusion that there is nothing in the customs and fetishes of the African which does not represent a definite course of reasoning. Reverend Thomas Lewis, The Ancient Kingdom of Congo, The Geographical Journal, Zix. 1902, pages 554. The study of primitive peoples is extremely curious and full of surprises. It is 20 years since I undertook it among the Thonga and petty tribes of South Africa, and the further I advance, the more I am astonished at the great number, the complexity, and the profundity of the rites of these so-called savages. Only a superficial observer could accuse their individual or tribal life of superficiality. If we take the trouble to seek the reason of these strange customs, we perceive that at their base there are secret, obscure reasons, principles hard to grasp, even though the most fervent adepts of the rite can give no account of it. To discover these principles, and so to give a true explanation of the rites, is the supreme task of the ethnographer, a task in the highest degree delicate, for it is impossible to perform it if we do not lay aside our personal ideas to saturate ourselves with those of primitive peoples. Reverend H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques Bantu Sud-Africains et leurs Topis, Revue d'Ethnographie et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 126. These weighty words, the fruit of ripe experience, deserve to be pondered by those who fancy that the elaborate system of savage custom can have grown up instinctively, without a correspondingly elaborate process of reasoning in the minds of its founders. We may not, indeed, always be able to discover the reason for which a particular custom or rite was instituted, for we are only beginning to understand the mind of uncivilized man. But all that we know of him tends to show that his practice, however absurd it may seem to us, originated in a definite train of thought and for a definite and very practical purpose. 1552. See above, pages 159 SQ. 1553. M. J. van Barta, Fabelin, Verellen en overleveringen der Galileersen, Bitrigen tot de Talland en Volkinkan van, Nederlandsch Indie, XLV. 1895, pages 513. 1554. John Ramsay, Scotland and Scotsman in the 18th Century, Edinburgh, 1888, e. 456. 1555. H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, e. 175. 1556. J. MacDonald, Light in Africa, London, 1890, pages 209. 1557. Reverend J. Roscoe, in Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 59. 1558. A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, pages 24 SQ. 36. In these cases the harm is thought to fall on the person who steps over, not on the thing which is stepped over. 1559. Reverend J. H. Weeks, Customs of the Lower Congo People, Folklore, XX. 1909, pages 474. 1560. B. Gutman, Trouwer Unbegrapenissen der Watschaga, Globus, LXXXIX. 1906, pages 199. 1561. E. A. Monnier, Voyage dans la Laos, I. Paris, 1895, pages 144. 1562. C. Lumholtz, Unknown Mexico, London, 1903, I. 435. 1563. E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 50. 1564. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 402. 1565 Father Lambert, Mores et Superstitions des Neocaledoniens, pp. 192 SQ. 1566 P. von Stennen, Das Jonheitsrecht der Samojeden, Globus, LX. 1891, pages 173. 1567 J. Richardson, in Antananarivo Annual and Madagascar Magazine, reprint of the first 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1885, pages 529. Ed. Reprint of the second 4 numbers, Antananarivo, 1896, p. 296. J. Sabri, The Great African Island, pages 288. Compare de Flacourt, Histoire de la Grande Île Madagascar, Paris, 1658, p. 99. 1568 J. Mooney, Myths of the Cherokee, 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, PTI. Washington, 1900, pages 424. 1569 H. A. Junid, Les Conceptions Physiologiques des Bantu, Sud-Africains, Revue d'Ethnographie et de Sociologie, I. 1910, pages 138, note 3. 1570 F. S. Krauss, Volksglaube und Religiöse sur Brach der Setzhaven, p. 52. 1571 C. L. F. Soth, Folklore des Hautes-Vosges, pages 226, compare pp. 219 SQ. E. Monscher, Le Folklore Wallen, pages 39. A. Wuttke, Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube, 2 section 603. J. W. Wolf, Betrayed zur Deutschen Mythologie, I. pages 208, section 42. J. A. E. Kohler, Volksbrauch, etc., im Volkland, pages 423. A. Kuhn und W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, pages 462, section 461. E. Cross, Abergläubische Kuren und sonstiger Aberglaube in Berlin, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XV. 1883, pages 85. R. H. Kendall, Die Hussein, pages 5. J. V. Groman, Aberglaube und Gebräuche aus Böhmen und Mähren, pages 109, cubic millimeter 798, 799. Ijababella, Betrayed zur Kenntnis Abergläubischer Gebräuche Syrin, Zeitschrift des Deutschen Palästina-Vereins, vi. 1884, pages 81. Compare Bichamoli, Naissance at Premier Age au Liban, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 741. The Golden Bough. A Study in Magic and Religion. By James George Frazer, DCL, LLD. Lit D. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool. 3rd edition. Vol. 4. Part 3. The Dying God. New York and London. Macmillan and Company. 1911. Contents. Preface. Chapter I. The Mortality of the Gods. Chapter 2. The Killing of the Divine King. Section 1. Preference for a violent death. Section 2. Kings killed when their strength fails. Section 3. Kings killed at the end of a fixed term. Section 4. Octennial tenure of the kingship. Section 5. Funeral games. Section 6. The slaughter of the dragon. Section 7. Triennial tenure of the kingship. Section 8. Annual tenure of the kingship. Section 9. Diurnal tenure of the kingship. Chapter 3. The slaying of the king in legend. Chapter 4. The supply of kings. Chapter V. Temporary kings. Chapter 6. Sacrifice of the king's son. Chapter 7. Succession to the soul. Chapter 8. The killing of the tree spirit. Section 1. The Whitsuntide mummers. Section 2. Mock human sacrifices. Section 3. Burying the carnival. Section 4. Carrying out death. Section 5. Sawing the old woman. Section 6. bringing in summer. Section 7. Battle of Summer and Winter. Section 8. Death and Resurrection of Costribongo. Section 9. Death and Revival of Vegetation. Section 10. Analogous rites in India. Section 11. The Magic Spring. Note A. Chinese indifference to death. Note B. Swinging as a magical rite. Addenda. Index. Footnotes. Cover art. Transcriber's note: the above cover image was produced by the submitter, at distributed proofreaders, and is being placed into the public domain. Preface. With this third part of the Golden Bough we take up the question, why had the King of the Wood at Nemi regularly to perish by the hand of his successor? In the first part of the work I gave some reasons for thinking that the priest of Diana, who bore the title of King of the Wood beside the still lake among the open hills, personated the great god Jupiter or his duplicate Dionysus, the deity of the oak, the thunder, and the sky. On this theory, accordingly, we are at once confronted with the wider and deeper question, why put a man-god or human representative of deity to a violent death? Why extinguish the divine light in its earthly vessel, instead of husbanding it to its natural close? My general answer to that question is contained in the present volume. If I am right, the motive for slaying a man-god is a fear lest with the enfeeblement of his body in sickness or old age his sacred spirit should suffer a corresponding decay, which might imperil the general course of nature and with it the existence of his worshippers, who believe the cosmic energies to be mysteriously knit up with those of their human divinity. Hence, if there is any measure of truth in this theory, the practice of putting divine men and, particularly divine kings to death, which seems to have been common at a particular stage in the evolution of society and religion, was a crude but pathetic attempt to disengage an immortal spirit from its mortal envelope, to arrest the forces of decomposition in nature by retrenching with ruthless hand the first ominous symptoms of decay. We may smile if we please at the vanity of these and the like efforts to stay the inevitable decline, to bring the relentless revolution of the great wheel to a stand, to keep youth's fleeting roses forever fresh and fair. But perhaps in spite of every disillusionment, when we contemplate the seemingly endless vistas of knowledge which have been opened up even within our own generation, many of us may cherish in our heart of hearts a fancy, if not a hope, that some loophole of escape may after all be discovered from the iron walls of the prison house which threaten to close on and crush us. That, groping about in the darkness, mankind may yet chance to lay hands on that golden key that opens the palace of eternity, and so to pass from this world of shadows and sorrow to a world of untroubled light and joy. If this is a dream, it is surely a happy and innocent one, and to those who would wake us from it we may murmur with Michelangelo, Pro non mi destar, de parla basso. J. G. Frazer, Cambridge, June 11, 1911. Chapter I. The Mortality of the Gods. A1. At an early stage of his intellectual development man deems himself naturally immortal, and imagines that were it not for the baleful arts of sorcerers, who cut the vital thread prematurely short, he would live for ever. The illusion, so flattering to human wishes and hopes, is still current among many savage tribes at the present day, 1, and it may be supposed to have prevailed universally in that age of magic which appears to have everywhere preceded the age of religion. But in time the sad truth of human mortality was borne in upon our primitive philosopher with a force of demonstration which no prejudice could resist and no sophistry dissemble. Among the manifold influences which combined to wring from him a reluctant assent to the necessity of death must be numbered the growing influence of religion, which by exposing the vanity of magic and of all the extravagant pretensions built on it gradually lowered man's proud and defiant attitude towards nature, and taught him to believe that there are mysteries in the universe which his feeble intellect can never fathom, and forces which his puny hands can never control. Thus more and more he learned to bow to the inevitable and to console himself for the brevity and the sorrows of life on earth by the hope of a blissful eternity hereafter. But if he reluctantly acknowledged the existence of beings at once superhuman and supernatural, he was as yet far from suspecting the width and the depth of the gulf which divided him from them. The gods with whom his imagination now peopled the darkness of the unknown, were indeed admitted by him to be his superiors in knowledge and in power, in the joyous splendor of their life and in the length of its duration. But, though he knew it not, these glorious and awful beings were merely, like the spectre of the Brocken, the reflections of his own diminutive personality exaggerated into gigantic proportions by distance and by the mists and clouds upon which they were cast. Man in fact created gods in his own likeness, and being himself mortal he naturally supposed his creatures to be in the same sad predicament. Thus the Greenlanders believed that a wind could kill their most powerful god, and that he would certainly die if he touched a dog. When they heard of the Christian God, they kept asking if he never died, and being informed that he did not, they were much surprised, and said that he must be a very great God, indeed. 2. In answer to the inquiries of Colonel Dodge, a North American Indian stated that the world was made by the Great Spirit. Being asked which Great Spirit he meant, the good one or the bad one, "Oh, neither of them," replied he, "the Great Spirit that made the world is dead long ago. He could not possibly have lived as long as this." 3. A tribe in the Philippine Islands told the Spanish conquerors that the grave of the Creator was upon the top of Mount Cabunian. 4. Hatshepsut, a god or divine hero of the Hottentots, died several times and came to life again. His graves are generally to be met with in narrow defiles between mountains. When the Hottentots pass one of them, they throw a stone on it, for good luck, sometimes muttering, "Give us plenty of cattle." 5. The grave of Zeus, the great god of Greece, was shown to visitors in Crete, Latest about the beginning of our era. 6. The body of Dionysus was buried at Delphi beside the golden statue of Apollo, and his tomb bore the inscription, "Here lies Dionysus dead, the son of Semele." 7. According to one account, Apollo himself was buried at Delphi. For Pythagoras is said to have carved an inscription on his tomb, setting forth how the god had been killed by the python and buried under the tripod. 8. The ancient god Cronus was buried in Sicily. 9. And the graves of Hermes, Aphrodite, and Ares were shewn in Hermopolis, Cyprus, and Thrace. 10. M2. The great gods of Egypt themselves were not exempt from the common lot. They too grew old and died. For like men they were composed of body and soul, and like men were subject to all the passions and infirmities of the flesh. Their bodies, it is true, were fashioned of more ethereal mold, and lasted longer than ours, but they could not hold out forever against the siege of time. Age converted their bones into silver, their flesh into gold, and their azure locks into lapis lazuli. When their time came, they passed away from the cheerful world of the living to reign as dead gods over dead men in the melancholy world beyond the grave. Even their souls, like those of mankind, could only endure after death so long as their bodies held together. And hence it was as needful to preserve the corpses of the gods as the corpses of common folk, lest with the divine body the divine spirit should also come to an untimely end. At first their remains were laid to rest under the desert sands of the mountains, that the dryness of the soil and the purity of the air might protect them from putrefaction and decay. Hence one of the oldest titles of the Egyptian gods is "they who are under the sands." But when at a later time the discovery of the art of embalming gave a new lease of life to the souls of the dead by preserving their bodies for an indefinite time from corruption, the deities were permitted to share the benefit of an invention which held out to gods as well as to men a reasonable hope of immortality. Every province then had the tomb and mummy of its dead god. The mummy of Osiris was to be seen at Mendes. Thinis boasted of the mummy of Enhuri, and he and Leopolis rejoiced in the possession of that of Tumu. 11. But while their bodies lay swathed and bandaged here on earth, in the tomb, their souls, if we may trust the Egyptian priests, shone as bright stars in the firmament. The soul of Isis sparkled in Sirius, the soul of Horus in Orion, and the soul of Typhon in the Great Bear. 12. But the death of the god did not involve the extinction of his sacred stock. For he commonly had by his wife a son and heir, who on the demise of his divine parent succeeded to the full rank, power, and honors of the godhead. 13. The high gods of Babylon also, though they appear to their worshippers only in dreams and visions, were conceived to be human in their bodily shape, human in their passions, and human in their fate. 4. Like men they were born into the world, and like men they loved and fought, and died. 14. M3. One of the most famous stories of the death of a god is told by Plutarch. It runs thus. In the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, a certain schoolmaster named Epithyrsus was sailing from Greece to Italy. The ship, in which he had taken his passage, was a merchantman, and there were many other passengers on board. At evening, when they were off the Echinadian islands, the wind died away, and the vessel drifted close into the island of Paxos. Most of the passengers were awake and many were still drinking wine after dinner, when suddenly a voice hailed the ship from the island, calling upon Themis. The crew and passengers were taken by surprise, for, though there was an Egyptian pilot named Themis on board, few knew him, even by name. Twice the cry was repeated, but Themis kept silence. However, at the third call he answered, and the voice from the shore, now louder than ever, said, "When you are come to Pelops, announce that the great Pan is dead." Astonishment fell upon all, and they consulted whether it would be better to do the bidding of the voice or not. At last Themis resolved that, if the wind held, he would pass the place in silence, but, if it dropped when they were off Pelops, he would give the message. Well, when they were come to Pelops, there was a great calm. So Themis, standing in the stern and looking towards the land, cried out, as he had been bidden, "The great Pan is dead." The words had hardly passed his lips when a loud sound of lamentation broke on their ears, as if the multitude were mourning. This strange story, vouched for by many on board, soon got wind at Rome, and Themis was sent for and questioned by the Emperor Tiberius himself, who caused enquiries to be made about the dead god. 15. In modern times, also, the annunciation of the death of the great Pan has been much discussed, and various explanations of it have been suggested. On the whole, the simplest and most natural would seem to be that the deity who sad, and was thus mysteriously proclaimed and lamented, was the Syrian god, Tammuz or Adonis, whose death is known to have been annually bewailed by his followers both in Greece and in his native Syria. At Athens the solemnity fell at midsummer, and there is no improbability in the view that in a Greek island a band of worshippers of Tammuz should have been celebrating the death of their god with the customary passionate demonstrations of sorrow at the very time when a ship lay becalmed off the shore, and that in the stillness of the summer night the voices of lamentation should have been wafted with startling distinctness across the water, and should have made on the minds of the listening passengers a deep and lasting impression. 16. However that may be, stories of the same kind found currency in Western Asia down to the Middle Ages. An Arab writer relates that in the year 1063 or 1064 AD, in the reign of the Caliph Qaim, a rumor went abroad through Baghdad, which soon spread all over the province of Iraq, that some Turks out hunting in the desert had seen a black tent, where many men and women were beating their faces and uttering loud cries, as it is the custom to do in the East when someone is dead. And among the cries they distinguished these words, "The great king of the Jinn is dead, woe to this country." In consequence of this a mysterious threat was circulated from Armenia to Khuzestan that every town which did not lament the dead king of the Jinn should utterly perish. Again, in the year 1203 or 1204 AD, a fatal disease, which attacked the throat, raged in parts of Mosul and Iraq, and it was divulged that a woman of the Jinn, called Unkud or mother of the grape cluster, had lost her son, and that all who did not lament for him would fall victims to the epidemic. So, men and women sought to save themselves from death by assembling and beating their faces, while they cried out in a lamentable voice, "O mother of the grape cluster, excuse us. The grape cluster is dead. We knew it not." 17. Chapter 2. The Killing of the Divine King. Section 1. Preference for a violent death. M4. If the high gods, who dwell remote from the fret and fever of this earthly life, are yet believed to die at last, it is not to be expected that a god who lodges in a frail tabernacle of flesh should escape the same fate, though we hear of African kings who have imagined themselves immortal by virtue of their sorceries. 18. Now primitive peoples, as we have seen, 19, sometimes believe that their safety and even that of the world is bound up with the life of one of these god-men or human incarnations of the divinity. Naturally, therefore, they take the utmost care of his life, out of a regard for their own. But no amount of care and precaution will prevent the man-god from growing old and feeble and at last dying. His worshippers have to lay their account with this sad necessity and to meet it as best they can. The danger is a formidable one. For if the course of nature is dependent on the man-god's life, what catastrophes may not be expected from the gradual enfeeblement of his powers and their final extinction in death? There is only one way of averting these dangers. The man-god must be killed as soon as he shows symptoms that his powers are beginning to fail, and his soul must be transferred to a vigorous successor before it has been seriously impaired by the threatened decay. The advantages of thus putting the man-god to death instead of allowing him to die of old age and disease are, to the savage, obvious enough. For if the man-god dies what we call a natural death, it means, according to the savage, that his soul has either voluntarily departed from his body and refuses to return, or more commonly, that it has been extracted, or at least detained in its wanderings, by a demon or sorcerer. 20. In any of these cases the soul of the man-god is lost to his worshippers, and with it their prosperity is gone and their very existence endangered. Even if they could arrange to catch the soul of the dying god as it left his lips or his nostrils and so transfer it to a successor, this would not affect their purpose. 4. Dying of disease, his soul would necessarily leave his body in the last stage of weakness and exhaustion, and so enfeebled it would continue to drag out a languid, inert existence in any body to which it might be transferred. Whereas by slaying him his worshippers could, in the first place, make sure of catching his soul as it escaped and transferring it to a suitable successor. And, in the second place, by putting him to death before his natural force was abated, they would secure that the world should not fall into decay with the decay of the man-god. Every purpose, therefore, was answered, and all dangers averted by thus killing the man-god and transferring his soul, while yet at its prime, to a vigorous successor. M5. Some of the reasons for preferring a violent death to the slow death of old age or disease are obviously as applicable to common men as to the man-god. Thus the Mangayans think that the spirits of those who die a natural death are excessively feeble and weak, as their bodies were at dissolution. Whereas the spirits of those who are slain in battle are strong and vigorous, their bodies not having been reduced by disease. 21. The Baranga believe that in the world beyond the grave the spirits of their dead ancestors appear with the exact form and lineaments which their bodies exhibited at the moment of death. The spirits are young or old, according as their bodies were young or old when they died. There are baby spirits who crawl about on all fours. 22. The Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco are persuaded that the souls of the departed correspond exactly in form and characteristics to the bodies which they quitted at death. Thus a tall man is tall, a short man is short, and a deformed man is deformed in the spirit land, and the disembodied soul of a child remains a child, it never develops into an adult. Hence they burn the body of a murderer and scatter the ashes to the winds, thinking that this treatment will prevent his spirit from assuming human shape in the other world. 23. So too, the Naga tribes of Manipur hold that the ghost of a dead man is an exact image of the deceased as he was at the moment of death, with his scars, tattoo, marks, mutilations, and all the rest. 24. The Baganda think that the ghosts of men who were mutilated in life are mutilated in like manner after death. So to avoid that shame they will rather die with all their limbs than lose one by amputation and live. 25. Hence, men sometimes prefer to kill themselves or to be killed before they grow feeble, in order that in the future life their souls may start fresh and vigorous as they left their bodies, instead of decrepit and worn out with age and disease. Thus in Fiji, self-immolation is by no means rare, and they believe that as they leave this life, so they will remain ever after. This forms a powerful motive to escape from decrepitude, or from a crippled condition, by voluntary death. 26. Or, as another observer of the Fijians puts it more fully, the custom of voluntary suicide on the part of the old men, which is among their most extraordinary usages, is also connected with their superstitions respecting a future life. They believe that persons enter upon the delights of their Elysium with the same faculties, mental and physical, that they possess at the hour of death. In short, that the spiritual life commences where the corporeal existence terminates. With these views, it is natural that they should desire to pass through this change before their mental and bodily powers are so enfeebled by age as to deprive them of the capacity for enjoyment. 2. This motive must be added the contempt which attaches to physical weakness among a nation of warriors, and the wrongs and insults which await those who are no longer able to protect themselves. When therefore a man finds his strength declining with the advance of age, and feels that he will soon be unequal to discharge the duties of this life, and to partake in the pleasures of that which is to come, he calls together his relations, and tells them that he is now worn out and useless, that he sees they are all ashamed of him, and that he is determined to be buried. So on a day appointed they used to meet and bury him alive. 27. In Vate, one of the New Hebrides, the aged were buried alive at their own request. It was considered a disgrace to the family of an old chief if he was not buried alive. 28. Of the Caymans, a Jewish tribe in Abyssinia, it is reported that they never let a person die a natural death, but that if any of their relatives is nearly expiring, the priest of the village is called to cut his throat. If this be omitted, they believe that the departed soul has not entered the mansions of the blessed. 29. The old Greek philosopher Heraclitus thought that the souls of those who die in battle are purer than the souls of those who die of disease. 30. M6. Among the Chiricanos, a tribe of South American Indians on the river Pilcomayo, when a man was at the point of death, his nearest relative used to break his spine by a blow of an axe, for they thought that to die a natural death was the greatest misfortune that could befall a man. 31. Whenever Pagua Indian of Paraguay, or Guiana of southeastern Brazil, grew weary of life, a feast was made, and amid the revelry and dancing the man was combed and feathered with the plumage of many-colored birds. A huge jar had been previously fixed in the ground to be ready for him. In this he was placed, the mouth of the jar was covered with a heavy lid of baked clay, the earth was heaped over it, and thus he went to his doom more joyful and gladsome than to his first nuptials. 32. Among the Koryaks of northeastern Asia, when a man felt that his last hour was come, superstition formally required that he should either kill himself or be killed by a friend, in order that he might escape the evil one and deliver himself up to the good God. 33. Similarly among the Chukchis of the same region, when a man's strength fails and he is tired of life, he requests his son or other near relation to dispatch him, indicating the manner of death he prefers to die. So, on a day appointed, his friends and neighbors assemble, and in their presence he is stabbed, strangled, or otherwise disposed of according to his directions. 34. The turbulent Anglemas are the most warlike and bloodthirsty of the wild head-hunting tribes in the valley of the Brahmaputra. Among them, when a warrior dies a natural death, his nearest male relative takes a spear and wounds the corpse by a blow on the head, in order that the man may be received with honor in the other world as one who has died in battle. 35. The heathen Norsemen believed that only those who fell fighting were received by Odin in Valhalla. Hence it appears to have been customary to wound the dying with a spear, in order to secure their admission to the Happy Land. The custom may have been a mitigation of a still older practice of slaughtering the sick. 36. We know from Procopius that among the Heruli, a Teutonic tribe, the sick and old were regularly slain at their own request, and then burned on a pyre. 37. The Wends used to kill their aged parents and other kinsfolk, and having killed them they boiled and ate their bodies. And the old folks preferred to die thus rather than to drag out a weary life of weakness and decrepitude. 38. Section 2. Kings killed when their strength fails. M7. But it is with the death of the god-man the divine king or priest, that we are here especially concerned. The mystic kings of fire and water in Cambodia are not allowed to die a natural death. Hence when one of them is seriously ill and the elders think that he cannot recover, they stab him to death. 39. The people of Congo believed, as we have seen, 40, that if their pontiff the Chitome were to die a natural death, the world would perish, and the earth, which he alone sustained by his power and merit, would immediately be annihilated. Accordingly, when he fell ill and seemed likely to die, the man who was destined to be his successor entered the pontiff's house with a rope or a club and strangled or clubbed him to death. 41. A fuller account of this custom is given by an old Italian writer as follows: "Let us pass to the death of the magicians, who often die a violent death, and that for the most part voluntarily. I shall speak only of the head of this crew, from whom his followers take example. He is called Gangwa Chitome, being reputed god of the earth. The first fruits of all the crops are offered to him as his due, because they are thought to be produced by his power, and not by nature at the bidding of the Most High God. This power he boasts he can impart to others, when and to whom he pleases. He asserts that his body cannot die a natural death, and, therefore when he knows he is near the end of his days, whether it is brought about by sickness or age, or whether he is deluded by the demon, he calls one of his disciples to whom he wishes to communicate his power, in order that he may succeed him. And having made him tie a noose to his neck, he commands him to strangle him, or to knock him on the head with a great cudgel and kill him. His disciple obeys and sends him a martyr to the devil, to suffer torments with Lucifer in the flames forever. This tragedy is enacted in public, in order that his successor may be manifested, who hath the power of fertilizing the earth, the power having been imparted to him by the deceased. Otherwise, so they say, the earth would remain barren, and the world would perish. O to great foolishness, and palpable blindness of the Gentiles, to enlighten the eye of whose mind there would be need at the very hand of Christ, whereby he opened the bodily eyes of him that had been born blind. I know that in my time one of these magicians was cast into the sea, another into a river, a mother put to death with her son, and many more seized by our orders and banished. 42. The Ethiopian kings of Meroe were worshipped as gods. But whenever the priests chose, they sent a messenger to the king, ordering him to die, and alleging an oracle of the gods as their authority for the command. This command the kings always obeyed down to the reign of Ergomenes, a contemporary of Ptolemy II, king of Egypt. Having received a Greek education which emancipated him from the superstitions of his countrymen, Ergomenes ventured to disregard the command of the priests, and, entering the Golden Temple with a body of soldiers, put the priests to the sword. 43. M8. Customs of the same sort appear to have prevailed in this region down to modern times. Thus we are told that in Fazoql, a district in the valley of the Blue Nile, to the west of Abyssinia, it was customary, as late as the middle of the 19th century, to hang a king who was no longer beloved. His relatives and ministers assembled round him, and announced that as he no longer pleased the men, the women, the asses, the oxen, and the fowls of the country, it was better he should die. Once on a time, when a king was unwilling to take the hint, his own wife and mother urged him so strongly not to disgrace himself by disregarding the custom, that he submitted to his fate and was strung up in the usual way. In some tribes of Fazoql the king had to administer justice daily under a certain tree. If from sickness or any other cause he was unable to discharge this duty for 3 whole days, he was hanged on the tree in a noose, which contained 2 razors so arranged that when the noose was drawn tight by the weight of the king's body they cut his throat. 44. At Fazoglu, an annual festival, which partook of the nature of a Saturnalia, was preceded by a formal trial of the king in front of his house. The judges were the chief men of the country. The king sat on his royal stool during the trial, surrounded by armed men, who were ready to carry out a sentence of death. A little way off a jackal and a dog were tied to a post. The conduct of the king during his year of office was discussed. Complaints were heard, and if the verdict was unfavorable, the king was executed and his successor chosen from among the members of his family. But if the monarch was acquitted, the people at once paid their homage to him afresh, and the dog or the jackal was killed in his stead. This custom lasted down to the year 1837 or 1838, when King Yasin was thus condemned and executed. 45. His nephew Susa was compelled under threats of death to succeed him in the office. 46. Afterwards it would seem that the death of the dog was regularly accepted as a substitute for the death of the king. At least this may be inferred from a later account of the Facoql practice, which runs thus: the meaning of another of their customs is quite obscure. At a certain time of the year they have a kind of carnival, where everyone does what he likes best. 4 ministers of the king then bear him on an anchoret out of his house to an open space of ground. A dog is fastened by a long cord to one of the feet of the anchoret. The whole population collects round the place, streaming in on every side. They then throw darts and stones at the dog, till he is killed, after which the king is again borne into his house. 47. M9. A custom of putting their divine kings to death at the first symptoms of infirmity or old age prevailed until lately, if indeed it is even now, extinct and not merely dormant, among the Shilluk of the White Nile, and, in recent years it has been carefully investigated by Dr. C. G. Seligman, to whose researches I am indebted for the following detailed information on this subject. 48. The Shilluk are a tribe or nation who inhabit a long, narrow fringe of territory on the western bank of the White Nile from Kalka, in the north to Lake No in the south, as well as a strip on the eastern bank of the river, which stretches from Fashoda to Tafikia and for some 35 miles up the Sobat River. The country of the Shilluk is almost entirely in grass, hence the principal wealth of the people consists in their flocks and herds, but they also grow a considerable quantity of the species of millet which is known as dura. But though the Shilluk are mainly a pastoral people, they are not nomadic, but live in many settled villages. The tribe at present numbers about 40,000 souls, and is governed by a single king, Red, whose residence is at Fashoda. His subjects take great care of him, and hold him in much honor. In the old days his word was law and he was not suffered to go forth to battle. At the present day he still keeps up considerable state and exercises much authority. His decisions on all matters brought before him are readily obeyed. And he never moves without a bodyguard of from 12 to 20 men. The reverence which the Shilluk pay to their king appears to arise chiefly from the conviction that he is a reincarnation of the spirit of Naikang, the semi-divine hero who founded the dynasty and settled the tribe in their present territory, to which he is variously said to have conducted them either from the west or from the south. Tradition has preserved the pedigree of the kings from Naikang to the present day. The number of kings recorded between Naikang and the father of the reigning monarch is 20, distributed over 12 generations. But Dr. Seligman is of opinion that many more must have reigned, and that the genealogy of the first 6 or 7 kings, as given to him, has been much abbreviated. There seems to be no reason to doubt the historical character of all of them, though myths have gathered like clouds round the persons of Naikang and his immediate successors. The Shilluk about Kadak, Fashoda, think of Naikang as having been a man in appearance and physical qualities, though, unlike his royal descendants of more recent times, he did not die but simply disappeared. His holiness is manifested especially by his relation to Juag, the great god of the Shilluk, who created man and is responsible for the order of nature. Juag is formless and invisible, and like the air, he is everywhere at once. He is far above Naikang and men alike, but he is not worshipped directly, and it is only through the intercession of Naikang, whose favor the Shilluk secured by means of sacrifices, that Juag can be induced to send the needed rain for the cattle and the crops. 49. In his character of rain-giver, Naikang is the great benefactor of the Shilluk. Their country, baked by the burning heat of the tropical sun, depends entirely for its fertility on the waters of heaven, for the people do not resort to artificial irrigation. When the rain falls, then the grass sprouts, the millet grows, the cattle thrive, and the people have food to eat. Drought brings famine and death in its train. 50. Nakang is said not only to have brought the Shilluk into their present land, but to have made them into a nation of warriors, divided the country among them, regulated marriage, and made the laws. 51. The religion of the Shilluk at the present time consists mainly of the worship paid to the semi-divine hero, the traditionary ancestor of their kings. There seems to be no reason to doubt that the traditions concerning him are substantially correct. In all probability he was simply a man whom the superstition of his fellows in his own and subsequent ages has raised to the rank of a deity. 52. No less than 10 shrines are dedicated to his worship. The 3 most famous are at Fashoda, Akurwa, and Fenikang. They consist of 1 or more huts enclosed by a fence. Generally there are several huts within the enclosure, 1 or more of them being occupied by the guardians of the shrine. These guardians are old men, who not only keep the hallowed spot scrupulously clean, but also act as priests, killing the sacrificial victims which are brought to the shrine, sharing their flesh, and taking the skins for themselves. All the shrines of Nakang are called graves of Nakang, Kingo Nakang, though it is well known that nobody is buried there. 53. Sacred spears are kept in all of them and are used to slaughter the victims offered in sacrifice at the shrines. The originals of these spears are said to have belonged to Nakang and his companions, but they have disappeared and been replaced by others. M10. 2 great ceremonies are annually performed at the shrines of Nakang. One of them is intended to ensure the fall of rain, the other is celebrated at harvest. At the rain-making ceremony, which is held before the rains at the beginning of the month Elabur, a bullock is slain with a sacred spear before the door of the shrine, while the king stands by, praying in a loud voice to Nakang to send down the refreshing showers on the thirsty land. As much of the blood of the victim as possible is collected in a gourd and thrown into the river, perhaps as a rain charm. This intention of the sacrifice comes out more plainly in the form of the ritual which is said to be observed at Ashap. There the sacrificial bullock is speared high up in the flank, so that the wound is not immediately fatal. Then the wounded animal is allowed and indeed encouraged to walk to and from the river before it sinks down and dies. In the blood that streams from its side on the ground the people may see a symbol of the looked for rain. 54. Care is taken not to break the bones of the animal, and they, like the blood, are thrown into the river. At the annual rain-making ceremony a cow is also dedicated to Nakang. It is not killed but added to the sacred herd of the shrine. The other great annual ceremony observed at the shrines of Nakang falls at harvest. When the millet has been reaped, everyone brings a portion of the grain to a shrine of Nakang, where it is ground into flour, which is made into porridge with water fetched from the river. Then some of the porridge is poured out on the threshold of the hut which the spirit of Nakang is supposed to inhabit. Some of it is smeared on the outer walls of the building, and some of it is emptied out on the ground outside. Even before harvest it is customary to bring some of the ripening grain from the fields and to thrust it into the thatch of the huts in the shrines, no doubt in order to secure the blessing of Nakang on the crops. Sacrifices are also offered at these shrines for the benefit of sick people. A sufferer will bring or send a sheep to the nearest sanctuary, where the guardians will slaughter the animal with a sacred spear and pray for the patient's recovery. M11. It is a fundamental article of the Shilluk Creed that the spirit of the divine or semi-divine Nakang is incarnate in the reigning king, who is accordingly himself invested to some extent with the character of a divinity. But while the Shilluk hold their kings in high, indeed religious, reverence and take every precaution against their accidental death, nevertheless they cherish the conviction that the king must not be allowed to become ill or senile, lest with his diminishing vigor the cattle should sicken and fail to bear their increase, the crops should rot in the fields, and man, stricken with disease, should die in ever-increasing numbers. 55. To prevent these calamities it used to be the regular custom with the Shilluk to put the king to death whenever he showed signs of ill health or failing strength. One of the fatal symptoms of decay was taken to be an incapacity to satisfy the sexual passions of his wives, of whom he has very many, distributed in a large number of houses at Fashoda. When this ominous weakness manifested itself, the wives reported it to the chiefs, who are popularly said to have intimated to the king his doom by spreading a white cloth over his face and knees as he lay, slumbering in the heat of the sultry afternoon. Execution soon followed, the sentence of death. A hut was specially built for the occasion. The king was led into it and lay down with his head resting on the lap of a nubile virgin. The door of the hut was then walled up, and the couple were left without food, water, or fire to die of hunger and suffocation. This was the old custom, but it was abolished some 5 generations ago on account of the excessive sufferings of one of the kings who perished in this way. He survived his companion for some days, and in the interval was so distressed by the stench of her putrefying body that he shouted to the people, whom he could hear moving outside, never again to let a king die in this prolonged and exquisite agony. After a time his cries died away into silence. Death had released him from his sufferings. But since then, the Shilluk have adopted a quicker and more merciful mode of executing their kings. What the exact form of execution has been in later times, Dr. Seligman found it very difficult to ascertain, though with regard to the fact of the execution he tells us that there is not the least doubt. It is said that the chiefs announce his fate to the king, and that afterwards he is strangled in a hut which has been specially built for the occasion. M12. From Dr. Seligman's enquiries it appears that not only was the Shilluk king liable to be killed with due ceremony at the first symptoms of incipient decay, but even while he was yet in the prime of health and strength he might be attacked at any time by a rival and have to defend his crown in a combat to the death. According to the common Shilluk tradition, any son of a king had the right thus to fight the king in possession and, if he succeeded in killing him, to reign in his stead. As every king had a large harem and many sons, the number of possible candidates for the throne at any time may well have been odd, inconsiderable, and the reigning monarch must have carried his life in his hand. But the attack on him could only take place with any prospect of success at night. For during the day the king surrounded himself with his friends and bodyguards, and an aspirant to the throne could hardly hope to cut his way through them and strike home. It was otherwise at night. For then the guards were dismissed and the king was alone in his enclosure, with his favorite wives, and there was no man near to defend him except a few herdsmen, whose huts stood a little way off. The hours of darkness were therefore the season of peril for the king. It is said that he used to pass them in constant watchfulness, prowling round his huts fully armed, peering into the blackish shadows, or himself standing silent and alert, like a sentinel on duty, in some dark corner. When at last his rival appeared, the fight would take place in grim silence, broken only by the clash of spears and shields, for it was a point of honor with the king not to call the herdsman to his assistance. 56. When the king did not perish in single combat, but was put to death on the approach of sickness or old age, it became necessary to find a successor for him. Apparently the successor was chosen by the most powerful chiefs, from among the princes, Nairit, the sons either of the late king or of one of his predecessors. Details as to the mode of election are lacking. So far as Dr. Seligman could ascertain, the king's elect showed no reluctance to accept the fatal sovereignty. Indeed, he was told a story of a man who clamored to be made king for only one day, saying that he was perfectly ready to be killed after that. The age at which the king was killed would seem to have commonly been between 40 and 50. 57. 2. The improvident and unimaginative savage, the prospect of being put to death at the end of a set time, whether long or short, has probably few terrors. And if it has any, we may suspect that they are altogether outweighed in his mind by the opportunities for immediate enjoyment of all kinds which a kingdom affords to his unbridled appetites and passions. M13. An important part of the solemnities attending the accession of a Shilluk king appears to be intended to convey to the new monarch the divine spirit of Naikang, which has been transmitted from the founder of the dynasty to all his successors on the throne. For this purpose a sacred, four-legged stool and a mysterious object which bears the name of Naikang himself are brought with much solemnity from the shrine of Naikang at Akura to the small village of Quam near Fashoda, where the king-elect and the chiefs await their arrival. The thing called Nyakang is said to be of cylindrical shape, some 2 or 3 feet long by 6 inches broad. The chief of Akura informed Dr. Seligman that the object in question is a rude wooden figure of a man, which was fashioned long ago at the command of Nyakang in person. We may suppose that it represents the divine king himself and that it is, or was formerly, supposed to house his spirit, though the chief of Akura denied to Dr. Seligman that it does so now. Be that as it may, the object plays a prominent part at the installation of a new king. When the men of Akura arrive at Quam with the sacred stool and the image of Nyakang, as we may call it, they engage in a sham fight with the men who are waiting for them with the king-elect. The weapons used on both sides are simply stalks of millet. Being victorious in the mock combat, the men of Akura escort the king to Fashoda, and some of them enter the shrine of Nyakang with the stool. After a short time they bring the stool forth again and set it on the ground outside of the sacred enclosure. Then the image of Nyakang is placed on the stool. The king-elect holds one leg of the stool and an important chief holds another. The king is surrounded by a crowd of princes and nobles, and near him stand 2 of his paternal aunts and 2 of his sisters. After that a bullock is killed and its flesh eaten by the men of certain families called Ororo, who are said to be descended from the 3rd of the Shilla kings. Then the Akura men carry the image of Nyakang into the shrine, and the Ororo men place the king-elect on the sacred stool, where he remains seated for some time, apparently till sunset. When he rises, the Akura men carry the stool back into the shrine, and the king is escorted to 3 new huts, where he stays in seclusion for 3 days. On the 4th night he is conducted quietly, almost stealthily, to his royal residence at Fashoda, and next day he shows himself publicly to his subjects. The 3 new huts, in which he spent the days of his seclusion, are then broken up and their fragments cast into the river. The installation of a new king generally takes place about the middle of the dry season. And it is said that the men of Akura tarry at Fashoda with the image of Nyakang till about the beginning of the rains. Before they leave Fashoda they sacrifice a bullock, and at every wadi or bed of a stream that they cross they kill a sheep. M14, like Nyakang himself, their founder, each of the Shilla kings after death is worshipped at a shrine, which is erected over his grave, and the grave of a king is always in the village where he was born. 58. The tomb shrine of a king resembles the shrine of Nyakang, consisting of a few huts enclosed by a fence. One of the huts is built over the king's grave, the others are occupied by the guardians of the shrine. Indeed, the shrines of Nyakang and the shrines of the kings are scarcely to be distinguished from each other, and the religious rituals observed at all of them are identical in form and vary only in matters of detail, the variations being due apparently to the far greater sanctity attributed to the shrines of Nyakang. The grave shrines of the kings are tended by certain old men or women, who correspond to the guardians of the shrines of Nyakang. They are usually widows or old men servants of the deceased king, and when they die, they are succeeded in their office by their descendants. Moreover, cattle are dedicated to the grave shrines of the kings and sacrifices are offered at them just as at the shrines of Nyakang. Thus when the millet crop threatens to fail or a murrain to break out among the cattle, either Nyakang himself or one of his successors on the throne will appear to somebody in a dream and demand a sacrifice. The dream is reported to the king, who thereupon at once sends a cow and a bullock to one or more of the shrines of Nyakang, if it was he who appeared in the vision, or to the grave shrine of the particular king whom the dreamer saw in his dream. The bullock is then sacrificed and the cow added to the sacred herd belonging to the shrine. Further, the harvest ceremony which is performed at the shrines of Nyakang is usually, though not necessarily, performed also at the grave shrines of the kings. And, lastly, sick folk send animals to be sacrificed as offerings on their behalf at the shrines of the kings just as they send them to the shrines of Nyakang. M15. Sick people have, indeed, a special reason for sacrificing to the spirits of the dead kings in the hope of recovery, inasmuch as one of the commonest causes of sickness, according to the Shilluk, is the entrance of one of these royal spirits into the body of the sufferer, whose first care, therefore, is to rid himself as quickly as possible of his august but unwelcome guest. Apparently, however, it is only the souls of the early kings who manifest themselves in this disagreeable fashion. Dr. Seligman met with a woman, for example, who had been ill and who attributed her illness to the spirit of Dag, the second of the Shilluk kings, which had taken possession of her body. But a sacrifice of 2 sheep had induced the spirit to quit her, and she wore anklets of beads, with pieces of the ears of the sheep strung on them, which she thought would effectually guard her against the danger of being again possessed by the soul of the dead king. Nor is it only in sickness that the souls of dead kings are thought to take possession of the bodies of the living. Certain men and women, who bear the name of Achawago, are believed to be permanently possessed by the spirit of one or other of the early kings, and in virtue of this inspiration they profess to heal the sick and do a brisk trade in amulets. The first symptom of possession may take the form of illness or of a dream from which the sleeper awakes trembling and agitated. A long and complicated ceremony follows to abate the extreme force of the spiritual manifestations in the new medium, for were these to continue in their first intensity he would not dare to approach his women. But whichever of the dead kings may manifest himself to the living, whether in dreams or in the form of bodily possession, his spirit is deemed, at least by many of the Shilluk, to be identical with that of Nagang. They do not clearly distinguish, if indeed they distinguish at all, between the divine spirit of the founder of the dynasty and its later manifestations in all his royal successors. M16. In general, the principal element in the religion of the Shilluk would seem to be the worship which they pay to their sacred or divine kings, whether dead or alive. These are believed to be animated by a single divine spirit, which has been transmitted from the semi-mythical, but probably in substance historical, founder of the dynasty through all his successors to the present day. Yet the divine spirit, as Dr. Seligman justly observes, is clearly not thought of as congenital in the members of the royal house. It is only conveyed to each king on his accession by means of the mysterious object called Naikang, in which, as Dr. Seligman, with great probability conjectures, the Holy Spirit of Naikang may be supposed to reside. Hence, regarding their kings as incarnate divinities, on whom the welfare of men, of cattle, and of the corn implicitly depends, the Shilluk naturally pay them the greatest respect and take every care of them. And however strange it may seem to us, their custom of putting the divine king to death as soon as he shows signs of ill health or failing strength springs directly from their profound veneration for him and from their anxiety to preserve him, or rather the divine spirit by which he is animated, in the most perfect state of efficiency. Nay, we may go further, and say that their practice of regicide is the best proof they can give of the high regard in which they hold their kings. For they believe, as we have seen, that the king's life or spirit is so sympathetically bound up with the prosperity of the whole country, that if he fell ill or grew senile the cattle would sicken and cease to multiply, the crops would rot in the fields, and men would perish of widespread disease. Hence, in their opinion, the only way of averting these calamities is to put the king to death while he is still hale and hearty, in order that the divine spirit, which he has inherited from his predecessors, may be transmitted in turn by him to his successor while it is still in full vigor and has not yet been impaired by the weakness of disease and old age. In this connection the particular symptom which is commonly said to seal the king's death warrant is highly significant. When he can no longer satisfy the passions of his numerous wives, in other words, when he has ceased, whether partially or wholly, to be able to reproduce his kind, it is time for him to die and to make room for a more vigorous successor. Taken along with the other reasons which are alleged for putting the king to death, this one suggests that the fertility of men, of cattle, and of the crops is believed to depend sympathetically on the generative power of the king, so that the complete failure of that power in him would involve a corresponding failure in men, animals, and plants, and would thereby entail at no distant date the entire extinction of all life, whether human, animal, or vegetable. No wonder that with such a danger before their eyes the Shilluk should be most careful not to let the king die what we should call a natural death of sickness or old age. It is characteristic of their attitude towards the death of the kings that they refrain from speaking of it as death. They do not say that a king has died but simply that he has gone away like his divine ancestors Nikang and Dag, the two first kings of the dynasty, both of whom are reported not to have died but to have disappeared. The similar legends of the mysterious disappearance of early kings in other lands, for example at Rome and in Uganda, 59, may well point to a similar custom of putting them to death for the purpose of preserving their life. M17. On the whole, the theory and practice of the divine kings of the Shilla correspond very nearly to the theory and practice of the priests of Nemi, the kings of the wood, if my view of the latter is correct. 60. In both we see a series of divine kings on whose life the fertility of men, of cattle, and of vegetation is believed to depend, and who are put to death, whether in single combat or otherwise, in order that their divine spirit may be transmitted to their successors in full vigor, uncontaminated by the weakness and decay of sickness or old age, because any such degeneration on the part of the king would, in the opinion of his worshippers, entail a corresponding degeneration on mankind, on cattle, and on the crops. Some points in this explanation of the custom of putting divine kings to death, particularly the method of transmitting their divine souls to their successors, will be dealt with more fully in the sequel. Meantime we pass to other examples of the general practice. M18. The Dinka are congeries of independent tribes in the valley of the White Nile, whose territory, lying mostly on the eastern bank of the river, and stretching from the 6th to the 12th degree of north latitude, has been estimated to comprise between 60 and 70,000 square miles. They are a tall, long-legged people rather slender than fat, with curly hair and a complexion of the deepest black. Though ill-fed, they are strong and healthy and in general reach a great age. The nation embraces a number of independent tribes, and each tribe is mainly composed of the owners of cattle. For the Dinka are essentially a pastoral people, passionately devoted to the care of their numerous herds of oxen, though they also keep sheep and goats, and the women cultivate small quantities of millet, durra, and sesame. The tribes have no political union. Each village forms a separate community, fostering its herds together in the same grassland. With the change of the seasons the people migrate with their flocks and herds to and from the banks of the Nile. In summer, when the plains near the great river are converted into swamps and covered with clouds of mosquitoes, the herdsmen and their families drive their beasts to the higher land of the interior, where the animals find firm ground, abundant fodder, and pools of water at which to slake their thirst in the fervor of the noonday heat. Here in the clearings of the forest the community takes up its abode, each family dwelling by itself in one or more conical huts enclosed by a strong fence of stakes and thorn bushes. It is in the patches of open ground about these dwellings that the women grow their scanty crops of millet and sesame. The mode of tillage is rude. The stems of the trees which have been felled are left standing to a height of several feet. The ground is hacked by the help of a tool between a hoe and a spade, and the weeds are uprooted with the hand. Such as it is, the crop is exposed to the ravages of apes and elephants by night and of birds by day. The hungry blacks do not always wait till the corn is ripe, but eat much of it while the ears are still green. The cattle are kept in separate parks, moors away from the villages. It is in the season of the summer rains that the Dinka are most happy and prosperous. Then the cattle find sweet grass, plentiful water, coolness and shade in the forest. Then the people subsist in comfort on the milk of their flocks and herds, supplementing it with the millet which they reap and the wild fruits which they gather in the forest. Then they brew the native beer, then they marry and dance by night under the bright moon of the serene, tropical sky. But in autumn a great change passes over the life of the community. When October has come, the rains are over, the grass of the pastures is eaten down or withered, the pools are dry. Thirst compels the whole village, with its lowing herds and bleating flocks, to migrate to the neighborhood of the river. Now begins a time of privation and suffering. There is no grass for the cattle save in some marshy spots, where the herdsman must fight his rivals in order to win a meager supply of fodder for his starveling beasts. There is no milk for the people, no fruits on the trees, except a bitter sort of acorns, from which a miserable flour is ground to stay the pangs of hunger. The lean and famished natives are driven to fish in the river for the tubers of water lilies, to grub in the earth for roots, to boil the leaves of trees, and as a last resource to drink the blood drawn from the necks of their wretched cattle. The gaunt appearance of the people at this season fills the beholder with horror. The herds are decimated by famine, but even more, beasts perish by dysentery and other diseases when the first rains cause the fresh grass to sprout. 61. M19. It is no wonder that the rain, on which the Dinka are so manifestly dependent for their subsistence, should play a great part in their religion and superstition. They worship a supreme being whose name of Dengat means literally great rain. 62. It was he who created the world, and established the present order of things, and it is he who sends down the rain from the rain place, his home in the upper regions of the air. But according to the Nile Dinka, this great being was once incarnate in human form. Born of a woman, who descended from the sky, he became the ancestor of a clan which has the rain for its totem. For the recent researches of Dr. C.G. Seligman have proved that every Dinka tribe is divided into a number of clans, each of which reveres as its totem a species of animals or plants or other natural objects, such as rain or fire. Animal totems seem to be the commonest. Amongst them are the lion, the elephant, the crocodile, the hippopotamus, the fox, the hyena, and a species of small birds called emmer, clouds of which infest the cornfields and do great damage to the crops. Each clan speaks of its totemic animal or plant as its ancestor and refrains from injuring and eating it. Men of the crocodile clan, for example, call themselves brothers of the crocodile, and will neither kill nor eat the animal. Indeed, they will not even eat out of any vessel which has held crocodile flesh. And as they do not injure crocodiles, so they imagine that their crocodile kinsfolk will not injure them. Hence men of this clan swim freely in the river, even by night, without fear of being attacked by the dangerous reptiles. And when the totem is a carnivorous animal, members of the clan may propitiate it by killing sheep and throwing out the flesh to be devoured by their animal brethren either on the outskirts of the village or in the river. Members of the small bird Amur clan perform ceremonies to prevent the birds from injuring the crops. The relationship between a clan and its animal ancestor or totem is commonly explained by a legend that in the beginning an ancestress gave birth to twins, one of whom was the totemic animal and the other the human ancestor. Like most totemic clans, the clans of the Dinka are exogamous, that is, no man may marry a woman of his own clan. The descent of the clans is in the paternal line. In other words, every man and woman belongs to his or her father's clan, not to that of his or her mother. But the Rain clan of the Nile Dinka has for his ancestor, as we have seen, the supreme god himself, who deigned to be born of a woman and to live for a long time among men, ruling over them, till at last he grew very old and disappeared, appropriately, like Romulus, in a great storm of rain. Shrines erected in his honor appear to be scattered all over the Dinka country and offerings are made at them. M20. Perhaps without being unduly rash we may conjecture that the great god of the Dinka, who gives them the rain, was indeed, what tradition represents him as having been, a man among men, in fact a human rainmaker, whom it is death the superstition of his fellows promoted to the rank of a deity above the clouds. Be that as it may, the human rainmaker, Bain is a very important personage among the Dinka to this day. Indeed, the men in authority whom travelers dub chiefs or sheiks are, in fact, the actual or potential rainmakers of the tribe or community. 63. Each of them is believed to be animated by the spirit of a great rainmaker, which has come down to him through a succession of rainmakers. And in virtue of this inspiration a successful rainmaker enjoys very great power and is consulted on all important matters. 4. Example. In the Boer tribe of Dinka at the present time there is an old but active rainmaker named Beordit, who is reputed to have immanent in him a great and powerful spirit called Lurpiu, and by reason of this reputation, he exercises immense influence over all the Dinka of the Boer and Tane tribes. While the mighty spirit Lurpu is supposed to be embodied in the Rainmaker, it is also thought to inhabit a certain hut which serves as a shrine. In front of the hut stands a post to which are fastened the horns of many bullocks that have been sacrificed to Lurpu. And in the hut is kept the very sacred spear which bears the name of Lurpu and is said to have fallen from heaven 6 generations ago. As fallen stars are also called Lurpu, we may suspect that an intimate connection is supposed to exist between meteorites and the spirit which animates the Rainmaker. Nor would such a connection seem unnatural to the savage, who observes that meteorites and rain alike descend from the sky. In spring, about the month of April, when the new moon is a few days old, a sacrifice of bullocks is offered to Lurpu for the purpose of inducing him to move Tengdet, the great heavenly Rainmaker, to send down rain on the parched and thirsty earth. 2 bullocks are led twice round the shrine and afterwards tied by the Rainmaker to the post in front of it. Then the drums beat and the people, old and young, men and women, dance round the shrine and sing, while the beasts are being sacrificed. Lurpu, our ancestor, we have brought you a sacrifice. Be pleased to cause rain to fall. The blood of the bullocks is collected in a gourd, boiled in a pot on the fire, and eaten by the old and important people of the clan. The horns of the animals are attached to the post in front of the shrine. M21, in spite, or rather in virtue, of the high honor in which he is held, no Dinka Rainmaker is allowed to die a natural death of sickness or old age. For the Dinka believe that if such an untoward event were to happen, the tribe would suffer from disease and famine, and the herds would not yield their increase. So when a Rainmaker feels that he is growing old and infirm, he tells his children that he wishes to die. Among the Ogar Dinka a large grave is dug and the Rainmaker lies down in it on his right side with his head resting on his skin. He is surrounded by his friends and relatives, including his younger children. But his elder children are not allowed to approach the grave lest in their grief and despair they should do themselves a bodily injury. For many hours, generally for more than a day, the Rainmaker lies without eating or drinking. From time to time he speaks to the people, recalling the past history of the tribe, reminding them how he has ruled and advised them, and instructing them how they are to act in the future. Then, when he has concluded his admonition, he tells them that it is finished and bids them cover him up. So the earth is thrown down on him as he lies in the grave, and he soon dies of suffocation. Such, with minor variations, appears to be the regular end of the honorable career of a Rainmaker in all the Dinka tribes. The Kuradar Dinka told Dr. Seligman that when they have dug the grave for the Rainmaker they strangle him in his house. The father and paternal uncle of one of Dr. Seligman's informants had both been Rainmakers and both had been killed in the most regular and orthodox fashion. Even if a Rainmaker is quite young he will be put to death, should he seem likely to perish of disease. Further, every precaution is taken to prevent a Rainmaker from dying an accidental death, for such an end, though not nearly so serious a matter as death from illness or old age, would be sure to entail sickness on the tribe. As soon as a Rainmaker is killed, his valuable spirit is supposed to pass to a suitable successor, whether a son or other near blood relation. M22, in the Central African Kingdom of Unyoro down to recent years custom, required that as soon as the king fell seriously ill or began to break up from age, he should die by his own hand. For, according to an old prophecy, the throne would pass away from the dynasty if ever the king were to die a natural death. He killed himself by draining a poisoned cup. If he faltered or were too ill to ask for the cup, it was his wife's duty to administer the poison. 64. When the king of Kibanga, on the upper Congo, seems near his end, the sorcerers put a rope round his neck, which they draw gradually tighter till he dies. 65. If the king of Jinjiro happens to be wounded in war, he is put to death by his comrades, or, if they fail to kill him, by his kinsfolk, however hard he may beg for mercy. They say they do it that he may not die by the hands of his enemies. 66. The Jukos are a heathen tribe of the Beni River, a great tributary of the Niger. In their country the town of Gatri is ruled by a king who is elected by the big men of the town as follows. When in the opinion of the big men the king has reigned long enough, they give out that the king is sick, a formula understood by all to mean that they are going to kill him, though the intention is never put more plainly. They then decide who is to be the next king. How long he is to reign is settled by the influential men at a meeting. The question is put and answered by each man throwing on the ground a little piece of stick for each year he thinks the new king should rule. The king is then told, and a great feast prepared, at which the king gets drunk on guinea corn beer. After that he is speared, and the man who was chosen becomes king. Thus each Joko king knows that he cannot have very many more years to live, and that he is certain of his predecessor's fate. This, however, does not seem to frighten candidates. The same custom of king killing is said to prevail at Kwont and Wukari as well as at Gatri. 67. In the three Hausa kingdoms of Gobir, Katsina, and Dora, in northern Nigeria, as soon as a king showed signs of failing health or growing infirmity, an official who bore the title of Killer of the Elephant, Kariajidwa, appeared and throttled him by holding his windpipe. The king-elect was afterwards conducted to the center of the town, called Head of the Elephant, Kinjaiwa, where he was made to lie down on a bed. Then a black ox was slaughtered and its blood allowed to pour all over his body. Next the ox was flayed, and the remains of the dead king, which had been disemboweled and smoked for 7 days over a slow fire, were wrapped up in the hat and dragged along the ground to the place of burial, where they were interred in a circular pit. After his bath of ox blood the new king had to remain for 7 days in his mother's house, undergoing ablutions daily. On the 8th day he was conducted in state to his palace. In the kingdom of Dora the new monarch had moreover to step over the corpse of his predecessor. 68. M23, the Mashiamvo is a great king or emperor in the interior of Angola. One of the inferior kings of the country, by name Chala, gave to a Portuguese expedition the following account of the manner in which the Mashiamvo comes by his end. It has been customary, he said, for our Mashiamvos to die either in war or by a violent death, and the present Mashiamvo must meet this last fate, as, in consequence of his great exactions, he has lived long enough. When we come to this understanding, and decide that he should be killed, we invite him to make war with our enemies, on which occasion we all accompany him and his family to the war, when we lose some of our people. If he escapes unhurt, we return to the war again and fight for 3 or 4 days. We then suddenly abandon him and his family to their fate, leaving him in the enemy's hands. Seeing himself thus deserted, he causes his throne to be erected, and, sitting down, calls his family around him. He then orders his mother to approach. She kneels at his feet. He first cuts off her head, then decapitates his sons in succession, next his wives and relatives, and, last of all, his most beloved wife, called Anakalo. This slaughter being accomplished, the Mashiamvo, dressed in all his pomp, awaits his own death, which immediately follows by an officer sent by the powerful neighboring chiefs, Kanikwinhua and Kanika. This officer first cuts off his legs and arms at the joints, and lastly he cuts off his head. After which the head of the officer is struck off. All the potentates retire from the encampment, in order not to witness his death. It is my duty to remain and witness his death, and to mark the place where the head and arms have been deposited, by the 2 great chiefs, the enemies of the Mashiamvo. They also take possession of all the property belonging to the deceased monarch and his family, which they convey to their own residence. I then provide for the funeral of the mutilated remains of the late Mashiamvo, after which I retire to his capital and proclaim the new government. I then return to where the head, legs, and arms have been deposited, and, for 40 slaves, I ransom them, together with the merchandise and other property belonging to the deceased, which I give up to the new Mashiamvo, who has been proclaimed. This is what has happened to many Mashiamvos, and what must happen to the present one. 69. M24, It appears to have been a Zulu custom to put the king to death as soon as he began to have wrinkles or gray hairs. At least this seems implied in the following passage written by one who resided for some time at the court of the notorious Zulu tyrant Chaka in the early part of the 19th century. The extraordinary violence of the king's rage with me was mainly occasioned by that absurd nostrum, the hair oil, with a notion of which Mr. Farewell had impressed him as being a specific for removing all indications of age. From the first moment of his having heard that such a preparation was attainable, he evinced a solicitude to procure it, and on every occasion never forgot to remind us of his anxiety respecting it. More especially on our departure on the mission his injunctions were particularly directed to this object. It will be seen that it is one of the barbarous customs of the Zulus in their choice or election of their kings that he must neither have wrinkles nor gray hairs, as they are both distinguishing marks of disqualification for becoming a monarch of a warlike people. It is also equally indispensable that their king should never exhibit those proofs of having become unfit and incompetent to reign. It is therefore important that they should conceal these indications so long as they possibly can. Chaka had become greatly apprehensive of the approach of gray hairs, which would at once be the signal for him to prepare to make his exit from this sublunary world, it being always followed by the death of the monarch. 70. The writer to whom we are indebted for this instructive anecdote of the hair oil omits to specify the mode in which a gray-haired and wrinkled Zulu chief used to make his exit from this sublunary world. But on analogy we may conjecture that he did so by the simple and perfectly sufficient process of being knocked on the head. M25. The custom of putting kings to death as soon as they suffered from any personal defect prevailed 2 centuries ago in the Kafir kingdom of Safala, to the north of the present Zululand. We have seen that these kings of Safala, each of whom bore the official name of Quitiv, were regarded as gods by their people, being entreated to give rain or sunshine, according as each might be wanted. 71. Nevertheless a slight bodily blemish, such as the loss of a tooth, was considered a sufficient cause for putting one of these god-men to death. As we learn from the following passage of an old Portuguese historian, it was formerly the custom of the kings of this land to commit suicide by taking poison when any disaster or natural physical defect fell upon them, such as impotence, infectious disease, the loss of their front teeth, by which they were disfigured, or any other deformity or affliction. To put an end to such defects they killed themselves, saying that the king should be free from any blemish, and if not, it was better for his honor that he should die, and seek another life where he would be made whole, for there everything was perfect. But the Quitiv who reigned when I was in those parts would not imitate his predecessors in this, being discreet and dreaded as he was. For having lost a front tooth he caused it to be proclaimed throughout the kingdom that all should be aware that he had lost a tooth, and should recognize him when they saw him without it, and if his predecessors killed themselves for such things they were very foolish, and he would not do so. On the contrary, he would be very sorry when the time came for him to die a natural death, for his life was very necessary to preserve his kingdom and defend it from his enemies. And he recommended his successors to follow his example. 72. The same historian tells us that near the kingdom of Quitiv is another of which Sadanda is king, the laws and customs of which are very similar to those of Quitiv, all these Kafirs being of the same nation, and these 2 kingdoms having formerly been one, as I shall relate hereafter. When I was in Safala it happened that King Sadanda was seized with a severe and contagious leprosy, and, seeing that his complaint was incurable, having named the prince who was to succeed him, he took poison and died, according to the custom of those kings when they are afflicted with any physical deformity. 73. M26. The king of Safala who dared to survive the loss of his front tooth, was thus a bold reformer like Ergamenes, king of Ethiopia. We may conjecture that the ground for putting the Ethiopian kings to death was, as in the case of the Zulu and Safala kings, the appearance on their person of any bodily defect or sign of decay. And that the oracle which the priests alleged as the authority for the royal execution was to the effect that great calamities would result from the reign of a king who had any blemish on his body. just as an oracle warned Sparta against a lame reign, that is, the reign of a lame king. 74. It is some confirmation of this conjecture that the kings of Ethiopia were chosen for their size, strength, and beauty long before the custom of killing them was abolished. 75. To this day the Sultan of Wadai must have no obvious bodily defect, and the king of Angui cannot be crowned if he has a single blemish, such as a broken or a foul tooth or the scar of an old wound. 76. According to the Book of Akale and many other authorities, no king who was afflicted with a personal blemish might reign over Ireland at Tara. Hence, when the great King Cormac Mac Art lost one eye by an accident, he at once abdicated. 77. It is only natural, therefore, to suppose, especially with the other African examples before us, that any bodily defect or symptom of old age appearing on the person of the Ethiopian monarch was the signal for his execution. At a later time it is recorded that if the king of Ethiopia became maimed in any part of his body, all his courtiers had to suffer the same mutilation. 78. But this rule may perhaps have been instituted at the time when the custom of killing the king for any personal defect was abolished. Instead of compelling the king to die because, for example, he had lost a tooth, all his subjects would be obliged to lose a tooth, and thus the invidious superiority of the subjects over the king would be cancelled. A rule of this sort is still observed in the same region at the court of the sultans of Darfur. When the sultan coughs, everyone makes the sound tss by striking the tongue against the root of the upper teeth. When he sneezes, the whole assembly utters a sound like the cry of the jackal. When he falls off his horse, all his followers must fall off likewise. If any one of them remains in the saddle, no matter how high his rank, he is laid on the ground and beaten. 79. At the court of the king of Uganda in Central Africa, when the king laughs, everyone laughs. When he sneezes, everyone sneezes. When he has a cold, everyone pretends to have a cold. When he has his hair cut, so has everybody. 80. At the court of Boni in Salibs it is a rule that whatever the king does all the courtiers must do. If he stands, they stand. If he sits, they sit. If he falls off his horse, they fall off their horses. If he bathes, they bathe, and passers-by must go into the water in the dress, good or bad, which they happen to have on. 81. When the emperor of China laughs, the mandarins in attendance laugh also. When he stops laughing, they stop. When he is sad, their countenances are crestfallen. You would say that their faces are on springs, and that the emperor can touch the springs and set them in motion at pleasure. 82. But to return to the death of the divine king. M27. Many days' journey to the northeast of Ibomi, the old capital of Dahomey, lies the kingdom of Ao. The Aos are governed by a king, no less absolute than the king of Dahomey, yet subject to a regulation of state, at once humiliating and extraordinary. When the people have conceived an opinion of his ill government, which is sometimes insidiously infused into them by the artifice of his discontented ministers, they send a deputation to him with a present of parrots' eggs, as a mark of its authenticity, to represent to him that the burden of government must have so far fatigued him that they consider it full time for him to repose from his cares and indulge himself with a little sleep. He thanks his subjects for their attention to his ease, retires to his own apartment as if to sleep, and there gives directions to his women to strangle him. This is immediately executed, and his son quietly ascends the throne upon the usual terms of holding the reins of government no longer than whilst he merits the approbation of the people. About the year 1774, a king of Ao, whom his ministers attempted to remove in the customary manner, positively refused to accept the proffered parrot's eggs at their hands, telling them that he had no mind to take a nap, but on the contrary was resolved to watch for the benefit of his subjects. The ministers, surprised and indignant at his recalcitrancy, raised a rebellion, but were defeated with great slaughter, and thus by his spirited conduct the king freed himself from the tyranny of his councillors and established a new precedent for the guidance of his successors. 83. However, The old custom seems to have revived and persisted until late in the 19th century, for a Catholic missionary, writing in 1884, speaks of the practice as if it were still in vogue. 84. Another missionary, writing in 1881, thus describes the usage of the Igbos and the Yorubas of West Africa. Among the customs of the country, one of the most curious is unquestionably that of judging and punishing the king. Should he have earned the hatred of his people by exceeding his rights, one of his counselors, on whom the heavy duty is laid, requires of the prince that he shall go to sleep, which means simply take poison and die. If his courage fails him at the supreme moment, a friend renders him this last service, and quietly, without betraying the secret, they prepare the people for the news of the king's death. In Yoruba the thing is managed a little differently. When a son is born to the king of Oyo, they make a model of the infant's right foot in clay and keep it in the house of the elders, Agboni. If the king fails to observe the customs of the country, a messenger, without speaking a word, shows him his child's foot. The king knows what that means. He takes poison and goes to sleep. 85. The old Prussians acknowledged as their supreme lord a ruler who governed them in the name of the gods, and was known as God's mouth, Kurwado. When he felt himself weak and ill, if he wished to leave a good name behind him, he had a great heap made of thorn bushes and straw, on which he mounted and delivered a long sermon to the people, exhorting them to serve the gods, and promising to go to the gods and speak for the people. Then he took some of the perpetual fire which burned in front of the holy oak tree, and, lighting the bough with it, burned himself to death. 86. M28. We need not doubt the truth of this last tradition. Fanaticism or the mere love of notoriety has led men in other ages and other lands to court death in the flames. In antiquity the mountebank Peregrinus, after bidding for fame in the various characters of a Christian martyr, a shameless cynic, and a rebel against Rome, ended his disreputable and vainglorious career by publicly burning himself at the Olympic festival in the presence of a crowd of admirers and scoffers, among whom was the satirist Lucian. 87. Buddhist monks in China sometimes seek to attain nirvana by the same method, the flame of the religious zeal being fanned by a belief that the merit of their death redounds to the good of the whole community, while the praises which are showered upon them in their lives, and the prospect of the honors and worship which await them after death, serve as additional incentives to suicide. The beautiful mountains of Tiantai, in the district of Taichou, are, or were till lately, the scene of many such voluntary martyrdoms. The victims are monks who, weary of the vanities of earth, have withdrawn even from their monasteries and spent years alone in one or other of the hermitages which are scattered among the ravines and precipices of this wild and secluded region. Their fancy having been wrought and their resolution strung to the necessary pitch by a life of solitude and brooding contemplation, they announce their intention and fix the day of their departure from this world of shadows, always choosing for that purpose a festival which draws a crowd of worshippers and pilgrims to one of the many monasteries of the district. Advertisements of the approaching solemnity are posted throughout the country, and believers are invited to attend and assist the martyrs with their prayers. From 3 to 5 monks are said thus to commit themselves to the flames every year at Tiantai. They prepare by fasting and ablution for the last fiery trial of their faith. An upright chest containing a seat is placed in a brick furnace, and the space between the chest and the walls of the furnace is filled with fuel. The doomed man takes his seat in the chest. The door is shut on him and barred. Fire is applied to the combustibles, and consumes the candidate for heaven. When all is over, the charred remains are raked together, worshipped, and reverently buried in a dagoba or shrine destined for the preservation and worship of the relics of saints. The victims, it is said, are not always voluntary. In remote districts unscrupulous priests have been known to stupefy a clerical brother with drugs and then burn him, publicly, an unwilling martyr, as a means of spreading the renown of the monastery and thereby attracting the alms of the faithful. On the 28th of January 1888 the Spiritual Hill Monastery, distant about a day's journey from the city of Wenchao, witnessed the voluntary death, by fire of 2 monks who bore the euphonious names of perceptive intelligence and effulgent glamour. Before they entered the furnaces, the spectators prayed them to become after death the spiritual guardians of the neighborhood, to protect it from all evil influences, and to grant luck in trade, fine seasons, plentiful harvests, and every other blessing. The martyrs complacently promised to comply with these requests, and were thereupon worshipped as living Buddhas, while a stream of gifts poured into the coffers of the monastery. 88. Among the Eskimo of Bering Strait, a shaman has been known to burn himself alive in the expectation of returning to life with much stronger powers than he had possessed before. 89. M29. But the suicides by fire of Chinese Buddhists and Eskimo sorcerers have been far surpassed by the frenzies of Christian fanaticism. In the 17th century, the internal troubles of their unhappy country, viewed in the dim light of prophecy, created a widespread belief among the Russian people that the end of the world was at hand, and that the reign of Antichrist was about to begin. We know from Scripture that the old serpent, which is the devil, has been or will be shut up under lock and key for 1,000 years, 90, and that the number of the beast is 666. 91. A simple mathematical calculation, based on these irrefutable data, pointed to the year 1666 as the date when the final consummation of all things and the arrival of the beast in question might be confidently anticipated. When the year came and went, and still, to the general surprise, the animal failed to put in an appearance, the calculations were revised. It was discovered that an error had crept into them, and the world was respited for another 33 years. But though opinions differed as to the precise date of the catastrophe, the pious were unanimous in their conviction of its proximity. Accordingly, some of them ceased to till their fields, abandoned their houses, and on certain nights of the year expected the sound of the last trump in coffins, which they took the precaution of closing, lest their senses, or what remained of them, should be overpowered by the awful vision of the judgment day. M30. It would have been well if the delusion of their disordered intellects had stopped there. Unhappily, in many cases it went much further, and suicide, universal suicide, was preached by fervent missionaries as the only means to escape the snares of Antichrist and to pass from the sins and sorrows of this fleeting world to the eternal joys of heaven. Whole communities hailed with enthusiasm the gospel of death, and hastened to put its precepts in practice. An epidemic of suicide raged throughout northern and northeastern Russia. At first, the favorite mode of death was by starvation. In the forest of Vetluga, for example, an old man founded an establishment for the use of religious suicides. It was a building without doors and windows. The aspirants to heaven were lowered into it through a hole in the roof, the hatch was battened down on them, and men armed with clubs patrolled the outer walls to prevent the prisoners from escaping. Hundreds of persons thus died a lingering death. At first, the sounds of devotion issued from the walls. But as time went on, these were replaced by entreaties for food, prayers for mercy, and finally, imprecations on the miscreant who had lured these misguided beings to destruction, and on the parents who had brought them into the world to suffer such exquisite torments. Thus death by famine was attended by some obvious disadvantages. It was slow, it opened the door to repentance, it occasionally admitted of rescue. Accordingly, death by fire was preferred, as surer and more expeditious. Priests, monks, and laymen scoured the villages and hamlets preaching salvation by the flames, some of them decked in the spoils of their victims. For the motives of the preachers were often of the best sort. They did not spare even the children, but seduced them by promises of the gay clothes, the apples, the nuts, the honey they would enjoy in heaven. Sometimes when the people hesitated, these infamous wretches decided the wavering minds of their dupes by a false report that the troops were coming to deliver them up to Antichrist, and so to rob them of a blissful eternity. Then men, women, and children rushed into the flames. Sometimes hundreds, and even thousands, thus perished together. An area was enclosed by barricades, fuel was heaped up in it, the victims huddled together, fire set to the whole, and the sacrifice consummated. Any who in their agony sought to escape were driven, or thrown back into the flames, sometimes by their own relations. These sinister fires generally blazed at night, reddening the sky till daybreak. In the morning nothing remained but charred bodies gnawed by prowling dogs. But the stench of burnt human flesh poisoned the air for days afterwards. 92. M31. As the Christians expected the arrival of Antichrist in the year 1666, so the Jews cheerfully anticipated the long-delayed advent of their Messiah in the same fateful year. A Jew of Smyrna, by name Sabbatai Sevi, availed himself of this general expectation to pose as the Messiah in person. He was greeted with enthusiasm. Jews from many parts of Europe hastened to pay their homage and, what was still better, their money to the future deliverer of his country, who in return parceled out among them, with the greatest liberality, estates in the Holy Land which did not belong to him. But the alternative of death by impalement or conversion to Mohammedanism, which the Sultan submitted to his consideration, induced him to revise his theological opinions, and on looking into the matter more closely he discovered that his true mission in life was to preach the total abolition of the Jewish religion and the substitution for it of Islam. 93. Section 3. Kings killed at the end of a fixed term. M32. In the cases hitherto described, the divine king or priest is suffered by his people to retain office until some outward defect, some visible symptom of failing health or advancing age, warns them that he is no longer equal to the discharge of his divine duties. But not until such symptoms have made their appearance is he put to death. Some peoples, however, appear to have thought it unsafe to wait for even the slightest symptom of decay and have preferred to kill the king while he was still in the full vigor of life. Accordingly, they have fixed a term beyond which he might not reign, and at the close of which he must die, the term fixed upon being short enough to exclude the probability of his degenerating physically in the interval. In some parts of southern India the period fixed was 12 years. Thus, according to an old traveller, in the province of Quilacare, about 20 leagues to the northeast of Cape Comorin, there is a Gentile house of prayer, in which there is an idol, which they hold in great account, and every 12 years they celebrate a great feast to it, whither all the Gentiles go as to a jubilee. This temple possesses many lands and much revenue. It is a very great affair. This province has a king over it, who has not more than 12 years to reign from jubilee to jubilee. His manner of living is in this wise, that is to say, when the 12 years are completed, on the day of this feast, there assemble together innumerable people, and much money is spent in giving food to Brahmins. The king has a wooden scaffolding made, spread over with silken hangings, and on that day he goes to bathe at a tank with great ceremonies and sound of music. After that he comes to the idol and prays to it, and mounts onto the scaffolding, and there before all the people he takes some very sharp knives, and begins to cut off his nose, and then his ears, and his lips, and all his members, and as much flesh off himself as he can. And he throws it away very hurriedly until so much of his blood is spilled that he begins to faint, and then he cuts his throat himself. And he performs this sacrifice to the idol, and whoever desires to reign other 12 years and undertake this martyrdom for love of the idol, has to be present looking on at this, and from that place, they raise him up as king. 94. M33, the king of Calicut, on the Malabar coast, bears the title of Somoran or Samori, which in the native language is said to mean God on earth. 95. He pretends to be of a higher rank than the Brahmins, and to be inferior only to the invisible gods. A pretension that was acknowledged by his subjects, but which is held as absurd and abominable by the Brahmins, by whom he is only treated as a Sudra. 96. Formerly the Samoran had to cut his throat in public at the end of a 12 years' reign. But, towards the end of the 17th century the rule had been modified as follows. Many strange customs were observed in this country in former times, and some very odd ones are still continued. It was an ancient custom for the Samoran to reign but 12 years, and no longer. If he died before his term was expired, it saved him a troublesome ceremony of cutting his own throat on a public scaffold erected for the purpose. He first made a feast for all his nobility and gentry, who are very numerous. After the feast he saluted his guests, and went on the scaffold, and very decently cut his own throat in the view of the assembly, and his body was, a little while after, burned with great pomp and ceremony, and the grandees elected a new Samorin. Whether that custom was a religious or a civil ceremony, I know not, but it is now laid aside. And a new custom is followed by the modern Samorans, that Jubilee is proclaimed throughout his dominions, at the end of 12 years, and a tent is pitched for him in a spacious plain, and a great feast is celebrated for 10 or 12 days, with mirth and jollity, guns firing night and day. So at the end of the feast any 4 of the guests that have a mind to gain a crown by a desperate action, in fighting their way through 30 or 40,000 of his guards, and kill the Samoran in his tent, he that kills him succeeds him in his empire. In anno 1695, one of those jubilees happened, and the tent pitched near Penany, a seaport of his, about 15 leagues to the southward of Calicut. There were but 3 men that would venture on that desperate action, who fell in, with sword and target, among the guard, and, after they had killed and wounded many, were themselves killed. One of the desperadoes had a nephew of 15 or 16 years of age, that kept close by his uncle in the attack on the guards, and, when he saw him fall, the youth got through the guards into the tent, and made a stroke at his Majesty's head, and had certainly dispatched him if a large brass lamp, which was burning over his head, had not marred the blow. But, before he could make another, he was killed by the guards. And, I believe, the same Samorin reigns yet. I chanced to come that time along the coast and heard the guns for 2 or 3 days and nights successively. 97. M34. The English traveller, whose account I have quoted, did not himself witness the festival he describes, though he heard the sound of the firing in the distance. Fortunately, exact records of these festivals and of the number of men who perished at them have been preserved in the archives of the royal family at Calicut. In the latter part of the 19th century, they were examined by Mr. W. Logan, with the personal assistance of the reigning king, and from his work it is possible to gain an accurate conception both of the tragedy and of the scene where it was periodically enacted down to 1743, when the ceremony took place for the last time. M35. The festival at which the King of Calicut staked his crown and his life on the issue of battle was known as the Mawamakham or Great Sacrifice. It fell every 12th year, when the planet Jupiter was in retrograde motion in the sign of the Crab, and it lasted 28 days, culminating at the time of the 8th lunar asterism in the month of Makaram. As the date of the festival was determined by the position of Jupiter in the sky, and the interval between 2 festivals was 12 years, which is roughly Jupiter's period of revolution round the Sun, 98, we may conjecture that the splendid planet was supposed to be in a special sense the king's star and to rule his destiny, the period of its revolution in heaven corresponding to the period of his reign on earth. However that may be, the ceremony was observed with a great pomp at the Tirunavai temple, on the north bank of the Panani River. This spot is close to the present railway line. As the train rushes by, you can just catch a glimpse of the temple, almost hidden behind a clump of trees on the river bank. From the western gateway of the temple a perfectly straight road, hardly raised above the level of the surrounding rice fields and shaded by a fine avenue, runs for half a mile to a high ridge with a precipitous bank, on which the outlines of 3 or 4 terraces can still be traced. On the topmost of these terraces the king took his stand on the eventful day. The view which it commands is a fine one. Across the flat expanse of the rice fields, with the broad placid river winding through them, the eye ranges eastward to high tablelands, their lower slopes embowered in woods, while afar off looms the great chain of the Western Ghats, and in the furthest distance the Nilgiris, or Blue Mountains, hardly distinguishable from the azure of the sky above. M36. But it was not to the distant prospect that the king's eyes naturally turned at this crisis of his fate. His attention was arrested by a spectacle nearer at hand. For all the plain below was alive with troops, their banners waving gaily in the sun, the white tents of their many camps standing sharply out against the green and gold of the rice fields. 40,000 fighting men or more were gathered there to defend the king. But, if the plain swarmed with soldiers, the road that cuts across it from the temple to the king's stand was clear of them. Not a soul was stirring on it. Each side of the way was barred by palisades, and from the palisades, on either hand a long hedge of spears, held by strong arms, projected into the empty road, their blades meeting in the middle and forming a glittering arch of steel. All was now ready. The king waved his sword. At the same moment a great chain of massy gold, enriched with bosses, was placed on an elephant at his side. That was the signal. On the instant a stir might be seen half a mile away at the gate of the temple. A group of swordsmen, decked with flowers and smeared with ashes, has stepped out from the crowd. They have just partaken of their last meal on earth, and they now receive the last blessings and farewells of their friends. A moment more and they are coming down the lane of spears, hewing and stabbing right and left at the spearmen, winding and turning and writhing among the blades as if they had no bones in their bodies. It is all in vain. One after the other they fall, some near the king, some further off, content to die, not for the shadow of a crown, but for the mere sake of approving their dauntless valor and swordsmanship to the world. On the last days of the festival the same magnificent display of gallantry, the same useless sacrifice of life was repeated again and again. Yet perhaps no sacrifice is wholly useless, which proves that there are men who prefer honor to life. 99. M37. It is a singular custom in Bengal, says an old native historian of India, that there is little of hereditary descent in succession to the sovereignty. There is a throne allotted for the king. There is, in like manner, a seat or station assigned for each of the emirs, wazirs, and mansabdars. It is that throne and these stations alone which engage the reverence of the people of Bengal. A set of dependents, servants, and attendants are annexed to each of these situations. When the king wishes to dismiss or appoint any person, whosoever is placed in the seat of the one dismissed is immediately attended and obeyed by the whole establishment of dependents, servants, and retainers annexed to the seat which he occupies. Nay, this rule obtains even as to the royal throne itself. Whoever kills the king, and succeeds in placing himself on that throne, is immediately acknowledged as king. All the emirs, wazirs, soldiers, and peasants instantly obey and submit to him, and consider him as being as much their sovereign as they did their former prince, and obey his orders implicitly. The people of Bengal say, "We are faithful to the throne. Whoever fills the throne, we are obedient and true to it." 100. A custom of the same sort formerly prevailed in the little kingdom of Pasir, on the northern coast of Sumatra. The old Portuguese historian de Barros, who informs us of it, remarks with surprise that no wise man would wish to be king of Pasir, since the monarch was not allowed by his subjects to live long. From time to time a sort of fury seized the people, and they marched through the streets of the city chanting with loud voices the fatal words, "The king must die." When the king heard that song of death he knew that his hour had come. The man who struck the fatal blow was of the royal lineage, and as soon as he had done the deed of blood and seated himself on the throne he was regarded as the legitimate king, provided that he contrived to maintain his seat peaceably for a single day. This, however, the regicide did not always succeed in doing. When Fernão Pérez d'Andrade, on a voyage to China, put in at Pasir for a cargo of spices, 2 kings were massacred, and that in the most peaceable and orderly manner, without the smallest sign of tumult or sedition in the city, where everything went on in its usual course, as if the murder or execution of a king were a matter of everyday occurrence. Indeed, on one occasion 3 kings were raised to the dangerous elevation and followed each other on the dusty road of death in a single day. The people defended the custom, which they esteem very laudable and even of divine institution, by saying that God would never allow so high and mighty a being as a king, who reigned as his vicegerent on earth, to perish by violence unless for his sins he thoroughly deserved it. 101. Far away from the tropical island of Sumatra, a rule of the same sort appears to have obtained among the old Slavs. When the captives Gun and Jarmeric contrived to slay the king and queen of the Slavs and made their escape, they were pursued by the barbarians, who shouted after them that if they would only come back they would reign instead of the murdered monarch, since by a public statute of the ancients the succession to the throne fell to the king's assassin. But the flying regicides turned a deaf ear to promises which they regarded as mere baits to lure them back to destruction. They continued their flight, and the shouts and clamor of the barbarians gradually died away in the distance. 102. M38. When kings were bound to suffer death, whether at their own hands or at the hands of others, on the expiration of a fixed term of years, it was natural that they should seek to delegate the painful duty, along with some of the privileges of sovereignty, to a substitute who should suffer vicariously in their stead. This expedient appears to have been resorted to by some of the princes of Malabar. Thus we are informed by a native authority on the country that in some places all powers both executive and judicial were delegated for a fixed period to natives by the sovereign. This institution was styled Thalaveta Prothium or authority, obtained by decapitation. Prothium is the name of a supreme authority of those days. The name of the office is still preserved in the Cochin state, where the village hetman is called a Parathiakaran. This Thalaveta Prothium was a terrible but interesting institution. It was an office tenable for 5 years during which its bearer was invested with supreme despotic powers within his jurisdiction. On the expiry of the 5 years the man's head was cut off and thrown up in the air amongst a large concourse of villagers, each of whom vied with the other in trying to catch it in its course down. He who succeeded was nominated to the post for the next 5 years. 103. A similar delegation of the duty of dying for his country was perhaps practiced by the sultans of Java. At least, such a custom would explain a strange scene which was witnessed at the court of one of these sultans by the famous traveler Ibn Battuta, a native of Tangier, who visited the East Indies in the first half of the 14th century. He says, "During my audience with the Sultan I saw a man who held in his hand a knife like that used by a grape gleaner. He placed it on his own neck and spoke for a long time in a language which I did not understand. After that he seized the knife with both hands at once, and cut his throat. His head fell to the ground, so sharp was the blade, and so great the force with which he used it. I remained dumbfounded at his behavior, but the Sultan said to me, 'Does anyone do like that in your country?' I answered, 'Never did I see such a thing.' He smiled and replied, 'These people are our slaves, and they killed themselves for love of us.' Then he commanded that they should take away him who had slain himself and should burn him. The Sultan's officers, the grandees, the troops, and the common people attended the cremation. The sovereign assigned a liberal pension to the children of the deceased, to his wife, and to his brothers. And they were highly honored because of his conduct. A person who was present at the audience when the event I have described took place, informed me that the speech made by the man who sacrificed himself set forth his devotion to the monarch. He said that he wished to immolate himself out of affection for the sovereign, as his father had done for love of the prince's father, and as his grandfather had done out of regard for the prince's grandfather. 104. We may conjecture that, formerly the sultans of Java, like the kings of Quilakir and Calicut, were bound to cut their own throats at the end of a fixed term of years, but that at a later time they deputed the painful, though glorious, duty of dying for their country to the members of a certain family, who received by way of recompense ample provision during their life and a handsome funeral at death. M39. A similar mode of religious suicide seems to have been often adopted in India, especially in Malabar, during the Middle Ages. Thus we are told by Friar Jordanus that in the Greater India, by which he seems to mean Malabar and the neighboring regions, many sacrifice themselves to the idols. When they are sick or involved in misfortune, they vow themselves to the idol in case they are delivered. Then, when they have recovered, they fatten themselves for 1 or 2 years. And when another festival comes round, they cover themselves with flowers, crown themselves with white garlands, and go singing and playing before the idol, when it is carried through the land. There, after they have shown off a great deal, they take a sword with 2 handles, like those used in curing leather, put it to the back of their neck, and cutting strongly with both hands, sever their heads from their bodies before the idol. 105. Again, Niccolo Conti, who traveled in the East in the early part of the 15th century, informs us that in the city of Cambodge many present themselves, who have determined upon self-immolation, having on their neck a broad, circular piece of iron, the forepart of which is round and the hinder part extremely sharp. A chain attached to the forepart hangs suspended upon the breast, into which the victims, sitting down with their legs drawn up and their neck bent, insert their feet. Then, on the speaker pronouncing certain words, they suddenly stretch out their legs, and at the same time drawing up their neck, cut off their own head, yielding up their lives as a sacrifice to their idols. These men are regarded as saints. 106. Among the Jainshas or Sentangs, a Khasi tribe of Assam, human sacrifices used to be annually offered on the 7th day in the month of Ashwin. Persons often came forward voluntarily and presented themselves as victims. This they generally did by appearing before the Raja on the last day of Shravan and declaring that the goddess had called them to herself. After due enquiry, if the would-be victim were found suitable, it was customary for the Raja to present him with a golden anklet and to give him permission to live as he chose and to do what he liked, the royal treasury undertaking to pay compensation for any damage he might do in the exercise of his remarkable privileges. But the enjoyment of these privileges was very short. On the day appointed, the voluntary victim, after bathing and purifying himself, was dressed in new attire, daubed with red sandalwood and vermilion, and bedecked with garlands. Thus arrayed, he sat for a time in meditation and prayer on a dais in front of the goddess. Then he made a sign with his finger, and the executioner, after uttering the usual formulas, cut off his head, which was thereafter laid before the goddess on a golden plate. The lungs were cooked and eaten by such Chandra yogis as were present, and it is said that the royal family partook of a small quantity of rice cooked in the blood of the victim. The ceremony was usually witnessed by crowds of spectators who assembled from all parts of the neighboring hills. When the supply of voluntary victims fell short, emissaries were sent out to kidnap strangers from other territories, and it was the practice of such manhunts that led to the annexation of the Jiangxia country by the British. 107. M40. When one's kings, who had hitherto been bound to die a violent death, at the end of a term of years, conceived the happy thought of dying by deputing the persons of others, they would very naturally put it in practice. And accordingly we need not wonder at finding so popular an expedient, or traces of it, in many lands. Thus, for example, the Boughs are an aboriginal race of northeastern India, and one of their chief seats is Kanjur. At the installation of a Raja of Kanjur a ceremony is observed which has been described as follows by an English officer who witnessed it. Then the sword, a very rusty old weapon, is placed in the Raja's hands, and one of the Boughs, named Anand Kapat, comes before him, and kneeling sideways, the Raja touches him on the neck as if about to strike off his head, and it is said that in former days there was no fiction in this part of the ceremony. The family of the Kapat hold their lands on the condition that the victim when required shall be produced. Anand, however, hurriedly arose after the accolade and disappeared. He must not be seen for 3 days. Then he presents himself again to the Raja as miraculously restored to life. 108. Here the custom of putting the king's proxy to death has dwindled, probably under English influence, to a mere pretense. But elsewhere it survives, or survived till recent times, in full force. Kasange, a native state in the interior of Angola, is ruled by a king, who bears the title of Jaga. When a king is about to be installed in office, some of the chiefs are dispatched to find a human victim, who may not be related by blood or marriage to the new monarch. When he comes to the king's camp, the victim is provided with everything he requires, and all his orders are obeyed as promptly as those of the sovereign. On the day of the ceremony the king takes his seat on a perforated iron stool. His chiefs, councillors, and the rest of the people forming a great circle round about him. Behind the king sits his principal wife, together with all his concubines. An iron gong, with 2 small bells attached to it, is then struck by an official, who continues to ring the bells during the ceremony. The victim is then introduced and placed in front of the king, but with his back towards him. Armed with his scimitar, the king then cuts open the man's back, extracts his heart, and having taken a bite out of it, spits it out and gives it to be burned. The councillors meantime hold the victim's body so that the blood from the wound spouts against the king's breast and belly, and, pouring through the hole in the iron stool, is collected by the chiefs in their hands, who rub their breasts and beards with it, while they shout, "Great is the king and the rights of the state." After that the corpse is skinned, cut up, and cooked with the flesh of an ox, a dog, a hen, and some other animals. The meal as prepared is served first to the king, then to the chiefs and councillors, and lastly to all the people assembled. Any man who refused to partake of it would be sold into slavery together with his family. 109. The distinction with which the human victim is here treated before his execution suggests that he is a substitute for the king. M41. Scandinavian traditions contain some hints that of old the Swedish kings reigned only for periods of 9 years, after which they were put to death or had to find a substitute to die in their stead. Thus On, king of Sweden, is said to have sacrificed to Odin for a length of days and to have been answered by the god that he should live so long as he sacrificed one of his sons every 9th year. He sacrificed 9 of them in this manner, and would have sacrificed the 10th and last, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. 110. Another indication of a similar tenure of the crown occurs in a curious legend of the disposition and banishment of Odin. Offended at his misdeeds, the other gods outlawed and exiled him, but set up in his place a substitute, Ullr by name, a cunning wizard, to whom they accorded the symbols both of royalty and of godhead. The deputy bore the name of Odin, and reigned for nearly 10 years, when he was driven from the throne, while the real Odin came to his own again. His discomfited rival retired to Sweden and was afterwards slain in an attempt to repair his shattered fortunes. 111. As gods are often merely men who loom large through the mists of tradition, we may conjecture that this Norse legend preserves a confused reminiscence of ancient Swedish kings who reigned for 9 or 10 years together, then abdicated, delegating to others the privilege of dying for their country. The great festival which was held at Uppsala every 9 years may have been the occasion on which the king or his deputy was put to death. We know that human sacrifices formed part of the rites. 112. Section 4. Octennial tenure of the kingship. M42. There are some grounds for believing that the reign of many ancient Greek kings was limited to 8 years, or at least that at the end of every period of 8 years a new consecration, a fresh outpouring of the divine grace, was regarded as necessary in order to enable them to discharge their civil and religious duties. Thus it was a rule of the Spartan constitution that every 8th year the ephors should choose a clear and moonless night and sitting down observe the sky in silence. If, during their vigil they saw a meteor or shooting star, they inferred that the king had sinned against the deity, and they suspended him from his functions until the Delphic or Olympic oracle should reinstate him in them. This custom, which has all the air of great antiquity, was not suffered to remain a dead letter even in the last period of the Spartan monarchy. For in the 3rd century before our era, a king, who had rendered himself obnoxious to the reforming party, was actually deposed on various trumped-up charges, among which the allegation that the ominous sign had been seen in the sky took a prominent place. 113. When we compare this custom with the evidence to be presently attest of an 8 years tenure of the kingship in Greece, we shall probably agree with K.O. Muller, 114, that the quaint Spartan practice was much more than a mere antiquarian curiosity. It was the attenuated survival of an institution which may once have had great significance, and it throws an important light on the restrictions and limitations anciently imposed by religion on the Dorian kingship. What exactly was the import of a meteor in the opinion of the old Dorians we can hardly hope to determine. One thing only is clear, they regarded it as a portent of so ominous and threatening a kind that its appearance under certain circumstances justified and even required the deposition of their king. This exaggerated dread of so simple and natural phenomenon is shared by many savages at the present day. And we shall hardly err in supposing that the Spartans inherited it from their barbarous ancestors, who may have watched with consternation, on many a starry night among the woods of Germany, the flashing of a meteor through the sky. It may be well, even at the cost of a digression, to illustrate this primitive superstition by examples. M43, thus, shooting stars and meteors are viewed with apprehension by the natives of the Andaman Islands, who suppose them to be lighted faggots, hurled into the air by the malignant spirit of the woods in order to ascertain the whereabouts of any unhappy wight in his vicinity. Hence if they happen to be away from their camp when the meteor is seen, they hide themselves and remain silent for a little before they venture to resume the work they were at. For example, if they are out fishing they will crouch at the bottom of the boat. 115. The natives of the Towley River in Queensland believe falling stars to be the fire sticks carried about by the spirits of dead enemies. When they see one shooting through the air, they take it as a sign that an enemy is near, and accordingly they shout and make as much noise as they can. Next morning they all go out in the direction in which the star fell and look for the tracks of their foe. 116. The Turrbal tribe of Queensland thought that a falling star was a medicine man flying through the air and dropping his fire stick to kill somebody. If there was a sick man in the camp, they regarded him as doomed. 117. The Ngarigo of New South Wales believed the fall of a meteor to betoken the place where their foes were mustering for war. 118. The Kadish tribe of Central Australia imagine that the fall of a star marks the whereabouts of a man who has killed another by means of a magical pointing stick or bone. If a member of any group has been killed in this way, his friends watch for the descent of a meteor, march in that direction, slay an enemy there, and leave his body lying on the ground. The friends of the murdered man understand what has happened, and bury his body where the star fell. For they recognize the spot by the softness of the earth. 119. The Mara tribe of Northern Australia suppose a falling star to be one of two hostile spirits, father and son, who live up in the sky and come down occasionally to do harm to men. In this tribe the profession of medicine man is strictly hereditary in the stock which has the falling star for its totem. 120. If these wizards had ever developed into kings, the descent of a meteor at certain times might have had the same fatal significance for them as for the kings of Sparta. The Terry Islanders, to the west of the Bismarck archipelago, make war in the direction in which they have observed a star to fall. 121, probably for a reason like that which induces the Kadish to do the same. M44, when the Barunga of South Africa see a shooting star they spit on the ground to avert the evil omen, and cry, "Go away! Go away all alone!" By this they mean that the light, which is so soon to disappear, is not to take them with it, but to go and die by itself. 122. So when a Maasai perceives the flash of a meteor he spits several times and says, "Be lost! Go in the direction of the enemy." After which he adds, "Stay away from me." 123. The Namaquas are greatly afraid of the meteor which is vulgarly called a falling star, for they consider it a sign that sickness is coming upon the cattle, and to escape it they will immediately drive them to some other parts of the country. They call out to the star how many cattle they have, and beg of it not to send sickness. 124. The Bechuanas are also much alarmed at the appearance of a meteor. If they happen to be dancing in the open air at the time, they will instantly desist and retire hastily to their huts. 125. The Negroes of Guinea regard a falling star as a powerful divinity, and worship it as one of their national gods, by the name of Nyigla or Nigla. In their opinion the falling star is especially a war god who marches at the head of the host and leads it to victory, riding like Castor and Pollux on horseback. But he is also a rain god, and the showers are sent by him from the sky. Special priests are devoted to his worship, with a chief priest at their head, who resides in the capital. They are known by the red staves which they carry and by the high-pointed caps, woven of threads and palm leaves, which they wear on their heads. In times of drought they call upon their god by night with wild owls. Once a year an ox is sacrificed to him at the capital, and the priests consume the flesh. On this occasion the people smear themselves with the pollen of a certain plant and go in procession through the towns and villages, singing, dancing, and beating drums. 126. M45. By some Indians of California, meteors were called children of the moon, and whenever young women saw one of them they fell to the ground and covered their heads, fearing that, if the meteor saw them, their faces would become ugly and diseased. 127. The Tarahumers of Mexico fancy that a shooting star is a dead sorcerer coming to harm a man who harmed him in life. Hence when they see one they huddle together and scream for terror. 128. When a German traveler was living with the Boros of central Brazil, a splendid meteor fell, spreading dismay through the Indian village. It was believed to be the soul of a dead medicine man, who suddenly appeared in this form to announce that he wanted meat, and that, as a preliminary measure, he proposed to visit somebody with an attack of dysentery. Its appearance was greeted with yells from 100 throats. Men, women, and children swarmed out of their huts like ants whose nest has been disturbed. And soon watchfires blazed, round which at a little distance groups of dusky figures gathered, while in the middle, thrown into strong relief by the flickering light of the fire, two red-painted sorcerers reeled and staggered in a state of frantic excitement, snorting and spitting towards the quarter of the sky where the meteor had run its brief but brilliant course. Pressing his right hand to his yelling mouth, each of them held aloft in his extended left, by way of propitiating the angry star, a bundle of cigarettes. There, they seemed to say, all that tobacco will give to ward off the impending visitation. Woe to you, if you do not leave us in peace. 129. The Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco also stand in great fear of meteors, imagining them to be stones hurled from heaven at the wicked sorcerers who have done people to death by their charms. 130. When the Abapones beheld a meteor flashing or heard thunder rolling in the sky, they imagined that one of their medicine men had died, and that the flash of light and the peal of thunder were part of his funeral honors. 131. M46. When the Laughlin Islanders see a shooting star they make a great noise, for they think it is the old woman who lives in the moon coming down to earth to catch somebody who may relieve her of her duties in the moon while she goes away to the happy spirit land. 132. In Vedic India, meteor was believed to be the embodiment of a demon, and on its appearance, certain hymns or incantations, supposed to possess the power of killing demons, were recited for the purpose of expiating the prodigy. 133. 2. This day in India, when women see a falling star, they spit thrice to scare the demon. 134. Some of the Estonians at the present time regard shooting stars as evil spirits. 135. It is a Mohammedan belief that falling stars are demons or jinn who have attempted to scale the sky, and, being repulsed by the angels with stones, are hurled headlong, flaming, from the celestial vault. Hence every true believer at sight of a meteor should say, I take refuge with God from the stone devil. 136. M47. A widespread superstition, of which some examples have already been given, associates meteors or falling stars with the souls of the dead. Often they are believed to be the spirits of the departed on their way to the other world. The Maoris imagine that at death the soul leaves the body and goes to the netherworld in the form of a falling star. 137. The Kingsmill Islanders deemed a shooting star an omen of death to some member of the family which occupied the part of the council house nearest to the point of the sky whence the meteor took its flight. If the star was followed by a train of light, it foretold the death of a woman. If not, the death of a man. 138. When the Wajo Balik tribe of Victoria see a shooting star, they think it is falling with the heart of a man who has been caught by a sorcerer and deprived of his fat. 139. One evening when Mr. Howitt was talking with an Australian black, a bright meteor was seen shooting through the sky. the native watched it and remarked, "An old, black fellow has fallen down there." 140. Among the Errantly tribe of Queensland, the ideas on this subject were even more definite. They thought that after death they went to a place away among the stars, and that to reach it they had to climb up a rope. When they had clambered up they let go the rope, which, as it fell from heaven, appeared to people on earth as a falling star. 141. The natives of the Prince of Wales Islands, off Queensland, are much afraid of shooting stars, for they believe them to be ghosts which, in breaking up, produce young ones of their own kind. 142. The natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain think that meteors are the souls of people who have been murdered or eaten. So at the sight of a meteor flashing they cry out, "The ghost of a murdered man." 143. According to the Sulka of New Britain, meteors are souls which have been flung into the air in order to plunge into the sea. And the train of light which they leave behind them is a burning tail of dry coconut leaves, which has been tied to them by other souls, in order to help them to wing their way through the air. 144. The Kaffirs of South Africa often say that a shooting star is the sign of the death of some chief, and at sight of it, they will spit on the ground as a mark of friendly feeling towards the dead man. 145. Similarly, the Ababu of the Congo Valley think that a chief will die in the village into which a star appears to fall, unless the danger of death be averted by a particular dance. 146. In the opinion of the Maasai, the fall of a meteor signifies the death of someone. At sight of it they pray that the victim may be one of their enemies. 147. The Wambugu of Eastern Africa fancy that the stars are men, of whom one dies whenever a star is seen to fall. 148. The Tin Indians and the Chiglet, Esquimaux of northwestern America believe that human life on Earth is influenced by the stars, and they take a shooting star to be a sign that someone has died. 149. The Lolos, an aboriginal tribe of western China, hold that for each person on Earth there is a corresponding star in the sky. Hence when a man is ill, they sacrifice wine to a star and light 24 lamps outside of his room. On the day after the funeral, they dig a hole in the chamber of death and pray the dead man's star to descend and be buried in it. If this precaution were not taken, the star might fall and hit somebody and hurt him very much. 150. In classical antiquity there was a popular notion that every human being had his own star in the sky, which shone bright or dim according to his good or evil fortune, and fell in the form of a meteor when he died. 151. M48. Superstitions of the same sort are still commonly to be met with in Europe. Thus in some parts of Germany they say that at the birth of a man, a new star is set in the sky, and that as it burns brilliantly or faintly, he grows rich or poor. Finally when he dies it drops from the sky in the likeness of a shooting star. 152. Similarly in Brittany, Transylvania, Bohemia, the Abruzzi, the Romagna, and the Estonian island of Ossel it is thought by some that every man has his own particular star in the sky, and that when it falls in the shape of a meteor he expires. 153. A like belief is entertained by Polish Jews. 154. In Styria they say that when a shooting star is seen a man has just died, or a poor soul been released from purgatory. 155. The Estonians believe that if anyone sees a falling star on New Year's night he will die or be visited by a serious illness that year. 156. In Belgium and many parts of France the people suppose that a meteor is a soul which had just quitted the body, sometimes that it is specially the soul of an unbaptized infant or of someone who has died without absolution. At sight of it they say that you should cross yourself and pray, or that if you wish for something while the star is falling you will be sure to get it. 157. Among the Vosges Mountains in the warm nights of July it is not uncommon to see whole showers of shooting stars. It is generally agreed that these stars are souls, but some difference of opinion exists as to whether they are souls just taking leave of earth, or tortured by the fires of purgatory, or on their passage from purgatory to heaven. 158. The last and most cheering of these views is held by the French peasantry of Beaussy and Perchen by the Italian peasantry of the Abruzzi, and charitable people pray for the deliverance of a soul at the sight of a falling star. 159. The downward direction of its flight might naturally suggest a different goal. And accordingly other people have seen, in the transient flame of a meteor, the descent of a soul from heaven to be born on earth. In the Punjab, for example, Hindus believe that the length of a soul's residence in the realms of bliss is exactly proportioned to the sums which the man distributed in charity during his life. And that when these are exhausted his time in heaven is up and down, he comes. 160. In Polynesia a shooting star was held to be the flight of a spirit, and to presage the birth of a great prince. 161. The Mandans of North America fancied that the stars were dead people, and that when a woman was brought to bed a star fell from heaven, and entering into her, was born as a child. 162. On the Billik frontier of the Punjab each man is held to have a star, and he may not journey in particular directions when his star is in certain positions. If duty compels him to travel in the forbidden direction, he takes care before setting out to bury his star, or rather a figure of it cut out of cloth, so that it may not see what he is doing. 163. M49. Which, if any, of these superstitions moved the barbarous Dorians of old to depose their kings whenever at a certain season a meteor flamed in the sky, we cannot say. Perhaps they had a vague general notion that its appearance signified the dissatisfaction of the higher powers with the state of the Commonwealth. And since in primitive society the king is commonly held responsible for all untoward events, whatever their origin, the natural course was to relieve him of duties which he had proved himself incapable of discharging. But it may be that the idea in the minds of these rude barbarians was more definite. Possibly, like some people in Europe at the present day, they thought that every man had his star in the sky, and that he must die when it fell. The king would be no exception to the rule, and on a certain night of a certain year, at the end of a cycle, it might be customary to watch the sky in order to mark whether the king's star was still in the ascendant or near its setting. The appearance of a meteor on such a night, of a star precipitated from the celestial vault, might prove for the king not merely a symbol but a sentence of death. It might be the warrant for his execution. M50. If the tenure of the regal office was formerly limited among the Spartans to 8 years, we may naturally ask, why was that precise period selected as the measure of a king's reign? The reason is probably to be found in those astronomical considerations which determined the early Greek calendar. The difficulty of reconciling lunar with solar time is one of the standing puzzles which has taxed the ingenuity of men who are emerging from barbarism. Now an octennial cycle is the shortest period at the end of which sun and moon really mark time together after overlapping, so to say, throughout the whole of the interval. Thus, for example, it is only once in every 8 years that the full moon coincides with the longest or shortest day. And as this coincidence can be observed with the aid of a simple dial, the observation is naturally one of the first to furnish a base for a calendar which shall bring lunar and solar times into tolerable, though not exact, harmony. 164. But in early days the proper adjustment of the calendar is a matter of religious concern, since on it depends a knowledge of the right seasons for propitiating the deities, whose favor is indispensable to the welfare of the community. 165. No wonder, therefore, that the king, as the chief priest of the state, or as himself a god, should be liable to deposition or death at the end of an astronomical period. When the great luminaries had run their course on high, and were about to renew the heavenly race, it might well be thought that the king should renew his divine energies, or prove them unabated, under pain of making room for a more vigorous successor. In southern India, as we have seen, the king's reign and life terminated with a revolution of the planet Jupiter round the sun. In Greece, on the other hand, the king's fate seems to have hung in the balance at the end of every 8 years, ready to fly up and kick the beam as soon as the opposite scale was loaded with a falling star. M51. The same train of thought may explain an ancient Greek custom which appears to have required that a homicide should be banished his country, and do penance for a period of 8 or 9 years. 166. With a beginning of a new cycle or great year, as it was called. It might be thought that all nature was regenerate, all old scores wiped out. According to Pindar, the dead whose guilt had been purged away by an abode of 8 years in the netherworld were born again on earth in the 9th year as glorious kings, athletes, and sages. 167. The doctrine may well be an old popular belief rather than a mere poetical fancy. If so, it would supply a fresh reason for the banishment of a homicide during the years that the angry ghost of his victim might at any moment issue from its prison house and pounce on him. Once the perturbed spirit had been happily reborn, he might be supposed to forgive, if not to forget, the man who had done him an injury in a former life. M52. Whatever its origin may have been, this cycle of 8 years appears to have coincided with the normal length of the king's reign in other parts of Greece besides Sparta. Thus Minos, king of Knossos in Crete, whose great palace has been unearthed in recent years, is said to have held office for periods of 8 years together. At the end of each period, he retired for a season to the oracular cave on Mount Ida, and there communed with his divine father Zeus, giving him an account of his kingship in the years that were past, and receiving from him instructions for his guidance in those which were to come. 168. The tradition plainly implies that at the end of every 8 years the king's sacred powers needed to be renewed by intercourse with the Godhead, and that without such a renewal he would have forfeited his right to the throne. We may surmise that among the solemn ceremonies which mark the beginning or the end of the 8-year cycle the sacred marriage of the king with the queen played an important part, and that in this marriage we have the true explanation of the strange legend of Pasiphae and the bull. It was said that Pasiphae, the wife of King Minos, fell in love with a wondrous white bull which rose from the sea, and that in order to gratify her unnatural passion the artist Daedalus constructed a hollow wooden cow, covered with a cow's hide, in which the love-sick queen was hidden while the bull mounted it. The result of their union was the Minotaur, a monster with the body of a man and the head of a bull, whom the king shut up in the labyrinth, a building full of such winding and intricate passages that the prisoner might roam in it forever without finding the way out. 169. The legend appears to reflect a mythical marriage of the sun and moon, which was acted as a solemn rite by the king and queen of Knossos, wearing the masks of a bull and cow respectively. 170. To a pastoral people a bull is the most natural type of vigorous reproductive energy. 171. And as such is a fitting emblem of the sun. Islanders who, like many of the Cretans, see the sun daily rising from the sea, might readily compare him to a white bull issuing from the waves. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Cretans call the sun a bull. 172. Similarly in ancient Egypt the sacred bull Mvis of Heliopolis, the city of the sun, was deemed an incarnation of the sun god. 173. And for thousands of years the kings of Egypt delighted to be styled mighty bull. Many of them inscribed the title on their sarek or cognizance, which set forth their names in their character of descendants of Horus. 174. The identification of Pasiphae, she who shines on all, with the moon was made long ago by Pausanias, who saw her image along with that of the sun in a sanctuary on that wild rocky coast of Messenia where the great range of Taygetus descends seaward in a long line of naked crags. 175. The horns of the waxing or waning moon naturally suggest the resemblance of the luminary to a white cow. Hence, the ancients represented the goddess of the moon drawn by a team of white cattle. 176. When we remember that at the court of Egypt the king and queen figured as god and goddess in solemn masquerades, where the parts of animal-headed deities were played by masked men and women. 177. We need have no difficulty in imagining that similar dramas may have been performed at the court of a Cretan king, whether we suppose them to have been imported from Egypt or to have had an independent origin. M53. The stories of Zeus and Europa, and of Minos and Britomartis or Dictynna appear to be only different expressions of the same myth, different echoes of the same custom. The moon rising from the sea was a fair maiden Europa coming across the heaving billows from the far eastern land of Phoenicia, borne or pursued by her suitor the solar bull. The moon, setting in the western waves was the coy Britomartis or Dictynna, who plunged into the sea to escape the warm embrace of her lover Minos, himself the sun. The story how the drowning maiden was drawn up in a fisherman's net may well be, as some have thought, the explanation given by simple seafaring folk of the moon's reappearance from the sea in the east after she had sunk into it in the west. 178. To the mythical fancy of the ancients, the moon was a coy or a wanton maiden, who either fled from or pursued the sun every month till the fugitive was overtaken and the lovers enjoyed each other's company at the time when the luminaries are in conjunction, namely, in the interval between the old and the new moon. Hence on the principles of sympathetic magic that interval was considered the time most favorable for human marriages. When the sun and moon are wedded in the sky, men and women should be wedded on earth. And for the same reason the ancients chose the interlunar day for the celebration of the sacred marriages of gods and goddesses. Similar beliefs and customs, based on them, have been noted among other peoples. 179. It is likely, therefore, that a king and queen who represented the sun and moon may have been expected to exercise their conjugal rights above all at the time when the moon was thought to rest in the arms of the sun. However that may have been, it would be natural that their union should be consummated with unusual solemnity every 8 years, when the two great luminaries, so to say, meet and mark time together once more after diverging from each other, more or less throughout the interval. It is true that sun and moon are in conjunction once every month, but every month their conjunction takes place at a different point in the sky, until 8 revolving years have brought them together again in the same heavenly bridal chamber where first they met. M54. Without being unduly rash, we may surmise that the tribute of 7 youths and 7 maidens whom the Athenians were bound to send to Minos every 8 years had some connection with the renewal of the king's power for another octennial cycle. Traditions varied as to the fate which awaited the lads and damsels on their arrival in Crete. But the common view appears to have been that they were shut up in the labyrinth, there to be devoured by the Minotaur, or at least to be imprisoned for life. 180. Perhaps they were sacrificed by being roasted alive in a bronze image of a bull, or of a bull-headed man, in order to renew the strength of the king and of the sun, whom he personated. This at all events is suggested by the legend of Talos, a bronze man who clutched people to his breast and leaped with them into the fire, so that they were roasted alive. He is said to have been given by Zeus to Europa, or by Hephaestus to Minos, to guard the island of Crete, which he patrolled thrice daily. 181. According to one account he was a bull. 182. According to another he was the sun. 183. Probably he was identical with the Minotaur, and stripped of his mythical features was nothing but a bronze image of the sun represented as a man with a bull's head. In order to renew the solar fires, human victims may have been sacrificed to the idol by being roasted in its hollow body or placed on its sloping hands and allowed to roll into a pit of fire. It was in the latter fashion that the Carthaginians sacrificed their offspring to Moloch. The children were laid on the hands of a calf-headed image of bronze, from which they slid into a fiery oven, while the people danced to the music of flutes and timbrels to drown the shrieks of the burning victims. 184. The resemblance which the Cretan traditions bear to the Carthaginian practice suggests that the worship associated with the names of Minos and the Minotaur may have been powerfully influenced by that of a Semitic Gaul. 185. In the tradition of Phalaris, tyrant of Agrigentum, and his brazen bull. 186. We may have an echo of similar rites in Sicily, where the Carthaginian power struck deep roots. M55. But perhaps the youths and maidens who were sent across the sea to Knossos had to perform certain religious duties before they were cast into the fiery furnace. The same cunning artist Daedalus who planned the labyrinth and contrived the wooden cow for Pasiphae was said to have made a dance for Ariadne, daughter of Minos. It represented youths and maidens dancing in ranks, the youths armed with golden swords, the maidens crowned with garlands. 187. Moreover, when Theseus landed with Ariadne in Delos on his return from Crete, he and the young companions whom he had rescued from the Minotaur are said to have danced a mazy dance in imitation of the intricate windings of the labyrinth. On account of its sinuous turns, the dance was called the crane. 188. Taken together, these two traditions suggest that the youths and maidens who were sent to Knossos had to dance in the labyrinth before they were sacrificed to the bull-headed image. At all events, there are good grounds for thinking that there was a famous dance which the ancients regularly associated with the Cretan labyrinth. M56. Among the Romans, that dance appears to have been known from the earliest times by the name of Troy or the Game of Troy. Tradition ran that it was imported into Italy by Annius, who transmitted it through his son, Ascanius, to the Alban kings, who in their turn handed it down to the Romans. It was performed by bands of armed youths on horseback. Virgil compares their complicated evolutions to the windings of the Cretan labyrinth. 189. And that the comparison is more than a mere poetical flourish appears from a drawing on a very ancient Etruscan vase found at Tagliatella. The drawing represents a procession of 7 beardless warriors dancing, accompanied by 2 armed riders on horseback, who are also beardless. An inscription proves that the scene depicted is the Game of Troy. And attached to the procession is a figure of the Cretan labyrinth. 190. The pattern of which is well known from coins of Knossos, on which it is often represented. 191. The same pattern, identified by an inscription, Labyrinthus, hic habitat Minotaurus, is scratched on a wall at Pompeii. And it is also worked in mosaic on the floor of Roman apartments, with the figures of Theseus and the Minotaur in the middle. 192. Roman boys appear to have drawn the very same pattern on the ground and to have played a game on it, probably a miniature game of Troy. 193. Labyrinths of similar type occur as decorations on the floors of old churches, where they are known as the Road of Jerusalem. They were used for processions. The garden mazes of the Renaissance were modeled on them. Moreover, they are found very commonly in the north of Europe, marked out either by raised bands of turf or by rows of stones. Such labyrinths may be seen in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, the south coast of Russian Lapland, and even in Iceland. They go by various names, such as Babylon, Wieland's House, Trojaborg, Truberg, and so forth, some of which clearly indicate their connection with the ancient game of Troy. They are used for children's games. 194. M57. A dance or game which has thus spread over Europe and survived in a fashion to modern times must have been very popular, and bearing in mind how often with the decay of old faiths the serious rites and pageants of grown people have degenerated into the sports of children, we may reasonably ask whether Ariadne's dance or the Game of Troy may not have had its origin in religious ritual. The ancients connected it with Knossos and the Minotaur. Now we have seen reason to hold, with many other scholars, that Knossos was the seat of a great worship of the sun, and that the Minotaur was a representative or embodiment of the sun god. May not, then, Ariadne's dance have been an imitation of the sun's course in the sky? And may not its intention have been, by means of sympathetic magic, to aid the great luminary to run his race on high? We have seen that during an eclipse of the sun the Chilcotin Indians walk in a circle, leaning on staves, apparently to assist the laboring orb. In Egypt also, the king, who embodied the sun god, seems to have solemnly walked round the walls of a temple for the sake of helping the sun on his way. 195. If there is any truth in this conjecture, it would seem to follow that the sinuous lines of the labyrinth which the dancers followed in their evolutions may have represented the ecliptic, the sun's apparent annual path in the sky. It is some confirmation of this view that on coins of Knossos the sun or a star appears in the middle of the labyrinth, the place which on other coins is occupied by the Minotaur. 196. M58. On the whole, the foregoing evidence, slight and fragmentary as it is, points to the conclusion that at Knossos the king represented the sun god, and that every 8 years his divine powers were renewed at a great festival, which comprised, first, the sacrifice of human victims by fire to a bull-headed image of the sun, and, second, the marriage of the king disguised as a bull to the queen disguised as a cow, the two personating respectively the sun and the moon. M59. Whatever may be thought of these speculations, we know that many solemn rites were celebrated by the ancient Greeks at intervals of 8 years. 197. Amongst them, 2 deserve to be noticed here, because it has been recently suggested, with some appearance of probability, that they were based on an octennial tenure of the kingship. 198. One was the Festival of the Crowning at Delphi. The other was the Festival of the Laurel-bearing at Thebes. In their general features the 2 festivals seem to have resembled each other very closely. Both represented dramatically the slaying of a great water dragon by a god or hero. In both, the lad who played the part of the victorious god or hero crowned his brows with a wreath of sacred laurel and had to submit to a penance and purification for the slaughter of the beast. At Delphi the legendary slayer of the dragon was Apollo. At Thebes he was Cadmus. 199. At both places the legendary penance for the slaughter seems to have been servitude for 8 years. 200. The evidence for the rites of the Delphic festival is fairly complete, but for the Theban festival it is to be eked out by vase paintings, which represent Cadmus crowned with laurel preparing to attack the dragon or actually in combat with the monster, while goddesses bend over the champion, holding out wreaths of laurel to him as the meed of victory. 201. It is true that in historical times Apollo appears to have ousted Cadmus from the festival, though not from the myth. But at Thebes the god was plainly a late intruder, for his temple lay outside the walls, whereas the most ancient sanctuary stood in the oldest part of the city, the low hill which took its name of Cadmea from the genuine Theban hero Cadmus. 202. It is not impossible that at Delphi also, and perhaps at other places where the same drama was acted. 203. Apollo may have displaced an old local hero in the honorable office of dragon slayer. M60. Both at Thebes and at Delphi the dragon guarded a spring. 204. The water of which was probably deemed oracular. At Delphi the sacred spring may have been either Cassotis or the more famed Castile, which issues from a narrow gorge, shut in by rocky walls of tremendous height, a little to the east of Apollo's temple. The waters of both were thought to be endowed with prophetic power. 205. Probably too, the monster was supposed to keep watch and ward over the sacred laurel, from which the victor in the combat wreathes his brows. For in vase paintings the Theban dragon appears coiled beside the holy tree. 206. And Euripides describes the Delphic dragon as covered by a leafy laurel. 207. At all oracular seats of Apollo his priestess drank of the sacred spring and chewed the sacred laurel before she prophesied. 208. Thus it would seem that the dragon, which at Delphi is expressly said to have been the guardian of the oracle. 209. Had in its custody both the instruments of divination, the holy tree and the holy water. We are reminded of the dragon or serpent, slain by Hercules, which guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides in the happy garden. 210. But, at Delphi the oldest sacred tree appears, as Mr. A. B. Cook has pointed out. 211. To have been not a laurel but an oak. For we are told that, originally the victors in the Pythian games at Delphi wore crowns of oak leaves, since the laurel had not yet been created. 212. Now, like the festival of crowning, the Pythian games were instituted to commemorate the slaughter of the dragon. 213. Like it they were originally held every 8th year. 214. The 2 festivals were celebrated nearly at the same time of the year. 215. And the representative of Apollo in the one and the victors in the other were adorned with crowns made from the same sacred laurel. 216. In short, the 2 festivals appear to have been in origin substantially identical. The distinction between them may have arisen when the Delphians decided to hold the Pythian games every 4th, instead of every 8th year. 217. We may fairly suppose, therefore, that the leaf-crowned victors in the Pythian games, like the laurel-wreathed boy in the festival of crowning, formally acted the part of the god himself. But, if in the beginning these actors in the sacred drama wore wreaths of oak instead of laurel, it seems to follow that the deity whom they personated was the oak god Zeus rather than the laurel god Apollo. From which again, we may infer that Delphi was a sanctuary of Zeus and the oak before it became the shrine of Apollo and the laurel 218. M61. But why should the crown of oak have ceased to be the badge of victory? And why should a wreath of laurel have taken its place? The abandonment of the oak crown may have been a consequence of the disappearance of the oak itself from the neighborhood of Delphi. In Greece, as in Italy, the deciduous trees have for centuries been retreating up the mountain sides before the advance of the evergreens. 219. When the last venerable oak, the rustling of whose leaves in the breeze had long been listened to as oracular, finally succumbed, through age, or was laid low by a storm, the priests may have cast about for a tree of another sort to take its place. Yet they sought it neither in the lower woods of the valley nor in the dark forests which clothe the upper slopes of Parnassus above the frowning cliffs of Delphi. Legend ran that after the slaughter of the dragon, Apollo had purged himself from the stain of blood in the romantic vale of Tempe, where the Peneus flows smoothly in a narrow defile between the lofty wooded steeps of Olympus and Assa. Here the god crowned himself with a laurel wreath, and thither, accordingly at the festival of crowning, his human representative went to pluck the laurel for his brows. 220. The custom, though doubtless ancient, can hardly have been original. We must suppose that in the beginning the dragon guarded tree, whether an oak or a laurel, grew at Delphi itself. But why should the laurel be chosen as a substitute for the oak? Mr. A.B. Cook has suggested a plausible answer. The laurel leaf resembles so closely the leaf of the ilex or holm oak in both shape and color that an untrained observer may easily confuse the two. The upper surface of both is a dark glossy green, the lower surface shows a lighter tint. Nothing, therefore, could be more natural than to make the new wreath out of leaves, which looked so like the old oak leaves that the substitution might almost pass undetected. 221. Whether at Thebes, as at Delphi, the laurel had ousted the oak from the place of honor at the festival of the slaying of the dragon, we cannot say. The oak has long disappeared from the low hills and flat ground in the neighborhood of Thebes, but as late as the 2nd century of our era, there was a forest of ancient oaks not many miles off at the foot of Mount Sotheron. 222. M62. It has been conjectured that in ancient days the persons who wore the wreath of laurel or oak at the octennial festivals of Delphi and Thebes were no other than the priestly kings, who personated the god, slew their predecessors in the guise of dragons, and reigned for a time in their stead. 223. The theory certainly cannot be demonstrated, but there is a good deal of analogy in its favor. An 8 years' tenure of the kingship at Delphi and Thebes would accord with the similar tenure of the office at Sparta and Knossos. And if the kings of Knossos disguised themselves as bulls, there seems no reason why the kings of Delphi and Thebes should not have personated dragons or serpents. In all these cases, the animal whose guise the king assumed would be sacred to the royal family. At first the relation of the beast to the man would be direct and simple. The creature would be revered for some such reason as that for which a savage respects a certain species of animals, for example, because he believes that his ancestors were beasts of the same sort, or that the souls of his dead are lodged in them. In later times the sanctity of the species would be explained by saying that a god had at some time, and for some reason or other, assumed the form of the animal. It is probably not without significance that in Greek mythology the gods in general, and Zeus, in particular, are commonly said to have submitted to this change of shape, for the purpose of prosecuting a love adventure. Such stories may well reflect a custom of a sacred marriage at which the actors played the parts of the worshipful animals. With the growth of culture these local worships, the relics of a barbarous age, would be explained away by tales of the loves of the gods, and, gradually falling out of practice, would survive only as myths. M63. It is said that at the festival of the wolf god Zeus, held every 9 years on the Wolf Mountain in Arcadia, a man tasted of the bowel of a human victim mixed with the bowels of animals, and having tasted it he was turned into a wolf, and remained a wolf for 9 years, when he changed back again into a man if in the interval he had abstained from eating human flesh. 224. The tradition points to the existence of a society of cannibal wolf worshippers, one or more of whom personated, and were, supposed to embody the sacred animal for periods of 9 years together. Their theory and practice would seem to have agreed with those of the human leopard societies of Western Africa, whose members disguise themselves in the skins of leopards with sharp claws of steel. In that guise they attack and kill men in order to eat their flesh or to extract powerful charms from their bodies. 225. Their mode of gaining recruits is like that of the Greek wolf society. When a visitor came to a village inhabited by a leopard society, he was invited to partake of food, in which was mixed a small quantity of human flesh. The guest all unsuspectingly partook of the repast, and was afterwards told that human flesh formed one of the ingredients of the meal, and that it was then necessary that he should join the society, which was invariably done. 226. As the ancient Greeks thought that a man might be turned into a wolf, so these Negroes believe that he can be changed into a leopard. And, like the Greeks, some of them fancy that if the transformed man abstains during his transformation from preying on his fellows he can regain his human shape, but that if he once laps human blood he must remain a leopard forever. 227. M64. The hypothesis that the ancient kings of Thebes and Delphi had for their sacred animal the serpent or dragon, and claimed kinship with the creature, derives some countenance from the tradition that at the end of their lives Cadmus and his wife Harmonia quitted Thebes and went to reign over a tribe of Anchelines or eel men in Illyria, where they were both finally transformed into dragons or serpents. 228. To the primitive mind, an eel is a water serpent. 229. It can hardly, therefore, be an accident that the serpent killer afterwards reigned over a tribe of eel men and himself became a serpent at last. Moreover, according to one account, his wife Harmonia was a daughter of the very dragon which he slew. 230. The tradition would fit in well with the hypothesis that the dragon or serpent was a sacred animal of the old royal house of Thebes, and that the kingdom fell to him who slew his predecessor and married his daughter. We have seen reason to think that such a mode of succession to the throne was common in antiquity. 231. The story of the final transformation of Cadmus and Harmonia into snakes may be a relic of a belief that the souls of the dead kings and queens of Thebes transmigrated into the bodies of serpents, just as Kafir kings turn at death into boa constrictors or deadly black snakes. 232. Indeed, the notion that the souls of the dead lodge in serpents is widely spread in Africa and Madagascar. 233. Other African tribes believe that their dead kings and chiefs turn into lions, leopards, hyenas, pythons, hippopotamuses, or other creatures, and the animals are respected and spared accordingly. 234. In like manner the Semang and other wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula imagine that the souls of their chiefs, priests, and magicians transmigrate at death into the bodies of certain wild beasts, such as elephants, tigers, and rhinoceroses, and that in their bestial form the dead men extend a benign protection to their living, human kinsfolk. 235. Even during their lifetime kings in rude society sometimes claim kinship with the most formidable beasts of the country. Thus the royal family of Dahomey specially worships the leopard. Some of the king's wives are distinguished by the title of leopard wives, and on state occasions they wear striped cloths to resemble the animal. 236. 1. King of Dahomey, on whom the French made war, bore the name of Shark. Hence in art he was represented sometimes with a shark's body and a human head, sometimes with a human body and the head of a shark. 237. The Trocadero Museum at Paris contains the wooden images of 3 kings of Dahomey who reigned during the 19th century, and who are all represented partly in human and partly in animal form. One of them, Gazo, bore the surname of the cock, and his image represents him as a man, covered with feathers. His son Glou, who succeeded him on the throne, was surnamed the lion, and his effigy is that of a lion rampant with tail, raised and hair on his body, but with human feet and hands. Glou was succeeded on the throne by his son Behanzin, who was surnamed the shark, and his effigy portrays him standing upright with the head and body of a fish, the fins and scales being carefully represented, while his arms and legs are those of a man. 238. Again, a king of Benin was called Panther, and a bronze statue of him, now in the Anthropological Museum at Berlin, represents him with a panther's whiskers. 239. Such portraits furnish an exact parallel to what I convey to be the true story of the Minotaur. On the Gold Coast of Africa, a powerful ruler is commonly addressed as O Elephant or O Lion, and one of the titles of the king of Ashanti, mentioned at great ceremonies, is Bough, the name of a venomous snake. 240. It has been argued that King David belonged to a serpent family, and that the brazen serpent, which down to the time of Hezekiah, was worshipped with fumes of burning incense, 241, represented the old, sacred animal of his house. 242. In Europe, the bull, the serpent, and the wolf would naturally be on the list of royal beasts. M65. If the king's soul was believed to pass at death into the sacred animal, a custom might arise of keeping live creatures of the species in captivity and revering them as the souls of dead rulers. This would explain the Athenian practice of keeping a sacred serpent on the Acropolis and feeding it with honey cakes. For the serpent was identified with Erichthonius or Erechtheus, one of the ancient kings of Athens, of whose palace some vestiges have been discovered in recent times. The creature was supposed to guard the citadel. During the Persian invasion, a report that the serpent had left its honey cake untasted was one of the strongest reasons which induced the people to abandon Athens to the enemy. They thought that the holy reptile had forsaken the city. 243. Again, Cecrops, the first king of Athens, is said to have been half serpent and half man. 244. In art he is represented as a man from the waist upwards, while the lower part of his body consists of the coils of a serpent. 245. It has been suggested that like Erechtheus he was identical with a serpent on the Acropolis. 246. Once more, we are told that Cycrus gained the kingdom of Salamis by slaying a snake which ravaged the island. 247. But that after his death he, like Cadmus, appeared in the form of the reptile. 248. Some say that he was a man who received the name of Snake on account of his cruelty. 249. Such tales may preserve reminiscences of kings who assumed the style of serpents in their lifetime and were believed to transmigrate into serpents after death. Like the dragons of Thebes and Delphi, the Athenian serpent appears to have been conceived as a creature of the waters. For the serpent man Erechtheus was identified with the water god Poseidon. 250. And in his temple, the Erechtheum, where the serpent lived, there was a tank which went by the name of the Sea of Erechtheus. 251. M66. If the explanation of the 8-year cycle which I have adopted holds good for Thebes and Delphi, the octennial festivals held at these places probably had some reference to the sun and moon, and may have comprised a sacred marriage of these luminaries. The solar character of Apollo, whether original or adventitious, lends some countenance to this view, but at both Delphi and Thebes the god was apparently an intruder who usurped the place of an older god or hero at the festival. At Thebes that older hero was Cadmus. Now Cadmus was a brother of Europa, who appears to have been a personification of the moon conceived in the form of a cow. 252. He traveled westward seeking his lost sister till he came to Delphi, where the oracle bade him give up the search and follow a cow, which had the white mark of the full moon on its flank. Wherever the cow fell down exhausted, there he was to take up his abode and found a city. Following the cow in the directions of the oracle he built Thebes. 253. Have we not here in another form the myth of the moon pursued and at last overtaken by the sun? And the famous wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia, to attend which all the gods came down from heaven. 254. May it not have been at once the mythical marriage of the great luminaries and the ritual marriage of the king and queen of Thebes masquerading, like the king and queen of Knossos, in the character of the lights of heaven at the octennial festival which celebrated and symbolized the conjunction of the sun and moon after their long separation, their harmony after 8 years of discord? A better name for the bride at such a wedding could hardly have been chosen than Harmonia. M67. This theory is supported by a remarkable feature of the festival. At the head of the procession, Immediately in front of the laurel bearer, walked a youth who carried in his hands a staff of olive wood draped with laurels and flowers. To the top of the staff was fastened a bronze globe, with smaller globes hung from it. To the middle of the staff were attached a globe of medium size and 365 purple ribands, while the lower part of the staff was swathed in a saffron pall. The largest globe, we are told, signified the sun, the smaller the moon, and the smallest the stars, and the purple riband stood for the course of the year, being equal in number to the days comprised in it. 255. The choir of virgins who followed the laurel bearer singing hymns. 256. May have represented the Muses, who are said to have sung and played at the marriage of Cadmus and Harmonia. Down to late times the very spot in the marketplace was shewn where they had discoursed their heavenly music. 257. We may conjecture that the procession of the laurel-bearing was preceded by a dramatic performance of the slaying of the dragon, and that it was followed by a pageant representative of the nuptials of Cadmus and Harmonia in the presence of the gods. On this hypothesis, Harmonia, the wife of Cadmus, is only another form of his sister Europa, both of them being personifications of the moon. Accordingly, in the Samothracian mysteries, in which the marriage of Cadmus and Harmonia appears to have been celebrated, it was Harmonia and not Europa whose wanderings were dramatically represented. 258. The gods who quitted Olympus to grace a wedding by their presence were probably represented in the rites, whether celebrated at Thebes or in Samothrace, by men and women attired as deities. In like manner, at the marriage of a pharaoh the courtiers masqueraded in the likeness of the animal-headed Egyptian gods. 259. Within historical times the great Olympic festival was always held at intervals of 4, not of 8, years. Yet it too would seem to have been based on the octennial cycle, for it always fell on a full moon, at intervals of 50 and of 49 lunar months alternately. 260. Thus, the total number of lunar months comprised in 2 successive Olympiads was 99, which is precisely the number of lunar months in the octennial cycle. 261. It is possible that, as K.O. Muller conjectured, 262, the Olympic Games may, like the Pythian, have originally been celebrated at intervals of 8 instead of 4 years. If that was so, analogy would lead us to infer that the festival was associated with a mythical marriage of the sun and moon. A reminiscence of such a marriage appears to survive in the legend that Endymion, the son of the first king of Elis, had 50 daughters by the moon, and that he set his sons to run a race for the kingdom at Olympia. 263. 4. As scholars have already perceived, Endymion is the sunken sun overtaken by the moon below the horizon, and his 50 daughters by her are the 50 lunar months of an Olympiad, or, more strictly speaking, of every alternate Olympiad. 264. If the Olympic festival always fell, as many authorities have maintained, at the first full moon after the summer solstice, 265, the time would be eminently appropriate for a marriage of the luminaries, since both of them might then be conceived to be at the prime of their vigor. M68. It has been ingeniously argued by Mr. A. B. Cook, 266, that the Olympic victors in the chariot race were the lineal successors of the old rulers, the living embodiments of Zeus, whose claims to the kingdom were decided by race, as in the legend of Endymion and his sons, and who reigned for a period of 4, perhaps originally of 8 years, after which they had again, like Enemos, to stake their right to the throne on the issue of a chariot race. Certainly the 4-horse car in which they raced assimilated them to the sun god, who was commonly supposed to drive through the sky in a similar fashion. 267. While the crown of sacred olive, which decked their brows, 268, likened them to the great god Zeus himself, whose glorious image at Olympia wore a similar wreath. 269. But if the olive crown victor in the men's race at Olympia represented Zeus, it becomes probable that the olive crown victor in the girls' race, which was held every 4th year at Olympia in honor of Hera, 270, represented, in like manner, the god's wife. And that in former days the two together acted the part of the god and goddess in that sacred marriage of Zeus and hero which is known to have been celebrated in many parts of Greece. 271. This conclusion is confirmed by the legend that the girl's race was instituted by Hippodamia in gratitude for her marriage with Pelops. 272. For if Pelops as victor in the chariot race represented Zeus, his bride would naturally play the part of Hera. But under the names of Zeus and Hera, the pair of Olympic victors would seem to have really personated the sun and moon, who were the true heavenly bridegroom and bride of the ancient octennial festival. 273. In the decline of ancient civilization, the old myth of the marriage of the great luminaries was revived by the crazy fanatic and libertine, the Emperor Heliogabalus, who fetched the image of Astarte, regarded as the moon goddess, from Carthage to Rome and wedded it to the image of the Syrian sun god, commanding all men at Rome and throughout Italy to celebrate with joy and festivity the solemn nuptials of the god of the sun with the goddess of the moon. 274. Section 5. Funeral Games. M69. But a different and at first sight inconsistent explanation of the Olympic festival deserves to be considered. Some of the ancients held that all the great games of Greece, the Olympic, the Nemean, the Isthmian, and the Pythian, were funeral games celebrated in honor of the dead. 275. Thus, the Olympic Games were supposed to have been founded in honor of Pelops. 276. The great legendary hero, who had a sacred precinct at Olympia, where he was honored above all the other heroes and received annually the sacrifice of a black ram. 277. Once a year too, all the lads of Peloponnese are said to have lashed themselves on his grave at Olympia, till the blood streamed down their backs as a libation to the departed hero. 278. Similarly at Roman funerals the women scratched their faces, till they bled for the purpose, as Varro tells us, of pleasing the ghost, with the sight of the flowing blood. 279. So too, among the aborigines of Australia mourners sometimes cut and hack themselves and allow the streaming blood to drip on the dead body of their kinsman or into the grave. 280. Among the eastern islanders of Torres Straits in like manner, youths who had lately been initiated and girls who had attained to puberty, used to have the lobes of their ears cut as a mourning ceremony, and the flowing blood was allowed to drip on the feet of the corpse as a mark of pity or sorrow. Moreover, young adults of both sexes had patterns cut in their flesh with a sharp shell so that the blood fell on the dead body. 281. The similarity of these savage rites to the Greek custom, observed at the grave of Pelops, suggests that the tomb was not a mere cenotaph, but that it contained the actual remains of the dead hero, though these have not been discovered by the German excavators of Olympia. In like manner the Nemean Games are said to have been celebrated in honor of the dead Ophites, whose grave was shewn at Nemea. 282. According to tradition, the Isthmian Games were instituted in honor of the dead Melicertes, whose body had been washed ashore at the Isthmus of Corinth. It is said that when this happened a famine fell upon the Corinthians, and an oracle declared that the evil would not cease until the people paid due obsequies to the remains of the drowned Melicertes and honored him with funeral games. The Corinthians complied with the injunction for a short time. But as soon as they omitted to celebrate the games, the famine broke out afresh, and the oracle informed them that the honors paid to Melicertes must be eternal. 283. Lastly, the Pythian Games are said to have been celebrated in honor of the dead dragon or serpent Python. 284. M70. These Greek traditions as to the funeral origin of the great games are strongly confirmed by Greek practice in historical times. Thus in the Homeric age funeral games, including chariot races, foot races, wrestling, boxing, spear throwing, quoit throwing, and archery, were celebrated in honor of dead kings and heroes at their burials. 285. In the 5th century before Christ, when Miltiades, the victor of Marathon, died in the Thracian Chersonese, the people offered sacrifices to him as their founder, and instituted equestrian and athletic games in his honor, in which no citizen of Lampsacus was allowed to contend. 286. Near the theatre at Sparta there were two graves. One contained the bones of the gallant Leonidas, which had been brought back from the pass of Thermopylae to rest in Spartan earth. The other held the dust of King Pausanias, who commanded the Greek armies on the great day when they routed the Persian host at Plataea, but who lived to tarnish his laurels and to die a traitor's death. Every year speeches were spoken over these graves and games were held in which none but Spartans might compete. 287. Perhaps in the case of Pausanias the games were intended rather to avert his anger than to do him honor. For we are told that wizards were fetched even from Italy to lay the traitor's unquiet ghost. 288. Again, when the Spartan general, Brasidas, defending Amphipolis in Thrace against the Athenians, fell, mortally wounded before the city and just lived, like wolf on the heights, of Abraham, to learn that his men were victorious, all the allies in arms, followed the dead soldier to the grave. And the grateful citizens fenced his tomb about, sacrificed to him as a hero, and decreed that his memory should be honored henceforth with games and annual sacrifices. 289. So, too, when Timoleon, the savior of Syracuse, died in the city which he had delivered from tyrants within and defended against enemies without, vast multitudes of men and women, crowned with garlands and clad in clean raiment, attended all that was mortal of their benefactor to the funeral pyre, the voices of praise and benediction mingling with the sound of lamentations and sobs. And when at last the bier was laid on the pyre, a herald chosen for his sonorous voice proclaimed that the people of Syracuse were burying Timoleon, and that they would honor him for all time to come with musical, equestrian, and athletic games, because he had put down the tyrants, conquered the foreign foe, rebuilt the cities that had been laid waste, and restored their free constitutions to the Sicilians. 290. In dedicating the great mausoleum at Halicarnassus to the soul of her dead husband Mausolus, his widow Artemisia instituted a contest of eloquence in his memory, prizes of money and other valuables being offered to such as should pronounce the most splendid panegyrics on the departed. Isocrates himself is said to have entered for the prize but to have been vanquished by his pupil Theopompus. 291. Alexander the Great prepared to pay honor to his dead friend Hephaestion by celebrating athletic and musical contests on a greater scale than had ever been witnessed before, and for this purpose he actually assembled 3,000 competitors, who shortly afterwards contended at the funeral games of the great conqueror himself. 292. M71. Nor were the Greeks in the habit of instituting games in honor only of a few distinguished individuals. They sometimes established them to perpetuate the memory or to appease the ghosts of large numbers of men who had perished on the field of battle or been massacred in cold blood. When the Carthaginians and Tyrrhenians together had beaten the Phaeacians in a sea fight, they landed their prisoners near Agylla in Etruria and stoned them all to death. After that, whenever the people of Agylla or their oxen, or their sheep passed the scene of the massacre, they were attacked by a strange malady, which distorted their bodies and deprived them of the use of their limbs. So they consulted the Delphic oracle, and the priestess told them that they must offer great sacrifices to the dead Phaeacians and institute equestrian and athletic games in their honor. 293. No doubt to appease the angry ghosts of the murdered men, who were supposed to be doing the mischief. At Plataea down to the 2nd century of our era might be seen the graves of the men who fell in the great battle with the Persians. Sacrifices were offered to them every year with great solemnity. The chief magistrate of Plataea, clad in a purple robe, washed with his own hands the tombstones and anointed them with scented oil. He slaughtered a black bull over a burning pyre and called upon the dead warriors to come and partake of the banquet and the blood. Then filling a bowl of wine and pouring a libation he said, "I drink to the men who died for the freedom of Greece." Moreover, games were celebrated every 4th year in honor of these heroic dead, the principal prizes being offered for a race in armor. 294. At Athens funeral games were held in the academy to commemorate the men slain in war who were buried in the neighboring Ceramicus, and sacrifices were offered to them at a pit. The games were superintended and the sacrifices offered by the polemarch or minister of war. 295. M72. Similar honors have been paid to the spirits of the departed by many other peoples both ancient and modern. Thus in antiquity the Thracians burned or buried their dead, and having raised mounds over their remains they held games of all kinds on the spot, assigning the principal prizes to victory in single combat. 296. At Rome, funeral games were celebrated and gladiators fought in honor of distinguished men who had just died. The games were sometimes held in the Forum. Thus in the year 216 BC, when Marcus Aemilius Lepidus died, who had been twice consul, his 3 sons celebrated funeral games in the Forum for 3 days, and 22 pairs of gladiators fought on the occasion. 297. Again, in the year 200 BC, funeral games were held for 4 days in the Forum, and 25 pairs of gladiators fought in honor of the deceased M. Valerius Laevinus, the expense of the ceremonies being defrayed by the 2 sons of the dead man. 298. Once more, when the Pontifex Maximus, Publicius, Licinius Crassus, died at the beginning of the year 183 BC, funeral games were celebrated in his honor for 3 days. 120 gladiators fought, and the ceremonies concluded with a banquet, for which the tables were spread in the Forum. 299. These games and combats were doubtless intended to please and soothe the ghost of the recently departed, just as we saw that Roman women lacerated their faces for a similar purpose. Similarly, when the southern Nicobarese dig up the bones of their dead, clean them, and bury them again, they hold a feast at which sham fights with quarterstaves take place to gratify the departed spirit. 300. In Futuna, an island of the South Pacific, when a death has taken place, friends express their grief by cutting their faces, breast, and arms with shells, and at the funeral festival which follows, pairs of boxers commonly engage in combats by way of honoring the deceased. 301. In Laos, a province of Siam, boxers are similarly engaged to bruise each other at the festival which takes place when the remains of a chief or other important person are cremated. The festival lasts 3 days, but it is while the pyre is actually blazing that the combatants are expected to batter each other's heads with the utmost vigor. 302. Among the Kyrgyz, the anniversary of the death of a rich man is celebrated with a great feast and with horse races, shooting matches, and wrestling matches. It is said that thousands of sheep and hundreds of horses, besides slaves, coats of mail, and a great many other objects, are sometimes distributed as prizes among the winners. 303. The Bashkirs, a Tartar people of mixed extraction, bury their dead, and always end the obsequies with horse races. 304. Among some of the North American Indians, contests in running, shooting, and so forth formed part of the funeral celebration. 305. M73. The Bedouin of the Sinaitic Peninsula observe a great annual festival at the grave of the Prophet Salih, and camel races are included in the ceremonies. At the end of the races a procession takes place round the Prophet's grave, after which the sacrificial victims are led through the door of the mortuary chapel, their ears are cut off, and the doorposts are smeared with their streaming blood. 306. The custom of holding funeral games in honor of the dead appears to be common among the people of the Caucasus. Thus in Circassia the anniversary of the death of a distinguished warrior or chief is celebrated for years with horse races, foot races, and various kinds of martial and athletic exercises, for which prizes are awarded to the successful competitors. 307. Among the Kiwasers, another people of the Caucasus, horse races are held at the funeral of a rich man, and prizes of cattle and sheep are given to the winners. Poorer folk content themselves with a competition in shooting and with more modest prizes. Similar celebrations take place on the anniversary of the death. 308. In like manner shooting matches form a feature of an annual festival of All Souls, when the spirits of departed Kiwasers are believed to revisit their old village. Adults and children alike take part in the matches, the adults shooting with guns and the children with bows and arrows. The prizes consist of loaves, stockings, gloves, and so forth. 309. Among the ape chases, another people of the Caucasus, 2 years after a death a memorial feast is held in honor of the deceased, at which animals are killed and measures taken to appease the soul of the departed. for they believe that if the ghost is discontented he can injure them and their property. The horse of the deceased figures prominently at the festival. After the guests have feasted at a long table spread in the open air, the young men perform evolutions on horseback which are said to recall the tournaments of the Middle Ages, and children of 8 or 9 years of age ride races on horseback. 310. M74. Thus it appears that many different peoples have been in the habit of holding games, including horse races, in honor of the dead. And as the ancient Greeks unquestionably did so within historical times for men whose existence is as little open to question as that of Wellington and Napoleon, we cannot dismiss as improbable the tradition that the Olympic, and perhaps other great Greek games were instituted to commemorate real men who once lived, died, and were buried on the spot where the festivals were afterwards held. When the person so commemorated had been great and powerful in his lifetime, his ghost would be deemed great and powerful after death, and the games celebrated in his honor might naturally attract crowds of spectators. The need of providing food and accommodation for the multitude which assembled on these occasions would in turn draw numbers of hucksters and merchants to the spot, and thus what in its origin had been a solemn religious ceremony might gradually assume more and more the character of a fair, that is, of a concourse of people, brought together mainly for purposes of trade and amusement. This theory might account for the origin not only of the Olympic and other Greek games, but also for that of the great fairs or public assemblies of ancient Ireland which have been compared, not without reason, to the Greek games. Indeed, the two most famous of these Irish festivals, in which horse races played a prominent part, are actually said to have been instituted in honor of the dead. Most celebrated of all was the fair of Teltiu or Telton, held at a place in the county of Meath which is now called Teltown on the Blackwater, midway between Navan and Kells. The festival lasted for a fortnight before Lammas, the 1st of August, and a fortnight after it. Among the manly sports and contests which formed a leading feature of the fair, horse races held the principal place. But trade was not neglected, and among the wares brought to market were marriageable women, who, according to a tradition which survived into the 19th century, were bought and sold as wives for 1 year. The very spot where the marriages took place is still pointed out by the peasantry. They call it Marriage Hollow. Multitudes flocked to the fair not only from all parts of Ireland, but even from Scotland. It is officially recorded that in the year 1169 AD, the horses and chariots alone, exclusive of the people on foot, extended in a continuous line for more than 6 English miles, from Telton to Mullagh 80, now the hill of Lloyd near Kells. The Irish historians relate that the fair of Telton was instituted by Lug in honor of his foster mother Teltiu, whom he buried under a great sepulchral mound on the spot, ordering that a commemorative festival with games and sports should be celebrated there, annually forever. 311. The other great fair of ancient Ireland was held only once in 3 years at Carman, now called Wexford, in Leinster. It began on Lammas Day, the 1st of August, and lasted 6 days. A horse race took place on each day of the festival. In different parts of the green there were separate markets for victuals, for cattle and horses, and for gold and precious stuffs of the merchants. Harpers harped and pipers piped for the entertainment of the crowds, and in other parts of the fair bards recited in the ears of rapt listeners old romantic tales of forays and cattle raids, of battles and murders, of love and courtship and marriage. Prizes were awarded to the best performers in every art. In the Book of Ballymote the fair of Carman or Garman is said to have been founded in accordance with the dying wish of a chief named Garman, who was buried on the spot, after begging that a fair of mourning, Enoch, and Bough should be instituted for him and should bear his name forever. It was considered an institution of great importance, and among the blessings promised to the men of Leinster from holding it and duly celebrating the established games, were plenty of corn, fruit and milk, abundance of fish in their lakes and rivers, domestic prosperity, and immunity from the yoke of any other province. On the other hand, the evils to follow from the neglect of this institution were to be failure and early greyness on them and their kings. 312. M75. Nor were these two great fairs the only ancient Irish festivals of the sort which are reported to have been founded in honor of the dead. The annual fair at Emain is said to have been established to lament the death of Queen Matra of the Golden Hair, who had her palace on the spot. 313. In short, most of the great meetings, by whatever name known, had their origin in funeral games. Tara, Teltine, Lachtka, Ushna, Cruachan, Emain Macha and other less prominent meeting places are well known as ancient pagan cemeteries, in all of which many illustrious, semi-historical personages were interred, and many sepulchral monuments remain in them to this day. 314. There was a notion that Carmen was a cemetery, that their kings and queens had been buried, and that the games and horse races, which formed the principal attraction of the fair, had been instituted in honor of the dead folk on whose graves the feet of the assembled multitude were treading. The same view is taken of the fairs of Teltiu and Cruachan. Teltiu and Cruachan were cemeteries before they served periodically as places of assembly for business and pleasure. 315. The tombs of the first kings of Ulster were at Teltin. 316. M76. If we ask whether the tradition as to the funeral origin of these great Irish fairs is true or false, it is important to observe the date at which they were commonly celebrated. The date was the 1st of August, or Lugnasad, that is, the Nesad or Games of Lug, as the day is still called, in every part of Ireland. 317. This was the date of the Great Fair of Cruachan. 318, as well as of Teltin and Carmen. Now the 1st of August is our Lammas Day, a name derived from the Anglo-Saxon Lathmas, that is, loaf mass or bread mass, and the name marks the day as a mass or feast of thanksgiving for the first fruits of the corn harvest, which in England and Ireland usually ripen about that time. The feast seems to have been observed with bread of new wheat, and therefore in some parts of England, and even in some near Oxford, the tenants are bound to bring in wheat of that year to their lord, on or before the 1st of August. 319. But if the festival of the 1st of August was in its origin an offering of the first fruits of the corn harvest, we can easily understand the great importance which the ancient Irish attached to it, and why they should have thought that its observance ensured a plentiful crop of corn, as well as abundance of fruit and milk and fish, whereas the neglect of the festival would entail the failure of these things and cause the hair of their kings to turn prematurely gray. 320. For it is a widespread custom among primitive agricultural peoples to offer the first fruits of the harvest to divine beings, whether gods or spirits, before any person may eat of the new crops. 321. And wherever such customs are observed, we may assume that an omission to offer the first fruits must be supposed to endanger the crops and the general prosperity of the community, by exciting the wrath of the gods or spirits, who conceive themselves to be robbed of their dues. Now among the divine beings who are thus propitiated, the souls of dead ancestors take in many tribes a prominent or even exclusive place, and that these ancestors are not creations of the mythical fancy but were once men of flesh and blood, is sometimes demonstrated by the substantial evidence of their skulls, to which the offerings are made and in which the spirits are supposed to take up their abode for the purpose of partaking of the food presented to them. Sometimes the ceremony is designated by the expressive name of feeding the dead. 322. M77. All this tends to support the traditional explanation of the great Irish fairs held at the beginning of August, when the first corn is ripe. 4 of these festivals were indeed celebrated, as they are said to have been, at cemeteries where kings and other famous men were buried, and if the horse races and other games, which formed the most prominent feature of the celebrations, were indeed instituted, as they are said to have been, in honor of dead men and women, we can perfectly understand why the observance of the festivals and the games was supposed to ensure a plentiful harvest and abundance of fruit and fish, whereas the neglect to celebrate them was believed to entail the failure of these things. So long as the spirits of the dead men and women, who were buried on the spot, received the homage of their descendants in the shape of funeral games and, perhaps of first fruits, so long would they bless their people with plenty, by causing the earth to bring forth its fruits, the cows to yield milk, and the waters to swarm with fish. Whereas if they deemed themselves slighted and neglected, they would avenge their wrongs by cutting off the food supply and afflicting the people with dearth and other calamities. Among these threatened calamities, the premature grayness of the kings is specially mentioned, and was probably deemed not the least serious. For we have seen that the welfare of the whole people is often deemed to be bound up with the physical vigor of the king, and that the appearance of gray hairs on his head and wrinkles on his face is sometimes viewed with apprehension and proves the signal for putting him to death. 323. Similarly, the ape chasers of the Caucasus imagine that if they do not honor a dead man by horse races and other festivities, his ghost will be angry with them and visit his displeasure on their persons and their property. 324. In this connection, it is significant that the celebration of the Isthmian Games at Corinth in honor of the dead Melicertes is said to have been instituted for the purpose of staying a famine, and that the intermission of the games was immediately followed by a fresh visitation of the calamity. 325. Analogy suggests that the famine may have been ascribed to the anger of the ghost of Melicertes at the neglect of his funeral honors. M78. Thus, on the whole, the theory of the funeral origin of the great Greek games is supported not only by Greek tradition and Greek custom but by the evidence of parallel customs observed in many lands. Yet the theory seems hardly adequate to explain all the features in the legends of the foundation and early history of the Olympic Games. For if these contests were instituted merely to please and propitiate the soul of a prince named Pelops who was buried on the spot, what are we to make of the tradition that the foot race was founded in order to determine the successor to the kingdom? 326. Or of the similar, though not identical, tradition that the kingdom and the hand of the king's daughter were awarded as the prize to him who could vanquish the king in a chariot race, while death was the penalty inflicted on the beaten charioteer. 327. Such legends can hardly have been pure fictions. They probably reflect some real custom observed at Olympia. We may perhaps combine them with the tradition of the funeral origin of the games by supposing that victory in the race entitled the winner to reign as a divine king, the embodiment of a god, for a term of years, whether 4 or 8 years according to the interval between successive celebrations of the festival. That when the term had expired, the human god must again submit his title to the crown to the hazard of a race for the purpose of proving that his bodily vigor was unimpaired. That if he failed to do so he lost both his kingdom and his life. And, lastly, that the spirits of these divine kings, like those of the divine kings of the Shilluk, were worshipped with sacrifices at their graves and were thought to delight in the spectacle of the games, which reminded them of the laurels they had themselves won long ago, amid the plaudits of a vast multitude, in the sunshine and dust of the race course, before they joined the shadowy company of ghosts in the darkness and silence of the tomb. The theory would explain the existence of the sacred precinct of Pelops at Olympia, where the black rams, the characteristic offerings to the dead, 328, were sacrificed to the hero, and where the young men lashed themselves till the blood dripped from their backs on the ground, a sight well pleasing to the grim bloodthirsty ghost lurking unseen below. Perhaps, too, the theory may explain the high mound, at some distance from Olympia, which passed for the grave of the suitors of Hippodamia, to whose shades Pelops is said to have sacrificed as to heroes every year. 329. It is possible that the men buried in this great barrow were not, as tradition had it, the suitors who contended in the chariot race for the hand of Hippodamia and being defeated were slain by her relentless father. They may have been men who, like Pelops himself, had won the kingdom and a bride in the chariot race, and, after enjoying the regal dignity and posing as incarnate deities for a term of years, had been finally defeated in the race and put to death. M79. Whatever may be thought of these speculations, the great Olympic festival cannot have been, like our Lammas, a harvest festival, the quadrennial period of the celebration and the season of the year at which it fell, about halfway between the corn reaping of early summer and the vintage of mid-autumn, alike exclude the supposition and alike point to an astronomical, not an agricultural, basis of the solemnity. Accordingly we seem driven to conclude that if the winners, male and female, in the Olympic Games indeed represented divinities, these divinities must have been personifications of astronomical, not agricultural, powers. In short, that the victors posed as embodiments of the sun and moon, then at the prime of the radiant power and glory, whose meeting in the heavenly predicamber of the sky after years of separation was mimicked and magically promoted by the nuptials of their human representatives on earth. Section 6. The slaughter of the dragon. M80. In the foregoing discussion it has been suggested that Delphi, Thebes, Salamis, and Athens were once ruled by kings who had, in modern language, a serpent or dragon for their crest, and were believed to migrate at death into the bodies of the beasts. But these legends of the dragon admit of another and, at first sight at least, discrepant explanation. It is difficult to separate them from those similar tales of the slaughter of a great dragon which are current in many lands, and have commonly been interpreted as nature myths, in other words, as personifications of physical phenomena. Of such tales the oldest known versions are the ancient Babylonian and the ancient Indian. The Babylonian myth relates how in the beginning the mighty god Marduk fought and killed the great dragon Tiamat, an embodiment of the primeval watery chaos, and how after his victory he created the present heaven and earth by splitting the huge carcass of the monster into halves and setting one of them up to form the sky, while the other half apparently he used to fashion the earth. Thus the story is a myth of creation, in language which its authors doubtless understood literally, but which more advanced thinkers afterwards interpreted figuratively. It describes how confusion was reduced to order, how a cosmos emerged from chaos. 330. The account of creation given in the first chapter of Genesis, which has been so much praised for its simple grandeur and sublimity, is merely a rationalized version of the old myth of the fight with the dragon. 331. A myth which, for crudity of thought, deserves to rank with the quaint fancies of the lowest savages. M81. Again, the Indian myth embodied in the hymns of the Rig Veda tells how the strong and valiant god Indra conquered a great dragon or serpent, named Vitra, which had obstructed the waters so that they could not flow. He slew the monster with his bolt, and then the pent-up springs gushed in rivers to the sea. And what he did once, he continues to do. Again and again he renews the conflict. Again and again he slays the dragon and releases the imprisoned waters. Prayers are addressed to him that he would be pleased to do so in the future. Even priests on earth sometimes associate themselves with Indra in his battles with the dragon. The worshipper is said to have placed the bolt in the god's hand, and the sacrifice is spoken of as having helped the weapon to slay the monster. 332. Thus the feat attributed to Indra would seem to be a mythical account not so much of creation as of some regularly recurring phenomenon. It has been plausibly interpreted as a description of the bursting of the first storms of rain and thunder after the torrid heat of an Indian summer. 333. At such times all nature, exhausted by the drought, longs for coolness and moisture. Day after day men and cattle may be tormented by the sight of clouds that gather and then pass away without disburdening themselves of their contents. At last the long-drawn struggle between the rival forces comes to a crisis. The sky darkens, thunder peals, lightning flashes, and the welcome rain descends in sheets, drenching the parched earth and flooding the rivers. Such a battle of the elements might well present itself to the primitive mind in the guise of a conflict between a maleficent dragon of drought and a beneficent god of thunder and rain. The cloud dragon has swallowed the waters and keeps them shut up in the black coils of his sinuous body. The god cleaves the monster's belly with his thunderbolt, and the imprisoned waters escape in the form of dripping rain and rushing stream. M82. In other countries a similar myth might, with appropriate variations of detail, express in like manner the passage of one season into another. For example, in more rigorous climates the dragon might stand for the dreary winter and the dragon slayer for the genial summer. The myths of Apollo and the Python, of St. George and the dragon have thus been interpreted as symbolizing the victory of summer over winter. 334. Similarly it has been held with much probability that the Babylonian legend of Marduk and Tiamat reflects the annual change which transforms the valley of the Euphrates in spring. During the winter the wide Babylonian plain, flooded by the heavy rains, looks like a sea, for which the Babylonian word is Tiamtu, Tiamat. Then comes the spring, when, with the growing power of the sun, the clouds vanish, the waters subside, and dry land and vegetation appear once more. On this hypothesis, the dragon Tiamat represents the clouds, the rain, the floods of winter, while Marduk stands for the vernal or summer sun, which dispels the powers of darkness and moisture. 335. M83. But if the combat of Marduk and Tiamat was primarily a mythical description of the Babylonian spring, it would seem that its cosmogonical significance as an account of creation must have been an afterthought. The early philosophers who meditated on the origin of things may have pictured to themselves the creation or evolution of the world on the analogy of the great changes which outside the tropics pass over the face of nature every year. In these changes it is not hard to discern or to imagine a conflict between two hostile forces or principles, the principle of construction or of life and the principle of destruction or of death, victory inclining now to the one and now to the other, according as winter yields to spring or summer fades into autumn. It would be natural enough to suppose that the same mighty rivals would still wage war on each other, had done so from the beginning, and that the formation of the universe as it now exists had resulted from the shock of their battle. On this theory, the creation of the world is repeated every spring, and its dissolution is threatened every autumn. The one is proclaimed by summer's gay heralds, the opening flowers. The other is whispered by winter's sad harbingers, the yellow leaves. Here as elsewhere the old creed is echoed by the poets, fancy. Non alias prima crescentis or igene mundi, in luxus dies alium vobis tenerum, creditorum, ver illit erat, ver magnus agebat, orbis, it hibernis parspent flatibus iri, cum prima lucem peceds hauser, verumque, feria progenies duris caput extulit arvis, imasig feri silvis et sidera calo. 336. M84. Thus the ceremonies which in many lands have been performed to hasten the departure of winter or stay the flight of summer are in a sense attempts to create the world afresh, to remold it nearer to the heart's desire. But if we would set ourselves at the point of view of the old sages who devised means so feeble to accomplish a purpose so immeasurably vast, we must divest ourselves of our modern conceptions of the immensity of the universe and of the pettiness and insignificance of man's place in it. We must imagine the infinitude of space shrunk to a few miles, the infinitude of time contracted to a few generations. To the savage the mountains that bound the visible horizon, or the sea that stretches away to meet it, is the world's end. Beyond these narrow limits his feet have never strayed, and even his imagination fails to conceive what lies across the waste of waters or the far blue hills. Of the future he hardly thinks, and of the past he knows only what has been handed down to him by word of mouth from his savage forefathers. To suppose that a world thus circumscribed in space and time was created by the efforts or the fiat of a being like himself imposes no great strain on his credulity. And he may, without much difficulty, imagine that he himself can annually repeat the work of creation by his charms and incantations. And once a horde of savages had instituted magical ceremonies for the renewal or preservation of all things, the force of custom and tradition would tend to maintain them in practice long after the old narrow ideas of the universe had been superseded by more adequate conceptions, and the tribe had expanded into a nation. M85. Neither in Babylonia nor in India, indeed, so far as I am aware, is there any direct evidence that the story of the slaughter of the dragon was ever acted as a miracle play or magical rite for the sake of bringing about those natural events which it describes in figurative language. But analogy leads us to conjecture that in both countries the myth may have been recited, if not acted, as an incantation, for the purpose I have indicated. At Babylon the recitation may have formed part of the great New Year festival of Marduk, which under the name of Zagmuk was celebrated with great pomp about the vernal equinox. 337. In this connection it may not be without significance that one version of the Babylonian legend of creation has been found inscribed on a tablet, of which the reverse exhibits an incantation intended to be recited for the purification of the temple of Isidra in Bourziba. 338. Now Izada was the temple of Nabu or Nebo, a god closely associated, if not originally identical, with Marduk. Indeed Hammurabi, the great king of Babylon, dedicated the temple in question to Marduk and not to Nabu. 339. It seems not improbable, therefore, that the creation legend, in which Marduk played so important a part, was recited as an incantation at the purification of the temple, Izada. The ceremony perhaps took place at the Zagmag festival, when the image of Nabu was solemnly brought in procession from his temple in Bourziba to the great temple of Marduk in Babylon. 340. Moreover, it was believed that at this great festival the fates were determined by Marduk, or Nabu for the ensuing year. 341. Now, the creation myth relates how, after he had slain the dragon, Marduk wrested the tablets of destiny from Ningu, the paramour of Tiamat, sealed them with a seal, and laid them on his breast. 342. We may conjecture that the dramatic representation of this incident formed part of the annual determination of the fates at Zagmag. In short, it seems probable that the whole myth of creation was annually recited and acted at this great spring festival as a charm to dispel the storms and floods of winter, and to hasten the coming of summer. 343. M86. Wherever sacred dramas of this sort were acted as magical rites for the regulation of the seasons, it would be natural that the chief part should be played by the king, at first in his character of head magician, and afterwards as representative and embodiment of the beneficent god who vanquishes the powers of evil. If, therefore, the myth of the slaughter of the dragon was ever acted with this intention, the king would appropriately figure in the play as the victorious champion, while the defeated monster would be represented by an actor of inferior rank. But it is possible that under certain circumstances the distribution of parts in the drama might be somewhat different. Where the tenure of the regal office was limited to a fixed time, at the end of which the king was inexorably put to death, the fatal part of the dragon might be assigned to the monarch as a representative of the old order, the old year, or the old cycle which was passing away, while the part of the victorious god or hero might be supported by his successor and executioner. M87. An hypothesis of this latter sort would to a certain extent reconcile the two apparently discrepant interpretations of the myth which have been discussed in the preceding pages, and which for the sake of distinction may be called the totemic and the cosmological interpretations, respectively. The serpent or dragon might be the sacred animal or totem of the royal house at the same time that it stood mythically for certain cosmological phenomena, whether moisture or drought, cold or heat, winter or summer. In like manner any other species of animal which served as the totem of the royal family might simultaneously possess a cosmological significance as the symbol of an elemental power. Thus at Knossos, as we have seen reason to think, the bull was at once the king's crest and an emblem of the sun. Similarly in Egypt the hog was a symbol both of the sun and of the king. The oldest royal capital known to us was Hierakonpolis or Hog Town, and the first Egyptian king of whom we hear had for his only royal title the name of Hog. 344. At the same time the hog was with the Egyptians an emblem of the sun. 345. Hogs were kept in the sun god's temple, and the deity himself was commonly represented in art as a man with a hog's head and the disk of the sun above it. 346. However, I am fully sensible of the slipperiness and uncertainty of the ground I am treading, and it is with great diffidence that I submit these speculations to the judgment of my readers. The subject of ancient mythology is involved in dense mists which it is not always possible to penetrate and illumine even with the lamp of the comparative method. Demonstration in such matters is rarely, if ever, attainable. The utmost that a candid inquirer can claim for his conclusions is a reasonable degree of probability. Future researches may clear up the obscurity which still rests on the myth of the slaughter of the dragon, and may thereby ascertain what measure of truth, if any, there is in the suggested interpretations. Section 7. Triennial tenure of the kingship. In the province of Lagos, which forms part of southern Nigeria, the Ijebu tribe of the Yoruba race is divided into two branches, which are known, respectively as the Ijebu Ode and the Ijebu Remen. The Oud branch of the tribe is ruled by a chief who bears the title of Ujel and is surrounded by a great deal of mystery. Down to recent times his face might not be seen even by his own subjects, and if circumstances obliged him to communicate with them he did so through a screen which hid him from view. The other or Remen branch of the Ichabu tribe is governed by a chief, who ranks below the Ujel. Mr. John Parkinson was informed that in former times the subordinate chief used to be killed with ceremony after a rule of 3 years. As the country is now under British protection, the custom of putting the chief to death at the end of a 3 years' reign has long been abolished, and Mr. Parkinson was unable to ascertain any particulars on this subject. 347. Section 8. Annual tenure of the kingship. M88. At Babylon, within historical times, the tenure of the kingly office was in practice lifelong, yet in theory it would seem to have been merely annual. For every year at the festival of Zagmag the king had to renew his power by seizing the hands of the image of Marduk in his great temple of Esagil at Babylon. Even when Babylon passed under the power of Assyria, the monarchs of that country were expected to legalize their claim to the throne every year by coming to Babylon and performing the ancient ceremony at the New Year festival, and some of them found the obligation so burdensome that rather than discharge it they renounced the title of king altogether and contented themselves with the humbler one of governor. 348. Further, it would appear that in remote times, though not within the historical period, the kings of Babylon or their barbarous predecessors forfeited not merely their crown but their life at the end of a year's tenure of office. At least this is the conclusion to which the following evidence seems to point. According to the historian Berosus, who as a Babylonian priest spoke with ample knowledge, there was annually celebrated in Babylon a festival called the Sakaya. It began on the 16th day of the month Lous, and lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days masters and servants changed places, the servants giving orders, and the masters obeying them. A prisoner condemned to death was dressed in the king's robes, seated on the king's throne, allowed to issue whatever commands he pleased, to eat, drink, and enjoy himself, and to lie with the king's concubines. But at the end of the 5 days he was stripped of his royal robes, scourged, and hanged or impaled. During his brief term of office he bore the title of Zoganes. 349. This custom might perhaps have been explained as merely a grim jest perpetrated in a season of jollity at the expense of an unhappy criminal. But one circumstance, the leave given to the mock king to enjoy the king's concubines, is decisive against this interpretation. Considering the jealous seclusion of an oriental despot's harem, we may be quite certain that permission to invade it would never have been granted by the despot, least of all to a condemned criminal, except for the very gravest cause. This cause could hardly be other than that the condemned man was about to die in the king's stead, and that to make the substitution perfect it was necessary he should enjoy the full rights of royalty during his brief reign. There is nothing surprising in this substitution. The rule that the king must be put to death either on the appearance of any symptom of bodily decay or at the end of a fixed period is certainly one which, sooner or later, the kings would seek to abolish or modify. We have seen that in Ethiopia, Siphala, and Ao the rule was boldly set aside by enlightened monarchs. And that in Calicut the old custom of killing the king at the end of 12 years was changed into a permission granted to anyone at the end of the 12 years period to attack the king, and, in the event of killing him, to reign in his stead. Though, as the king took care at these times to be surrounded by his guards, the permission was little more than a form. Another way of modifying this stern old rule is seen in the Babylonian custom just described. When the time drew near for the king to be put to death, in Babylon this appears to have been at the end of a single year's reign, he abdicated for a few days, during which a temporary king reigned and suffered in his stead. At first the temporary king may have been an innocent person, possibly a member of the king's own family. But with the growth of civilization the sacrifice of an innocent person would be revolting to the public sentiment, and accordingly a condemned criminal would be invested with the brief and fatal sovereignty. In the sequel we shall find other examples of a dying criminal representing a dying god. For we must not forget that, as the case of the Shilla kings clearly shows, 350, the king is slain in his character of a god or a demigod, his death and resurrection, as the only means of perpetuating the divine life, unimpaired, being deemed necessary for the salvation of his people and the world. M89. If at Babylon before the dawn of history the king himself used to be slain at the festival of the Sakaya, it is natural to suppose that the Sakaya was no other than Zagmuk or Zakmik, the great New Year festival at which down to historical times the king's power had to be formally renewed by a religious ceremony in the temple of Marduk. The theory of the identity of the festivals is indeed strongly supported by many considerations and has been accepted by some eminent scholars. 351, but it has to encounter a serious chronological difficulty, since Zagmuk fell about the equinox in spring, whereas the Sakaya according to Berosus was held on the 16th of the month Lous, which was the 10th month of the Syro-Macedonian calendar and appears to have nearly coincided with July. The question of the sameness or difference of these festivals will be discussed later on. 352. Here it is to be observed that Zagmuk was apparently celebrated in Assyria as well as in Babylonia. For at the end of his great inscription Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, expresses a wish that it may be granted to him to muster all his riding horses and so forth, every year at Zagmuk in his palace. 353. But whether the power of the Assyrian kings had, like that of the Babylonian monarchs, to be annually renewed at this festival, we do not know. However, a trace of an annual tenure of the kingly office in Assyria may perhaps, as Dr. C. Brockelman thinks, 354, be detected in the rule that an Assyrian king regularly gave his name only to a single year of his reign, while all the other years were named after certain officers and provincial governors, about 30 in number, who were appointed for this purpose and succeeded each other, according to a fixed rotation. 355, but we know too little about the institution of the Limu or eponymate to allow us to press this argument for an annual tenure of the kingship in Assyria. 356. A reminiscence of Zagmuk seems to linger in the belief of the Yazidis that on New Year's Day, God sits on his throne arranging the decrees for the coming year, assigning to dignitaries their various offices, and delivering to them their credentials under his signature and seal. 357. M90. The view that at Babylon the condemned prisoner who wore the royal robes was slain as a substitute for the king may be supported by the practice of West Africa, where at the funeral of a king slaves used, sometimes to be dressed up as ministers of state and then sacrificed in that character instead of the real ministers, their masters, who purchased, for a sum of money the privilege of thus dying by proxy. Such vicarious sacrifices were witnessed by Catholic missionaries at Porto Novo on the Slave Coast. 358. M91. A vestige of a practice of putting the king to death at the end of a year's reign appears to have survived in the festival called Makawati, which used to be celebrated in Hawaii during the last month of the year. About 100 years ago a Russian voyager described the custom as follows: the Tabu Makawati is not unlike to our festival of Christmas. It continues a whole month, during which the people amuse themselves with dances, plays, and sham fights of every kind. The king must open this festival wherever he is. On this occasion His Majesty dresses himself in his richest cloak and helmet, and is paddled in a canoe along the shore, followed sometimes by many of his subjects. He embarks early, and must finish his excursion at sunrise. The strongest and most expert of the warriors is chosen to receive him on his landing. This warrior watches the canoe along the beach. And as soon as the king lands, and has thrown off his cloak, he darts his spear at him, from a distance of about 30 paces, and the king must either catch the spear in his hand, or suffer from it. There is no jesting in the business. Having caught it, he carries it under his arm, with the sharp end downwards, into the temple or hivu. On his entrance, the assembled multitude begin their sham fights, and immediately the air is obscured by clouds of spears, made for the occasion, with blunted ends. Hamamia the king has been frequently advised to abolish this ridiculous ceremony, in which he risks his life every year. but to no effect. His answer always is, that he is as able to catch a spear as anyone on the island is to throw it at him. During the Macawity, all punishments are remitted throughout the country, and no person can leave the place in which he commences these holidays, let the affair be ever so important. 359. Section 9. Diurnal tenure of the kingship. M92. That a king should regularly have been put to death at the close of a year's reign will hardly appear improbable when we learn that to this day there is still a kingdom in which the reign and the life of the sovereign are limited to a single day. In Goyo, a province of the ancient Kingdom of Congo in West Africa, the rule obtains that the chief who assumes the cap of sovereignty is always killed on the night after his coronation. The right of succession lies with the chief of the Musarongo, but we need not wonder that he does not exercise it, and that the throne stands vacant. No one likes to lose his life for a few hours' glory on the Goyo throne. 360. Chapter 3. The slaying of the king in legend. M93. If a custom of putting kings to death at the end of a set term has prevailed in many lands, it is natural enough that reminiscences of it should survive in tradition long after the custom itself has been abolished. In the high history of the Holy Grail we read how Lancelot roamed through strange lands and forests seeking adventures till he came to a fair and wide plain lying without a city that seemed of right great lordship. As he rode across the plain the people came forth from the city to welcome him with the sound of flutes and viols and many instruments of music. When he asked them what meant all this joy, "Sir," said they, "all this joy is made along of you, and all these instruments of music are moved to joy and sound of gladness for your coming." "But wherefore for me?" said Lancelot. "That shall you know well betimes," say they. This city began to burn and to melt in one of the houses from the very same hour that our king was dead, nor might the fire be quenched, nor ever will be quenched until such time as we have a king that shall be lord of the city and of the honor thereunto belonging, and on New Year's Day behoveth him to be crowned in the midst of the fire, and then shall the fire be quenched, for otherwise may it never be put out nor extinguished. Wherefore have we come to meet you to give you the royalty, for we have been told that you are a good knight." "Lords," said Lancelot, "of such a kingdom have I no need, and God defend me from it." "Sir," say they, "you may not be defended thereof, for you come into this land at hazard, and great grief would it be that so good a land as you see this is were burnt and melted away by the default of one single man, and the lordship is right great, and this will be right great worship to yourself, that on New Year's Day you should be crowned in the fire and thus save the city and this great people, and thereof shall you have great praise." Much marveled Lancelot at this that they say. They come round about him on all sides and lead him into the city. The ladies and damsels are mounted to the windows of the great houses and make great joy, and say the one to another, "Look at the new king here that they are leading in. Now will he quench the fire on New Year's Day?" "Lord," say the most part, "what great pity is it of so comely a night that he shall end on such wise." "Be still," say the others. "Rather should there be great joy that so fair city as this should be saved by his death, for prayer will be made throughout all the kingdom for his soul forever." Therewith they lead him to the palace with right great joy and say that they will crown him. Lancelot found the palace all strewn with rushes and hung about with curtains of rich cloth of silk, and the lords of the city all apparelled to do him homage. But he refuseth right stoutly, and saith that their king nor their lord will he never be in no such sort. Thereupon behold you a dwarf that entereth into the city, leading one of the fairest dames that be in any kingdom, and asketh whereof this joy and this murmuring may be. They tell him they are fain to make the knight king, but that he is not minded to allow them, and they tell him the whole manner of the fire. The dwarf and the damsel are lighted, then they mount up to the palace. The dwarf calleth the provosts of the city and the greater lords. "Lords," saith he, "sit that this knight is not willing to be king, I will be so, willingly, and I will govern the city at your pleasure and do whatsoever you have devised to do. In faith, sit that the knight refuseth this honor and you desire to have it, willingly will we grant it you, and he may go his way and his road, for herein do we declare him wholly quit. Therewithal they set the crown on the dwarf's head, and Lancelot maketh great joy thereof. He taketh his leave, and they commend him to God, and so remounteth he on his horse and goeth his way through the midst of the city all armed. The dames and damsels say that he would not be king for that he had no mind to die so soon. 361. M94, a story of the same sort is told of Ujjain, the ancient capital of Malwa in western India, where the renowned King Vikramaditya is said to have held his court, gathering about him a circle of poets and scholars. 362. Tradition has it that once on a time an arch-fiend, with a legion of devils at his command, took up his abode in Ujjain, the inhabitants of which he vexed and devoured. Many had fallen a prey to him, and others had abandoned the country to save their lives. The once populous city was fast being converted into a desert. At last the principal citizens, meeting in council, besought the fiend to reduce his rations to 1 man a day, who would be duly delivered up to him in order that the rest might enjoy a day's repose. The demon closed with the offer, but required that the man whose turn it was to be sacrificed should mount the throne and exercise the royal power for a single day, all the grandees of the kingdom submitting to his commands, and everybody yielding him the most absolute obedience. Necessity obliged the citizens to accept these hard terms. Their names were entered on a list. Every day one of them in his turn ruled from morning to night, and was then devoured by the demon. M95. Now it happened by great good luck that a caravan of merchants from Gujarat halted on the banks of a river not far from the city. They were attended by a servant who was no other than Vikramaditya. At nightfall the jackals began to howl as usual, and one of them said in his own tongue, "In 2 hours a human corpse will shortly float down this river, with 4 rubies of great price at his belt, and a turquoise ring on his finger. He who will give me that corpse to devour will bear sway over the 7 lands." Vikramaditya, knowing the language of birds and beasts, understood what the jackal said, gave the corpse to the beast to devour, and took possession of the ring and the rubies. Next day he entered the town, and, traversing the streets, observed a troop of horse under arms, forming a royal escort, at the door of a potter's house. The grandees of the city were there, and with them was the garrison. They were in the act of inducing the son of the potter to mount an elephant and proceed in state to the palace. But strange to say, instead of being pleased at the honor conferred on their son, the potter and his wife stood on the threshold, weeping and sobbing most bitterly. Learning how things stood, the chivalrous Vikramaditya was touched with pity, and offered to accept the fatal sovereignty instead of the potter's son, saying that he would either deliver the people from the tyranny of the demon or perish in the attempt. Accordingly he donned the kingly robes, assumed all the badges of sovereignty, and, mounting the elephant, rode in great pomp to the palace, where he seated himself on the throne, while the dignitaries of the kingdom discharged their duties in his presence. At night the fiend arrived as usual to eat him up. But Vikramaditya was more than a match for him, and after a terrific combat the fiend capitulated and agreed to quit the city. Next morning the people on coming to the palace were astonished to find Vikramaditya still alive. They thought he must be no common mortal, but some superhuman being, or the descendant of a great king. Grateful to him for the deliverance they bestowed the kingdom on him, and he reigned happily over them. 363. M96, according to one account, the dreadful being who ravaged Ujjain and devoured a king every day was the bloodthirsty goddess Kali. When she quitted the city she left behind her 2 sisters, whose quaint images still frown on the spectator from the pillared portal known as Vikramaditya's gate at Ujjain. To these her sisters she granted the privilege of devouring as many human beings as they pleased once every 12 years. That tribute they still exact, though the European in his blindness attributes the deaths to cholera. But in addition 7 girls and 5 buffaloes were to be sacrificed to them every year, and these sacrifices used to be offered regularly until the practice was put down by the English government. It is said that the men who gave their 5-year-old daughters to be slain received grants of land as a reward of their piety. Nowadays only buffaloes are killed at the Dakar festival, which is held in October on the 9th day of the month Agvina. The heads of the animals are buried at Vikramaditya's gateway, and those of the last year's victims are taken up. The girls who would formerly have been sacrificed are now released, but they are not allowed to marry, and their fathers still receive grants of lands just as if the cruel sacrifice had been consummated. 364. The persistence of these bloody rites at Uchen, down to recent times raises a presumption that the tradition of the daily sacrifice of a king in the same city was not purely mythical. M97. It is worthwhile to consider another of the stories which are told of King Vikramaditya. His birth is said to have been miraculous, for his father was Gandharvasena, who was the son of the great god Indra. One day, Gandharvasena had the misfortune to offend his divine father, who was so angry that he cursed his son and banished him from heaven to earth, there to remain under the form of an ass by day and of a man by night until a powerful king should burn his ass's body, after which Gandharvasena would regain his proper shape and return to the upper world. All this happened, according to the divine word. In the shape of an ass the son of the god rendered an important service to the king of Dara, and received the hand of the king's daughter as his reward. By day he was an ass and ate hay in the stables. By night he was a man and enjoyed the company of the princess, his wife. But the king grew tired of the taunts of his enemies, as well as of the jibes which were leveled by unfeeling wits at his asinine son-in-law. So one night, while Gandharvasena in human shape was with his wife, the king got hold of the ass's body which his son-in-law had temporarily quitted, and throwing it on a fire burned it to ashes. On the instant Gandharvasena appeared to him, and thanking him for undoing the spell announced that he was about to return to heaven, but that his wife was with child by him, and that she would bring forth a son who would bear the name of Vikramaditya and be endowed with the strength of 1,000 elephants. The deserted wife was filled with sorrow at his departure, and died in giving birth to Vikramaditya. 365. M98. This story belongs to a widely diffused type of tale which in England is known by the name of Beauty and the Beast. It relates how a beast, doffing its animal shape, lives as a human husband or wife with a human spouse. Often, though not always, their marriage has a tragic ending. The couple live lovingly together for years and children are born to them. But it is a condition of their union that the transformed husband or wife should never be reminded of his or her old life in furry, feathered, or finny form. At last one unhappy day the fairy spouse finds his or her beast skin, which had been carefully hidden away by her or his loving partner. Or husband and wife quarrel and the real man or woman taunts the other with her or his kinship with the beasts. The sight of the once familiar skin awakens old memories and stirs yearnings that had been long suppressed. The cruel words undo the kindness of years. The same time, animal resumes its native shape and disappears, and the human husband or wife is left lamenting. Sometimes, as in the story of Gandharvasena, the destruction of the beast's skin causes the fairy mate to vanish forever. Sometimes it enables him or her to remain thenceforth in human form with the human wife or husband. Tales of this sort are told by savages in many parts of the world, and many of them have survived in the folklore of civilized peoples. With their implied belief that beasts can turn into men, or men into beasts, they must clearly have originated among savages who see nothing incredible in such transformations. M99. Now it is to be observed that stories of this sort are told by savage tribes to explain why they abstain from eating certain creatures. The reason they assign for the abstinence is that they themselves are descended from a creature of that sort, who was changed for a time into human shape and married a human husband or wife. Thus in the rivers of Sarawak there is a certain fish called a puddin, which some of the Dayaks will on no account eat, saying that if they did so they would be eating their relations. Tradition runs that a solitary old man went out fishing, and caught a puddin, which he dragged out of the water and laid down in his boat. On turning round he perceived that it had changed into a very pretty girl. He thought she would make a charming wife for his son, so he took her home and brought her up till she was of an age to marry. She consented to be his son's wife, but cautioned her husband to use her well. Some time after marriage, however, He was angry and struck her. She screamed and rushed away into the water, leaving behind her a beautiful daughter who became the mother of the race. Other Dayak tribes tell similar stories of their ancestors. 366. Thus the Sea Dayaks relate how the white-headed hawk married a Sea Dayak woman, and how he gave all his daughters in marriage to the various omen birds. Hence if a Sea Dayak kills an omen bird by mistake, he wraps it in a cloth and buries it carefully in the earth along with rice, flesh, and money, entreating the bird not to be vexed, and to forgive him, because it was all an accident. 367. Again, a Kalimantan chief and all his people refrained from killing and eating deer of a certain species, Cervulus muntjac, because one of their ancestors became a deer of that kind, and as they cannot distinguish his incarnation from common deer, they spare them all. 368. In these latter cases the legends explaining the kinship of the men with the animals are not given in full. We can only conjecture, therefore, that they conform to the type here discussed. M100. The Sea Dayaks also tell a story of the same sort to explain how they first came to plant rice and to revere the omen birds which play so important a part in Dayak life. Long, long ago, so runs the tale, when rice was yet unknown, and the Dayaks lived on tapioca, yams, potatoes, and such fruits as they could procure, a handsome young chief named Siu went out into the forest with his blowpipe to shoot birds. He wandered without seeing a bird or meeting an animal till the sun was sinking in the west. Then he came to a wild fig tree covered with ripe fruit, which a swarm of birds of all kinds were busy pecking at. Never in his life had he seen so many birds together. It seemed as if all the fowls of the forest were gathered in the boughs of that tree. He killed a great many with the poisoned darts of his blowpipe, and putting them in his basket started for home. But he lost his way in the wood, and the night had fallen before he saw the lights and heard the usual sounds of a Dayak house. Hiding his blowpipe and the dead birds in the jungle, he went up the ladder into the house, but what was his surprise to find it apparently deserted. There was no one in the long veranda, and of the people whose voices he had heard a minute before not one was to be seen. Only in one of the many rooms, dimly lighted, he found a beautiful girl, who prepared for him his evening meal. Now though Siu did not know it, the house was the house of the great Singalan Barong, the ruler of the spirit world. He could turn himself and his followers into any shape. When they went forth against an enemy they took the form of birds for the sake of speed, and flew over the tall trees, the broad rivers, and even the sea. But in his own house and among his own people Singalan Barong appeared as a man. He had 8 daughters, and the girl who cooked Siu's food for him was the youngest. The reason why the house was so still and deserted was that the people were in mourning for some of their relatives who had just been killed, and the men had gone out to take human heads in revenge. Siu stayed in the house for a week, and then the girl, whose pet name was Bunsu Barong or the youngest of the bird family, agreed to marry him. But she said he must promise never to kill or hurt a bird or even to hold one in his hands. For if he did, she would be his wife no more. Siu promised, and together they returned to his people. M101, there they lived happily, and in time Siu's wife bore him a son, whom they named Saragunding. One day when the boy had grown wonderfully tall and strong for his years and was playing with his fellows, a man brought some birds which he had caught in a trap. Forgetting the promise he had made to his wife, Siu asked the man to show him the birds, and, taking one of them in his hand, he stroked it. His wife saw it and was sad at heart. She took the pitchers and went as though she would fetch water from the well. But she never came back. Siu and his son sought her, sorrowing, for days. At last, after many adventures, they came to the house of the boy's grandfather, Singalan Barong, the ruler of the spirit world. There they found the lost wife and mother, and there they stayed for a time. But the heart of Siu yearned to his old home. He would fain have persuaded his wife to return with him, but she would not. So at last he and his son went back alone. But before he went he learned from his father-in-law how to plant rice, and how to revere the sacred birds and to draw omens from them. These birds were named after the sons-in-law of the ruler of the spirit world and were the appointed means whereby he made known his wishes to mankind. That is how the Sea Dyaks learned to plant rice and to honor the omen birds. 369. M102. Stories of the same kind meet us on the west coast of Africa. Thus, the TSHI-speaking Negroes of the Gold Coast are divided into a number of great families or clans, mostly named after animals or plants, and the members of a clan refrain from eating animals of the species whose name they bear. In short, the various animals or plants are the totems of their respective clans. Now some of the more recent of these clans possess traditions of their origin, and in such cases the founder of the family, from whom the name is derived, is always represented as having been a beast, bird, or fish, which possessed the power of assuming human shape at will. Thus, for instance, at the town of Trauma there resides a family or clan who take their name from the sarfu or horse mackerel, which they may not eat because they are descended from a horse mackerel. One day, so runs the story, a native of Trauma who had lost his wife was walking sadly on the beach when he met a beautiful young woman whom he persuaded to be his wife. She consented, but told him that her home lay in the sea, that her people were fishes, and that she herself was a fish, and she made him swear that he would never allude to her old home and kinsfolk. All went well for a time till her husband took a second wife, who quarreled with the first wife and taunted her with being a fish. That grieved her so that she bade her husband goodbye and plunged into the sea with her youngest child in her arms. But she left her 2 elder children behind, and from them are descended the horse mackerel people of Trauma. A similar story is told of another family in the town of Apam. Their ancestor caught a fine fish of the sort called a pay, which turned into a beautiful woman and became his wife. But she told him that in future neither they nor their descendants might eat the apay fish or else they would at once return to the sea. The family, duly observing the prohibition, increased and multiplied till they occupied the whole country, which was named after them Apim or Apam. 370. M103. We may surmise that stories of this sort, wherever found, had a similar origin. In other words, that they reflect and are intended to explain a real belief in the kinship of certain families with certain species of animals. Hence, if the name totemism may be used to include all such beliefs and the practices based on them, the origin of this type of story may be said to be totemic. 371. Now, wherever the totemic clans have become exogamous, that is, wherever a man is always obliged to marry a woman of a totem different from his own, it is obvious that husband and wife will always have to observe different totemic taboos, and that a want of respect shown by one of them for the sacred animal or plant of the other would tend to domestic jars, which might often lead to the permanent separation of the spouses, the offended wife or husband returning to her or his native clan of the fish people, the bird people, or what not. That, I take it, was the origin of the sad story of the man or woman happily mated with a transformed animal and then parted forever. Such tales, if I am right, were not wholly fictitious. Totemism may have broken many loving hearts. But when that ancient system of society had fallen into disuse, and the ideas on which it was based had ceased to be understood, the quaint stories of mixed marriages to which it had given birth would not be at once forgotten. They would continue to be told, no longer indeed as myths explanatory of custom, but merely as fairy tales for the amusement of the listeners. The barbarous features of the old legends, which now appear too monstrously incredible even for storytellers, would be gradually discarded and replaced by others which fitted in better with the changed beliefs of the time. Thus in particular the animal husband or animal wife of the story might drop the character of a beast to assume that of a fairy. This is the stage of decay exhibited by the 2 most famous tales of the class in question, the Greek fable of Cupid and Psyche, and the Indian story of King Puravas and the nymph Urvasi, though in the latter we can still detect hints that the fairy wife was once a bird woman. 372. M104. It would, no doubt, be a mistake to suppose that totemism, or a system of taboos resembling it, must have existed wherever such stories are told. For it is certain that popular tales spread by diffusion from tribe to tribe and nation to nation, till they may be handed down by oral tradition among people who neither practice nor even understand the customs in which the stories originated. Yet the legend of the miraculous parentage of Vikramaditya may very well have been based on the existence at Ujjain of a line of Rajas who had the ass for their crest or totem. 373. Such a custom is not without analogy in India. The crest of the Maharaja of Nagpur is a cobra with a human face under its expanded hood, surrounded by all the insignia of royalty. Moreover, the Raja and the chief members of his family always wear turbans so arranged that they resemble a coiled serpent with its head projecting over the wearer's brow. To explain this serpent badge a tale is told which conforms to the type of Beauty and the Beast. Once upon a time a nag or serpent named Pandarika took upon himself the likeness of a Brahmin, and repaired in that guise to the house of a real Brahmin at Benares, in order to perfect himself in a knowledge of the sacred books. The teacher was so pleased with the progress made by his pupil that he gave him his only child, the beautiful Parvati, to wife. But the subtle serpent, though he could assume any form at pleasure, was unable to rid himself of his forked tongue and foul breath. To conceal these personal blemishes from his wife he always slept with his back to her. One night, however, she got round him and discovered his unpleasant peculiarities. She questioned him sharply, and to divert her attention he proposed that they should make a pilgrimage to Juggernaut. The idea of visiting that fashionable watering place so raised the lady's spirits that she quite forgot to pursue the inquiry. However, on their way home her curiosity revived, and she repeated her questions, under circumstances which rendered it impossible for the serpent, as a tender husband, to evade them, though well he knew that the disclosure he was about to make would sever him, the immortal, at once and forever from his mortal wife. He related the wondrous tale, and, plunging into a pool, disappeared from sight. His poor wife was inconsolable at his hurried departure, and in the midst of her grief and remorse her child was born. But instead of rejoicing at the birth, she made for herself a funeral pyre, and perished in the flames. At that moment a Brahmin appeared on the scene, and perceived the forsaken babe lying sheltered and guarded by a great hooded snake. It was the serpent father protecting his child. Addressing the Brahmin, he narrated his history, and foretold that the child should be called Fani Makudaraya, that is, the snake-crowned, and that he should reign as Raja over the country to be called Nagpur. That is why the Rajas of Nagpur have the serpent for their crest. 374. Again, the Rajas of Manipur trace their descent from a divine snake. At his installation a Raja of Manipur used to have to pass with great solemnity between two massive dragons of stone which stood in front of the coronation house. Somewhere inside the building was a mysterious chamber, and in the chamber was a pipe, which, according to the popular belief, led down to the depths of a cavern where dwells the snake god, the ancestor of the royal family. The length and prosperity of the Raja's reign were believed to depend on the length of time he could sit on the pipe enduring the fiery breath of his serpentine forefather in the place below. Women are specially devoted to the worship of the ancestral snake, and great reverence is paid them in virtue of their sacred office. 375. The parallelism between the legends of Nagpur and Ujjain may be allowed to strengthen my conjecture that, if we have a race of royal serpents in the one place, there may well have been a race of royal asses in the other. Indeed, such dynasties have perhaps not been so rare as might be supposed. Chapter 4. The Supply of Kings. M105. Tales of the foregoing sort might be dismissed as fictions designed to amuse a leisure hour, were it not for their remarkable agreement with beliefs and customs which, as we have seen, still exist, or are known to have existed in former times. That agreement can hardly be accidental. We seem to be justified, therefore, in assuming that stories of the kind really rest on a basis of facts, however much these facts may have been distorted or magnified in passing through the mind of the storyteller, who is naturally more concerned to amuse than instruct his hearers. Even the legend of a line of kings of whom each reigned for a single day, and was sacrificed at night for the good of the people, will hardly seem incredible when we remember that to this day a kingdom is held on a similar tenure in West Africa, though under modern conditions the throne stands vacant. 376. And while it would be vain to rely on such stories for exact historical details, yet they may help us in a general way to understand the practical working of an institution which to civilized men seems at first sight to belong to the cloudland of fancy rather than to the sober reality of the workaday world. Remark, for example, how in these stories the supply of kings is maintained. In the Indian tradition all the men of the city are put on a list, and each of them, when his turn comes, is forced to reign for a day and to die the death. It is not left to his choice to decide whether he will accept the fatal sovereignty or not. In the high history of the Holy Grail the mode of filling the vacant throne is different. A stranger, not a citizen, is seized and compelled to accept office. In the end, no doubt, the dwarf volunteers to be king, thus saving Lancelot's life. But the narrative plainly implies that if a substitute had not thus been found, Lancelot would have been obliged, whether he would or not, to wear the crown and to perish in the fire. M106. In thus representing the succession to a throne as compulsory, the stories may well preserve a reminiscence of a real custom. To us, indeed, who draw our ideas of kingship from the hereditary and highly privileged monarchies of civilized Europe, the notion of thrusting the crown upon reluctant strangers or common citizens of the lowest rank is apt to appear fantastic and absurd. But that is merely because we fail to realize how widely the modern type of kingship has diverged from the ancient pattern. In early times the duties of sovereignty are more conspicuous than its privileges. At a certain stage of development the chief or king is rather the minister or servant than the ruler of his people. The sacred functions, which he is expected to discharge are deemed essential to the welfare, and even the existence, of the community, and at any cost someone must be found to perform them. Yet the burdens and restrictions of all sorts, incidental to the early kingship are such that not merely in popular tales, but in actual practice, compulsion has sometimes been found necessary to fill vacancies, while elsewhere the lack of candidates has caused the office to fall into abeyance, or even to be abolished altogether. 377. And where death stared the luckless monarch in the face, at the end of a brief reign of a few months or days, we need not wonder that jails had to be swept and the dregs of society raked to find a king. M107. Yet we should doubtless err if we suppose that under such hard conditions men could never be found ready and even eager to accept the sovereignty. A variety of causes has led the modern nations of Western Europe to set on human life, their own life and that of others, a higher value than is put upon it by many other races. The result is a fear of death which is certainly not shared in the same degree of intensity by some peoples whom we in our self-complacency are accustomed to regard as our inferiors. Among the causes which thus tend to make us cowards may be numbered the spread of luxury and the doctrines of a gloomy theology, which by proclaiming the eternal damnation and excruciating torments of the vast majority of mankind has added incalculably to the dread and horror of death. The growth of humaner sentiments, which seldom fails to effect a corresponding amelioration in the character even of the gods, has indeed led many Protestant divines of late years to temper the rigor of the divine justice with a large infusion of mercy by relegating the fires of hell to a decent obscurity or even extinguishing them altogether. But these lurid flames appear to blaze as fiercely as ever in the more conservative theology of the Catholic Church. 378. M108. It would be easy to accumulate evidence of the indifference or apathy exhibited in presence of death by races whom we commonly brand as lower. A few examples must here suffice. Speaking of the natives of India, an English writer observes, "We place the highest value on life, while they, being blessed with a comfortable fatalism, which assumes that each man's destiny is written on his forehead in invisible characters, and, being besides untroubled with any doubts or thoughts as to the nature of their reception in the next world, take matters of life and death a great deal more unconcernedly, and, compared with our ideas, they may be said to present an almost apathetic indifference on these subjects." 379. To the Same effect. Another English writer remarks that the absence of that fear of death, which is so powerful in the hearts of civilized men, is the most remarkable trait in the Hindu character. 380. Among the natives of Annam, according to a Catholic missionary, the subject of death has nothing alarming for anybody. In presence of a sick man, people will speak of his approaching end of his funeral as readily as of anything else. Hence, we never need to take the least verbal precaution in warning the sick to prepare themselves to receive the last sacraments. Some time ago I was summoned to a neophyte whose death, though certain, was still distant. On entering the house I found a woman seated at his bedside sewing the mourning dresses of the family. Moreover, the carpenter was fitting together the boards of the coffin quite close to the door of the house, so that the dying man could observe the whole proceeding from his bed. The worthy man superintended personally all these details and gave directions for each of the operations. He even had for his pillow part of the mourning costume which was already finished. I could tell you a host of anecdotes of the same sort. Among these people it is a mark of filial piety to present a father or mother with a coffin. The presentation is the occasion of a family festival to which all friends are invited. Pupils display their respect for their masters in the same fashion. Bishop Masson, whose letter I have just quoted, was himself presented with a fine coffin by some of his converts as a New Year gift and a token of their respect and affection. They invited his attention particularly to the quality of the wood and the beauty of the workmanship. 381. M109. With regard to the North American Indians, a writer who knew them well has said that among them the idea of immortality is strongly dwelt upon. It is not spoken of as a supposition or in their belief, not fixed. It is regarded as an actuality, as something known and approved by the judgment of the nation. During the whole period of my residence and travels in the Indian country, I never knew and never heard of an Indian who did not believe in it, and in the reappearance of the body in a future state. However mistaken they are on the subject of accountabilities for acts done in the present life, no small part of their entire mythology, and the belief that sustains the man in his vicissitudes and wanderings, here, arises from the anticipation of ease and enjoyment in a future condition, after the soul has left the body. The resignation, nay, the alacrity with which an Indian frequently lies down and surrenders life, is to be ascribed to this prevalent belief. He does not fear to go to a land, which, all his life long, he has heard abounds in rewards without punishments. 382. Another traveler, who saw much of the South American Indians, asserts that they surpass the beasts in their insensibility to hardship and pain, never complaining in sickness nor even when they are being killed, and exhibiting in their last moments an apathetic indifference untroubled by any misgiving as to the future. 383. M110. Wholesale butcheries of human beings were perpetrated till lately, in the name of religion in the West African kingdom of Dahomey. As to the behavior of the victims, we are told that almost invariably, those doomed to die exhibit the greatest coolness and unconcern. The natural dread of death which the instinct of self-preservation has implanted in every breast, often leads persons who are liable to be seized for immolation to endeavor to escape. But once they are seized and bound, they resign themselves to their fate with the greatest apathy. This is partly due to the less delicate nervous system of the Negro. But one reason, and that, not the least, is that they have nothing to fear. As has been said, they have but to undergo a surgical operation and a change of place of residence. There is no uncertain future to be faced, and, above all, there is an entire absence of that notion of a place of terrible punishment, which makes so many Europeans cowards when face to face with death. 384. One of the earliest European settlers on the coast of Brazil has remarked on the indifference exhibited by the Indian prisoners who were about to be massacred by their enemies. He conversed with the captives, men young, strong, and handsome. To his question whether they did not fear the death that was so near and so appalling, they replied with laughter and mockery. When he spoke of ransoming them from their foes, they jeered at the cowardice of Europeans. 385. The Khans of India practiced an extensive system of human sacrifice, of which we shall hear more in the sequel. The victims, known as Marias, were kept for years to be sacrificed, and their manner of death was peculiarly horrible, since they were hacked to pieces, or slowly roasted alive. Yet when these destined victims were rescued by the English officers who were engaged in putting down the custom, they generally availed themselves of any opportunity to escape from their deliverers and return to their fate. 386. In Uganda there were formerly many sacrificial places where human victims used to be slaughtered or burned to death, sometimes in hundreds, from motives of superstition. Those who have taken part in these executions bear witness how seldom a victim, whether man or woman, raised his voice to protest or appeal against the treatment meted out to him. The victims went to death, so they thought, to save their country and race from some calamity, and they laid down their lives without a murmur or a struggle. 387. M111. But it is not merely that men of other races and other religions submit to inevitable death with an equanimity which modern Europeans in general cannot match. They often actually seek and find it for reasons which seem to us wholly inadequate. The motives which lead them to sacrifice their lives are very various. Among them religious fanaticism has probably been one of the commonest, and in the preceding pages we have met with many instances of voluntary deaths incurred under its powerful impulse. 388. But more secular motives, such as loyalty, revenge, and an excessive sensibility on the point of honor, have also driven multitudes to throw away their lives with a levity which may strike the average modern Englishman as bordering on insanity. It may be well to illustrate this comparative indifference to death by a few miscellaneous examples, drawn from different races. Thus, when the king of Benin died and was about to be lowered into the earth, his favorites and servants used to compete with each other for the privilege of being buried alive with his body in order that they might attend and minister to him in the other world. After the dispute was settled and the tomb had closed over the dead and the living, sentinels were set to watch it day and night. Next day the sepulchre would be opened and someone would call down to the entombed men to know what they were doing and whether any of them had gone to serve the king. The answer was commonly, no, not yet. The third day the same question would be put, and a voice would reply that so-and-so had gone to join His Majesty. The first to die was deemed the happiest. In 4 or 5 days when no answer came up to the question, and all was silent in the grave, the heir to the throne was informed, and he signalized his accession by kindling a fire on the tomb, roasting flesh at it, and distributing the meat to the people. 389. The daughter of a Maya chief in South America, having been happily baptized at the very point of death, was accorded Christian burial in the church by the Jesuit missionary who had rescued her like a brand from the burning. But an old heathen woman of the tribe took it sadly to heart that her chief's daughter should not be honored with the usual human sacrifices. So, drawing an Indian aside, she implored him to be so kind as to knock her on the head, that she might go and serve her young mistress in the land of souls. The savage obligingly complied with her request, and the whole horde begged the missionary that her body might be buried with that of the chief's daughter. The Jesuit sternly refused. He informed them that the girl was now with the angels, and stood in need of no such attendant. As for the old woman, he observed grimly that she had gone to a very different place and would move in a very different circle of society. 390. When Otho committed suicide after the Battle of Bedriacum, some of his soldiers slew themselves at his pyre, and their example was afterwards followed by many of their comrades in the armies which had marched with Otho to meet Vitellius. Their motive was not fear of the conqueror, but purely loyalty and devotion to their emperor. 391. M112. In the East, that indifference to human life which seems so strange to the Western mind often takes a peculiar form. A man will sometimes kill himself merely in order to be revenged on his foe, believing that his ghost will haunt and torment the survivor, or expecting that punishment of some sort will overtake the wretch who drove him to this extreme step. 392. Among some peoples etiquette requires that if a man commits suicide for this purpose, his enemy should at once follow his example. 2. Take a single example. There is a caste of robbers in southern India among whom the law of retaliation prevails in all its rigor. If a quarrel takes place, and somebody tears out his own eye or kills himself, his adversary must do the same either to himself or to one of his relations. The women carry this barbarity still further. For a slight affront put on them, a sharp word said to them, they will go and smash their head against the door of her who offended them, and the latter is obliged immediately to do the same. If a woman poisons herself by drinking the juice of a poisonous herb, the other woman who drove her to this violent death must poison herself likewise. Else her house will be burned, her cattle carried off, and injuries of all kinds done her until satisfaction is given. They extend this cruelty even to their own children. Not long ago, a few steps from the church in which I have the honor to write to you, 2 of these barbarians having quarreled, one of them ran to his house, took from it a child of about 4 years, and crushed its head between 2 stones in the presence of his enemy. The latter, without exhibiting any emotion, took his 9-year-old daughter, and, plunging a dagger into her breast, said, "Your child was only 4 years old, mine was 9 years old. Give me a victim to equal her." "Certainly," replied the other, and seeing at his side his eldest son, who was ready to be married, he stabbed him 4 or 5 times with his dagger. And, not content with shedding the blood of his 2 sons, he killed his wife too, in order to oblige his enemy to murder his wife in like manner. Lastly, a little girl and a baby at the breast had also their throats cut, so that in a single day 7 persons were sacrificed to the vengeance of 2 bloodthirsty men, more cruel than the most ferocious brutes. I have actually in my church a young man who sought refuge among us, wounded by a spear thrust which his father inflicted on him in order to kill him and thus oblige his foe to slay his own son in like manner. The barbarian had already stabbed 2 of his children on other occasions for the same purpose. Such atrocious examples will seem to you to partake more of fable than of truth. But believe me, that far from exaggerating, I could produce many others not less tragical. 393. M113. This same contempt of death which many races have exhibited in modern times was displayed in antiquity by the hardy natives of Europe, before Christianity had painted the world beyond the grave in colors at which even their bold spirits quailed. Thus, for example, at their banquets the rude Thracians used to suspend a halter over a movable stone, and cast lots among themselves. The man on whom the lot fell mounted a stone with a scimitar in his hand and thrust his head into the noose. A comrade then rolled the stone from under him, and while he did so the other attempted to sever the rope with his scimitar. If he succeeded he dropped to the ground and was saved. If he failed, he was hanged, and his dying struggles were greeted with peals of laughter by his fellows, who regarded the whole thing as a capital joke. 394. The Greek traveler, Posidonius, who visited Gaul early in the 1st century before our era, records that among the Celts men were to be found who for a sum of money, or a number of jars of wine, which they distributed among their kinsmen or friends, would allow themselves to be publicly slaughtered in a theater. They lay down on their backs upon a shield and a man came and cut their throats with a sword. 395. M114. A Greek author, Euphorion of Chalcis, who lived in the age when the eyes of all the world were turned on the great conflict between Rome and Carthage for the mastery of the Mediterranean, tells us that at Rome it was customary to advertise for men who would consent to be beheaded with an axe in consideration of receiving a sum of 5 minae, or about 20 pounds of our money, to be paid after their deaths to their heirs. Apparently there was no lack of applicants for this hard-earned bounty. For we are informed that several candidates would often compete for the privilege, each of them arguing that he had the best right to be cudgelled to death. 396. Why were these men invited to be beheaded for 20 pounds apiece? And why in response to the invitation did they gratuitously, as it would seem, express their readiness to suffer a much more painful death than simple decapitation? The reasons are not stated by Euphorion in the brief extract quoted from his work by Athenaeus, the Greek writer who has also preserved for us the testimony of Posidonius to the Gallic recklessness of life. But the connection in which Athenaeus cites both these passages suggests that the intention of the Roman as of the Gallic practice was merely to minister to the brutal pleasure of the spectators. For he inserts his account of the customs in a dissertation on banquets, and he had just before described how hired ruffians fought and butchered each other at Roman dinner parties for the amusement of the tipsy guests. 397, or perhaps the men were wanted to be slaughtered at funerals, for we know that at Rome a custom formerly prevailed of sacrificing human beings at the tomb. The victims were commonly captives or slaves. 398, but they may sometimes have been obtained by advertisement from among the class of needy freemen. Such wretches in bidding against each other may have pleaded as a reason for giving them the preference that they really deserved for their crimes to die a slow and painful death under the cudgel of the executioner. This explanation of the custom, which I owe to my friend Mr. W. Wise, is perhaps the most probable. But it is also possible, though the language of Euphorion does not lend itself so well to this interpretation, that a cudgelling preceded decapitation as part of the bargain. If that was so, it would seem that the men were wanted to die as substitutes for condemned criminals. For in old Rome capital punishment was regularly inflicted in this fashion, the malefactors being tied up to a post and scourged with rods before they were beheaded with an axe. 399. There is nothing improbable in the view that persons could be hired to suffer the extreme penalty of the law instead of the real culprits. We shall see that a voluntary substitution of the same sort is reported on apparently good authority to be still occasionally practiced in China. However, it is immaterial to our purpose whether these men perished to save others, to adorn a funeral, or merely to gratify the Roman lust for blood. The one thing that concerns us is that in the great age of Rome, there were to be found Romans willing, nay, eager to barter their lives, for a paltry sum of money of which they were not even to have the enjoyment. No wonder that men made of that stuff founded a great empire, and spread the terror of the Roman arms from the Grampians to the tropics. 400. M115. The comparative indifference with which the Chinese regard their lives is attested by the readiness with which they commit suicide on grounds which often seem to the European extremely trifling. 401. A still more striking proof of their apathy in this respect is furnished by the readiness with which in China a man can be induced to suffer death for a sum of money to be paid to his relatives. Thus, for example, one of the most wealthy of the aboriginal tribes, called Shrikia Mai, is remarkable for the practice of a singular and revolting religious ceremony. The people possess a large temple, in which is an idol in the form of a dog. They resort to the shrine on a certain day every year to worship. At this annual religious festival it is, I believe, customary for the wealthy members of the tribe to entertain their poorer brethren at a banquet given in honor of one who has agreed, for a sum of money paid to his family, to allow himself to be offered as a sacrifice on the altar of the dog idol. At the end of the banquet the victim, having drunk wine freely, is put to death before the idol. This people believe that, were they to neglect this rite, they would be visited with pestilence, famine, or the sword. 402. Further, it is said that in China a man condemned to death can procure a substitute, who, for a small sum, will voluntarily consent to be executed in his stead. The money goes to the substitute's kinsfolk, and since to increase the family prosperity at the expense of personal suffering is regarded by the Chinese as an act of the highest virtue, there is reported to be, just as there used to be in ancient Rome, quite a competition among the candidates for death. Such a substitution is even recognized by the Chinese authorities, except in the case of certain grave crimes, as for instance parricide. The local mandarin is probably not averse to the arrangement, for he is said to make a pecuniary profit by the transaction, engaging a substitute for a less sum than he received from the condemned man, and pocketing the difference. 403. M116. The foregoing evidence may suffice to convince us that we should commit a grievous error were we to judge all men's love of life by our own, and to assume that others cannot hold cheap what we count so dear. We shall never understand the long course of human history if we persist in measuring mankind in all ages and in all countries by the standard, perhaps excellent but certainly narrow, of the modern English middle class, with their love of material comfort and their passionate, absorbing, almost bloodthirsty clinging to life. That class, of which I may say, in the words of Matthew Arnold, that I am myself a feeble unit, doubtless possesses many estimable qualities, but among them can hardly be reckoned the rare and delicate gift of historical imagination, the power of entering into the thoughts and feelings of men of other ages and other countries, of conceiving that they may regulate their life by principles which do not square with ours, and may throw it away for objects which to us might seem ridiculously inadequate. 404. M117. To return, therefore, to the point from which we started, we may safely assume that in some races, and at some periods of history, though certainly not in the well-to-do classes of England today, it might be easy to find men who would willingly accept a kingdom with the certainty of being put to death after a reign of a year or less. Where men are ready, as they have been in Gaul, in Rome, and in China, to yield up their lives at once for a paltry sum of which they are themselves to reap no benefit, would they not be willing to purchase at the same price a year's tenure of a throne? Among people of that sort the difficulty would probably be not so much to find the candidate for the crown as to decide between the conflicting claims of a multitude of competitors. In point of fact, we have heard of Achille clamoring to be made king on condition of being killed at the end of a brief reign of a single day, and we have read how in Malabar crowds scrambled for the bloody head which entitled the lucky man who caught it to be decapitated after 5 years of unlimited enjoyment, and how a calicate many men used to rush cheerfully on death, not for a kingship of a year, or even of an hour, but merely for the honor of displaying their valor in a fruitless attack on the king. 405. Chapter V. Temporary Kings. M118. In some places the modified form of the old custom of regicide, which appears to have prevailed at Babylon, 406, has been further softened down. The king still abdicates annually for a short time and his place is filled by a more or less nominal sovereign. But at the close of his short reign the latter is no longer killed, though sometimes a mock execution still survives as a memorial of the time when he was actually put to death. To take examples. In the month of Meek, February, the king of Cambodia annually abdicated for 3 days. During this time he performed no act of authority, he did not touch the seals, he did not even receive the revenues which fell due. In his stead there reigned a temporary king, called Stach Meek, that is, King February. The office of temporary king was hereditary in a family distantly connected with the royal house, the sons succeeding the fathers and the younger brothers the elder brothers, just as in the succession to the real sovereignty. On a favorable day, fixed by the astrologers, the temporary king was conducted by the mandarins in triumphal procession. He rode one of the royal elephants, seated in the royal palanquin, and escorted by soldiers who, dressed in appropriate costumes, represented the neighboring peoples of Siam, Annam, Laos, and so on. In place of the golden crown he wore a peaked white cap, and his regalia, instead of being of gold encrusted with diamonds, were of rough wood. After paying homage to the real king, from whom he received the sovereignty for 3 days, together with all the revenues accruing during that time, though this last custom has been omitted for some time, he moved in procession round the palace and through the streets of the capital. On the 3rd day, after the usual procession, the temporary king gave orders that the elephant should trample underfoot the mountain of rice, which was a scaffold of bamboo surrounded by sheaves of rice. The people gathered at the rice, each man taking home a little with him to secure a good harvest. Some of it was also taken to the king, who had it cooked and presented to the monks. 407. M119. In Siam on the 6th day of the moon in the 6th month, the end of April, a temporary king is appointed, who for 3 days enjoys the royal prerogatives, the real king remaining shut up in his palace. This temporary king sends his numerous satellites in all directions to seize and confiscate whatever they can find in the bazaar and open shops. Even the ships and junks which arrive in harbor during the 3 days are forfeited to him and must be redeemed. He goes to a field in the middle of the city, whither they bring a gilded plough drawn by gaily decked oxen. After the plough has been anointed and the oxen rubbed with incense, the mock king traces 9 furrows with the plough, followed by aged dames of the palace scattering the first seed of the season. As soon as the 9 furrows are drawn, the crowd of spectators rushes in and scrambles for the seed which has just been sown, believing that, mixed with the seed rice, it will ensure a plentiful crop. Then the oxen are unyoked, and rice, maize, sesame, sago, bananas, sugarcane, melons, and so on, are set before them. Whatever they eat first will, it is thought, be dear in the year following, though some people interpret the omen in the opposite sense. During this time the temporary king stands leaning against a tree, with his right foot resting on his left knee. From standing thus on one foot he is popularly known as King Hop. But his official title is Phaya, Phalathip, Lord of the Heavenly Hosts. 408. He is a sort of minister of agriculture. All disputes about fields, rice, and so forth, are referred to him. There is moreover another ceremony in which he personates the king. It takes place in the 2nd month, which falls in the cold season, and lasts 3 days. He is conducted in procession to an open place, opposite the temple of the Brahmins, where there are a number of poles, dressed like maypoles, upon which the Brahmins swing. All the while that they swing and dance, the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot upon a seat which is made of bricks plastered over, covered with a white cloth, and hung with tapestry. He is supported by a wooden frame, with a gilt canopy, and 2 Brahmins stand one on each side of him. The dancing Brahmins carry buffalo horns with which they draw water from a large copper cauldron and sprinkle it on the spectators. This is supposed to bring good luck, causing the people to dwell in peace and quiet, health, and prosperity. The time during which the Lord of the Heavenly Hosts has to stand on one foot is about 3 hours. This is thought to prove the dispositions of the devatas and spirits. If he lets his foot down he is liable to forfeit his property and of his family enslaved by the king, as it is believed to be a bad omen, portending destruction to the state, and instability to the throne. But if he stand firm he is believed to have gained a victory over evil spirits, and he has moreover the privilege, ostensibly at least, of seizing any ship which may enter the harbor during these 3 days, and taking its contents, and also of entering any open shop in the town and carrying away what he chooses. 409. M120. Such were the duties and privileges of the Siamese king Hop down to about the middle of the 19th century or later. Under the reign of the late enlightened monarch this quaint personage was to some extent both shorn of the glories and relieved of the burden of his office. He still watches, as of old, the Brahmins rushing through the air in a swing, suspended between 2 tall masts, each some 90 feet high. But he is allowed to sit instead of stand, and, although public opinion still expects him to keep his right foot on his left knee during the whole of this ceremony, he would incur no legal penalty were he, to the great chagrin of the people, to put his weary foot to the ground. Other signs, too, tell of the invasion of the East by the ideas and civilization of the West. The thoroughfares that lead to the scene of the performance are blocked with carriages, lampposts and telegraph posts, to which eager spectators cling like monkeys, rise above the dense crowd. And, while a tatterdemalion band of the old style, in gaudy garb of vermilion and yellow, bangs and tootles away on drums and trumpets of an antique pattern, the procession of barefooted soldiers in brilliant uniform steps briskly along to the lively strains of a modern military band playing, marching through Georgia. 410. M121. On the first day of the 6th month, which was regarded as the beginning of the year, the king and people of Samarkand used to put on new clothes and cut their hair and beards. Then they repaired to a forest near the capital where they shot arrows on horseback for 7 days. On the last day the target was a gold coin, and he who hit it had the right to be king for 1 day. 411. In Upper Egypt on the first day of the solar year by Coptic reckoning, that is, on the 10th of September, when the Nile has generally reached its highest point, the regular government is suspended for 3 days and every town chooses its own ruler. This temporary lord wears a sort of tall fool's cap and a long flaxen beard, and is involved in a strange mantle. With a wand of office in his hand, and attended by men disguised as scribes, executioners, and so forth, he proceeds to the governor's house. The latter allows himself to be deposed, and the mock king, mounting the throne, holds the tribunal, to the decisions of which even the governor and his officials must bow. After 3 days, the mock king is condemned to death. The envelope or shell in which he was encased is committed to the flames, and from its ashes the fella creeps forth. 412. The custom perhaps points to an old practice of burning a real king in grim earnest. In Uganda the brothers of the king used to be burned, because it was not lawful to shed the royal blood. 413. M122. The Mohammedan students of Fez, in Morocco, are allowed to appoint a sultan of their own, who reigns for a few weeks, and is known as Sultan Titalba, the sultan of the scribes. This brief authority is put up for auction and knocked down to the highest bidder. It brings some substantial privileges with it, for the holder is freed from taxes thenceforward, and he has the right of asking a favor from the real sultan. That favor is seldom refused. It usually consists in the release of a prisoner. Moreover, the agents of the student sultan levy fines on the shopkeepers and householders, against whom they trump up various humorous charges. The temporary sultan is surrounded with the pomp of a real court, and parades the streets in state with music and shouting, while a royal umbrella is held over his head. With the so-called fines and free will offerings, to which the real sultan adds a liberal supply of provisions, the students have enough to furnish forth a magnificent banquet. And altogether they enjoy themselves thoroughly, indulging in all kinds of games and amusements. For the first 7 days the mock sultan remains in the college. Then he goes about a mile out of the town and encamps on the bank of the river, attended by the students and not a few of the citizens. On the 7th day of his stay outside the town he is visited by the real sultan, who grants him his request and gives him 7 more days to reign, so that the reign of the sultan of the scribes nominally lasts 3 weeks. But when 6 days of the last week have passed the mock sultan runs back to the town by night. This temporary sultanship always falls in spring, about the beginning of April. Its origin is said to have been as follows. When Mulai Rashid II was fighting for the throne in 1664 or 1665, a certain Jew usurped the royal authority at Taza. But the rebellion was soon suppressed through the loyalty and devotion of the students. To effect their purpose they resorted to an ingenious stratagem. 40 of them caused themselves to be packed in chests which were sent as a present to the usurper. In the dead of night, while the unsuspecting Jew was slumbering peacefully among the packing cases, the lids were stealthily raised. The brave 40 crept forth, slew the usurper, and took possession of the city in the name of the real sultan, who, to mark his gratitude for the help thus rendered him in time of need, conferred on the students the right of annually appointing a sultan of their own. 414. The narrative has all the air of a fiction devised to explain an old custom, of which the real meaning and origin had been forgotten. M123. A custom of annually appointing a mock king for a single day was observed at Lostwithiel in Cornwall down to the 16th century. On Little Easter Sunday the freeholders of the town and manor assembled together either in person or by their deputies, and one among them, as it fell to his lot by turn, gaily attired and gallantly mounted, with a crown on his head, a scepter in his hand, and a sword borne before him, rode through the principal street to the church, dutifully attended by all the rest on horseback. The clergyman in his best robes received him at the churchyard stile and conducted him to hear divine service. On leaving the church he repaired, with the same pomp, to a house provided for his reception. Here a feast awaited him and his suite, and being set at the head of the table he was served on bended knees, with all the rites due to the estate of a prince. This ceremony ended with a dinner, and every man returned home. 415. M124. Sometimes the temporary king occupies the throne, not annually, but once for all at the beginning of each reign. Thus in the kingdom of Jambi, in Sumatra, it is the custom that at the beginning of a new reign a man of the people should occupy the throne and exercise the royal prerogatives for a single day. The origin of the custom is explained by a tradition that there were once 5 royal brothers, the 4 elder of whom all declined the throne on the ground of various bodily defects, leaving it to their youngest brother. But the eldest occupied the throne for one day, and reserved for his descendants a similar privilege at the beginning of every reign. Thus the office of temporary king is hereditary in a family, akin to the royal house. 416. In Bilaspur it seems to be the custom, after the death of a Raja, for a Brahmin to eat rice out of the dead Raja's hand, and then to occupy the throne for a year. At the end of the year the Brahmin receives presents and is dismissed from the territory, being forbidden apparently to return. The idea seems to be that the spirit of the Raja enters into the Brahmin who eats the cur, rice and milk, out of his hand when he is dead, as the Brahmin is apparently carefully watched during the whole year, and not allowed to go away. The same or a similar custom is believed to obtain among the hill states about Kangra. 417. The custom of banishing the Brahmin who represents the king may be a substitute for putting him to death. At the installation of a prince of Corinthia, a peasant, in whose family the office was hereditary, ascended a marble stone which stood surrounded by meadows in a spacious valley. On his right stood a black mother cow, on his left a lean ugly mare. A rustic crowd gathered about him. Then the future prince, dressed as a peasant and carrying a shepherd's staff, drew near, attended by courtiers and magistrates. On perceiving him the peasant called out, "Who is this whom I see coming so proudly along?" The people answered, "The prince of the land." The peasant was then prevailed on to surrender the marble seat to the prince on condition of receiving 60 pence, the cow and mare, an exemption from taxes. But before yielding his place he gave the prince a light blow on the cheek. 418. M125. Some points about these temporary kings deserve to be specially noticed before we pass to the next branch of the evidence. In the first place, the Cambodian and Siamese examples show clearly that it is especially the divine or magical functions of the king which are transferred to his temporary substitute. This appears from the belief that, by keeping up his foot the temporary king of Siam gained a victory over the evil spirits, whereas by letting it down he improved the existence of the state. Again, the Cambodian ceremony of trampling down the mountain of rice, and the Siamese ceremony of opening the plowing and sowing, are charms to produce a plentiful harvest, as appears from the belief that those who carry home some of the trampled rice, or the seed sown, will thereby secure a good crop. Moreover, when the Siamese representative of the king is guiding the plow, the people watch him anxiously, not to see whether he drives a straight furrow, but to mark the exact point on his leg to which the skirt of his silken robe reaches. 4. On that is supposed to hang the state of the weather in the crops during the ensuing season. If the Lord of the heavenly hosts hitches up his garment above his knee, the weather will be wet and heavy rains will spoil the harvest. If he lets it trail to his ankle, a drought will be the consequence. But fine weather and heavy crops will follow if the hem of his robe hangs exactly halfway down the calf of his leg. 419. So closely is the course of nature, and with it the will or woe of the people, dependent on the minutest act or gesture of the king's representative. But the task of making the crops grow, thus deputed to the temporary kings, is one of the magical functions regularly supposed to be discharged by kings in primitive society. The rule that the mock king must stand on one foot upon the raised seat in the rice field was perhaps originally meant as a charm to make the crop grow high. At least this was the object of a similar ceremony observed by the old Prussians. The tallest girl, standing on one foot upon a seat, with her lap full of cakes, a cup of brandy in her right hand and a piece of elm bark or linden bark in her left, prayed to the god Waisgad thus that the flax might grow as high as she was standing. Then, after draining the cup, she had it refilled, and poured the brandy on the ground is an offering to Waiscanthus, and threw down the cakes for his attendant sprites. If she remained steady on one foot throughout the ceremony, it was an omen that the flax crop would be good. But if she let her foot down, it was feared that the crop might fail. 420. The same significance perhaps attaches to the swinging of the Brahmins, which the Lord of the heavenly hosts had formerly to witness standing on one foot. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, it might be thought that the higher the priests swing, the higher will grow the rice. For the ceremony is described as a harvest festival, 421, and swinging is practiced by the Lets of Russia with the avowed intention of influencing the growth of the crops. In the spring and early summer, between Easter and St. John's Day, the summer solstice, every Lettish peasant is said to devote his leisure hours to swinging diligently. For the higher he rises in the air, the higher will his flax grow that season. 422. The gilded plough with which the Siamese mock king opens the ploughing may be compared with the bronze ploughs which the Etruscans employed at the ceremony of founding cities. 423. In both cases the use of bare iron was probably forbidden on superstitious grounds. 424. M126. In the foregoing cases a temporary king is appointed annually in accordance with the regular custom. But in other cases the appointment is made only to meet a special emergency, such as to relieve the real king from some actual or threatened evil by diverting it to a substitute, who takes his place on the throne for a short time. The history of Persia furnishes instances of such occasional substitutes for the Shah. Thus Shah Abbas the Great, the most eminent of all the kings of Persia, who reigned from 1586 to 1628 AD, being warned by his astrologers in the year 1591 that a serious danger impended over him, attempted to avert the omen by abdicating the throne and appointing a certain unbeliever named Yusufi, probably a Christian, to reign in his stead. The substitute was accordingly crowned, and for 3 days, if we may trust the Persian historians, he enjoyed not only the name and the state but the power of the king. At the end of his brief reign he was put to death. The decree of the stars was fulfilled by this sacrifice. And Abbas, who reascended his throne in a most propitious hour, was promised by his astrologers a long and glorious reign. 425. Again, Shah Sufi II, who reigned from 1668 to 1694 AD, was crowned a second time and changed his name to Suleiman or Solomon under the following circumstances. The king, a few days after, was out of danger, but the matter was to restore him to perfect health. Having been always in a languishing condition, and his physicians never able to discover the cause of his distemper, he suspected that their ignorance retarded his recovery, and 2 or 3 of them were therefore ill-treated. At length the other physicians, fearing it might be their own turn next, bethought themselves that Persia being at the same time afflicted with a scarcity of provisions and the king's sickness, the fault must be in the astrologers, who had not chosen a favorable hour when the king was set upon the throne, and therefore persuaded him that the ceremony must be performed again, and he changed his name in a more lucky minute. The king and his council approving of their notion, the physicians and astrologers together expected the first unfortunate day, which, according to their superstition, was to be followed in the evening by a propitious hour. Among the Gavras, or original Persians, worshippers of fire, there are some who boast their descent from the Rustans, who formerly reigned over Persia and Parthia. On the morning of the aforesaid unlucky day, they took one of these Gavras of that blood royal, and having placed him on the throne, with his back against a figure that represented him to the life, all the great men of the court came to attend him, as if he had been their king, performing all that he commanded. This scene lasted till the favorable hour, which was a little before sunsetting, and then an officer of the court came behind and cut off the head of the wooden statue with his scimitar, the gore then starting up and running away. That very moment the king came into the hall, and the Sufi's cap being set on his head, and his sword girt to his side, he sat down on the throne, changing his name for that of Solomon, which was performed with the usual ceremonies, the drums beating and trumpet sounding as before. It was requisite to act this farce, in order to satisfy the law, which requires that in order to change his name and take possession of the throne again he must expel a prince that had usurped it upon some pretensions. And therefore they made choice of a Gur, who pretended to be descended from the ancient kings of Persia, and was besides of a different religion from that of the government. 426. Chapter 6. Sacrifice of the King's Son. M127. A point to notice about the temporary kings described in the foregoing chapter is that in two places, Cambodia and Jambi, they come of a stock which is believed to be akin to the royal family. If the view here, taken of the origin of these temporary kingships is correct, we can easily understand why the king's substitute should sometimes be of the same race as the king. When the king first succeeded in getting the life of another, accepted as a sacrifice instead of his own, he would have to show that the death of that other would serve the purpose quite as well as his own would have done. Now it was as a god or demigod that the king had to die. Therefore the substitute who died for him had to be invested, at least for the occasion, with the divine attributes of the king. This, as we have just seen, was certainly the case with the temporary kings of Siam and Cambodia. They were invested with the supernatural functions, which in an earlier stage of society were the special attributes of the king. But no one could so well represent the king in his divine character as his son, who might be supposed to share the divine afflatus of his father. No one, therefore, could so appropriately die for the king and, through him, for the whole people, as the king's son. M128. According to tradition, Alnor, king of Sweden, sacrificed 9 of his sons to Odin at Uppsala in order that his own life might be spared. After he had sacrificed his second son he received from the god in answer that he should live so long as he gave him one of his sons every 9th year. When he had sacrificed his 7th son, he still lived, but was so feeble that he could not walk but had to be carried in a chair. Then he offered up his 8th son, and lived 9 years more, lying in his bed. After that he sacrificed his 9th son, and lived another 9 years, but so that he drank out of a horn like a weaned child. He now wished to sacrifice his only remaining son to Odin, but the Swedes would not allow him. So he died and was buried in a mound at Uppsala. The poet Theodulf told the king's history in verse. In Uppsala's town the cruel king slaughtered his sons at Odin's shrine, slaughtered his sons with cruel knife, to get from Odin length of life. He lived until he had to turn his toothless mouth to the deer's horn. And he who shed his children's blood, sucked through the ox's horn as food. At length fell death has tracked him down, slowly but sure, in Uppsala's town. 427. M129. In ancient Greece there seems to have been at least one kingly house of great antiquity of which the eldest sons were always liable to be sacrificed in room of their royal sires. When Xerxes was marching through Thessaly at the head of his mighty host to attack the Spartans at Thermopylae, he came to the town of Allis. Here he was shewn the sanctuary of Laphystian Zeus, about which his guides told him a strange tale. It ran somewhat as follows. Once upon a time the king of the country, by name Athmas, married a wife Nephil, and had by her a son called Phrixus and a daughter named Hel. Afterwards he took to himself a second wife called Ino, by whom he had 2 sons, Lyrtus and Melicertes. But his second wife was jealous of her stepchildren, Phrixus and Hel, and plotted their death. She went about very cunningly to compass her bad end. First of all, she persuaded the women of the country to roast the seed corn secretly, before it was committed to the ground. So next year no crops came up and the people died of famine. Then the king sent messengers to the oracle at Delphi to inquire the cause of the dearth. But the wicked stepmother brought the messenger to give out as the answer of the god that the dearth would never cease till the children of Athmas by his first wife had been sacrificed to Zeus. When Athmas heard that, he sent for the children, who were with the sheep. But a ram with a fleece of gold opened his lips, and, speaking with the voice of a man, warned the children of their danger. So they mounted the ram and fled with him over land and sea. As they flew over the sea, the girl slipped from the animal's back, and falling into water was drowned. But her brother Phrixus was brought safe to the land of Colchis, where reigned the child of the sun. Phrixus married the king's daughter, and she bore him a son Citizerus. And there he sacrificed the ram with the golden fleece to Zeus the god of flight. But some will have it that he sacrificed the animal to Laphystian Zeus. The golden fleece itself he gave to his wife's father, who nailed it to an oak tree, guarded by a sleepless dragon in a sacred grove of Ares. Meanwhile at home an oracle had commanded that King Athmas himself should be sacrificed as an expiatory offering for the whole country. So the people decked him with garlands like a victim and led him to the altar, where they were just about to sacrifice him when he was rescued either by his grandson, Citizerus, who arrived in the nick of time from Colchis, or by Hercules, who brought tidings that the king's son Phrixus was yet alive. Thus, Athmas was saved, but afterwards he went mad, and mistaking his son, Laertes for a wild beast shot him dead. Next he attempted the life of his remaining son Melicertes, but the child was rescued by his mother Ino, who ran and threw herself and him from a high rock into the sea. Mother and son were changed into marine divinities, and the son received special homage in the Isle of Tenedos, where babes were sacrificed to him. Thus, bereft of wife and children, the unhappy Athmas quitted his country, and, on enquiring of the oracle where he should dwell, was told to take up his abode wherever he should be entertained by wild beasts. He fell in with a pack of wolves devouring sheep, and when they saw him they fled and left him the bleeding remnants of their prey. In this way the oracle was fulfilled. But because King Athmas had not been sacrificed as a sin offering for the whole country, it was divinely decreed that the eldest male son of his family in each generation should be sacrificed, without fail, if ever he set foot in the town hall, where the offerings were made to Laphystian Zeus by one of the house of Athmas. Many of the family, Xerxes was informed, had fled to foreign lands to escape this doom. But some of them had returned long afterwards, and being caught by the sentinels in the act of entering the town hall were wreathed as victims, led forth in procession, and sacrificed. 428. These instances appear to have been notorious, if not frequent. For the writer of a dialogue attributed to Plato, after speaking of the immolation of human victims by the Carthaginians, adds that such practices were not unknown among the Greeks, and he refers with horror to the sacrifices offered on Mount Lycaeus and by the descendants of Athmas. 429. M130. The suspicion that this barbarous custom by no means fell into disuse even in later days is strengthened by a case of human sacrifice, which occurred in Plutarch's time at Orchomenus, a very ancient city of Boeotia, distant only a few miles across the plain from the historian's birthplace. Here dwelled a family of which the men went by the name of Silos or City, and the women by the name of Alia or Destructive. Every year at the festival of the Agrinea the priest of Dionysus pursued these women with a drawn sword, and if he overtook one of them he had the right to slay her. In Plutarch's lifetime the right was actually exercised by a priest Zoilus. Now the family thus liable to furnish at least one human victim every year was of royal descent, for they traced their lineage to Minyas, the famous old king of Orchomenus, the monarch of fabulous wealth, whose stately treasury, as it is called, still stands in ruins at the point where the long rocky hill of Orchomenus melts into the vast level expanse of the Copaic plain. Tradition ran that the king's 3 daughters long despised the other women of the country for yielding to the Bacchic frenzy, and sat at home in the king's house scornfully, plying the distaff and the loom, while the rest, wreathed with flowers, their dishevelled locks streaming to the wind, roamed in ecstasy the barren mountains that rise above Orchomenus, making the solitude of the hills to echo to the wild music of cymbals and tambourines. But in time, the divine fury infected even the royal damsels in their quiet chamber. They were seized with a fierce longing to partake of human flesh, and cast lots among themselves which should give up her child to furnish a cannibal feast. The lot fell on Leucippe, and she surrendered her son Hippasus, who was torn limb from limb by the 3. From these misguided women sprang the Alia and the Silos, of whom the men were said to be so called, because they wore sad-colored raiment in token of their mourning and grief. 430. M131. Now this practice of taking human victims from a family of royal descent at Orchomenus is all the more significant because Athmas himself is said to have reigned in the land of Orchomenus even before the time of Minyas, and because over against the city there rises Mount Laphysius, on which, as at Alis in Thessaly, there was a sanctuary of Laphystian Zeus, where, according to tradition, Athmas proposed to sacrifice his two children Phrixus and Helle. 431. On the whole, comparing the traditions about Athmas with the custom that obtained with regard to his descendants, in historical times, we may fairly infer that in Thessaly and probably in Bough there reigned of old a dynasty of which the kings were liable to be sacrificed for the good of the country to the god called Laphystian Zeus, but that they contrived to shift the fatal responsibility to their offspring, of whom the eldest son was regularly destined to the altar. As time went on, the cruel custom was so far mitigated that a ram was accepted as a vicarious sacrifice in room of the royal victim, provided always that the prince abstained from setting foot in the town hall where the sacrifices were offered to Laphystian Zeus by one of his kinsmen. 432. But if he were rash enough to enter the place of doom, to thrust himself, wilfully, as it were, on the notice of the god who had good-naturedly winked at the substitution of a ram, the ancient obligation which had been suffered to lie in abeyance recovered all its force, and there was no help for it but he must die. The tradition which associated the sacrifice of the king or his children with a great dearth points clearly to the belief, so common among primitive folk, that the king is responsible for the weather in the crops, and that he may justly pay with his life for the inclemency of the one or the failure of the other. Athmas and his line, in short, appear to have united divine or magical with royal functions. And this view is strongly supported by the claims to divinity which Salmoneus, the brother of Athmas, is said to have set up. We have seen that this presumptuous mortal professed to be no other than Zeus himself, and to wield the thunder and lightning, of which he made a trumpery imitation by the help of tinkling kettles and blazing torches. 433. If we may judge from analogy, his mock thunder and lightning were no mere scenic exhibition designed to deceive and impress the beholders. They were enchantments practiced by the royal magician for the purpose of bringing about the celestial phenomena which they feebly mimicked. 434. M132. Among the Semites of Western Asia the king, in a time of national danger, sometimes gave his own son to die as a sacrifice for the people. Thus Philo of Byblus, in his work on the Jews, says, it was an ancient custom in a crisis of great danger that the ruler of a city or nation should give his beloved son to die for the whole people, as a ransom, offered to the avenging demons. And the children thus offered were slain, with mystic rites. So Cronus, whom the Phoenicians call Israel, being king of the land and having an only begotten son called Joud, for in the Phoenician tongue Joud signifies only begotten, dressed him in royal robes and sacrificed him upon an altar in a time of war, when the country was in great danger from the enemy. 435. When the king of Moab was besieged by the Israelites and hard beset, he took his eldest son, who should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering on the wall. 436. But amongst the Semites the practice of sacrificing their children was not confined to kings. 437. In times of great calamity, such as pestilence, drought, or defeat in war, the Phoenicians used to sacrifice one of their daughters to Baal. Phoenician history, says an ancient writer, is full of such sacrifices. 438. The writer of a dialogue ascribed to Plato observes that the Carthaginians immolated human beings as if it were right and lawful to do so, and some of them, he adds, even sacrificed their own sons to Baal. 439. When Gello, tyrant of Syracuse, defeated the Carthaginians in the great battle of Himera, he required as a condition of peace that they should sacrifice their children to Baal no longer. 440. But the barbarous custom was too inveterate and too agreeable to Semitic modes of thought to be so easily eradicated, and the humane stipulation of the Greek despot probably remained a dead letter. At all events the history of this remarkable people, who combined in so high a degree the spirit of commercial enterprise with a blind attachment to a stern and gloomy religion, is stained in later times with instances of the same cruel superstition. When the Carthaginians were defeated and besieged by Agathocles, they ascribed their disasters to the wrath of Bough. 4. Whereas in former times they had been wont to sacrifice to him their own offspring, they had latterly fallen into the habit of buying children and rearing them to be victims. So, to appease the angry god, 200 children of the noblest families were picked out for sacrifice, and the tale of victims was swelled by not less than 300 more who volunteered to die for the fatherland. They were sacrificed by being placed, one by one, on the sloping ends of the brazen image, from which they rolled into a pit of fire. 441. Childless people among the Carthaginians bought children from poor parents and slaughtered them, says Plutarch, as if they were lambs or chickens. And the mother had to stand by and see it done without a tear or a groan, for if she wept or moaned, she lost all the credit and the child was sacrificed nonetheless. But all the place in front of the image was filled with the tumultuous music of fifes and drums to drown the shrieks of the victims. 442. Infants were publicly sacrificed by the Carthaginians down to the proconsulate of Tiberius, who crucified the priests on the trees beside their temples. Yet, the practice still went on secretly in the lifetime of Tertullian. 443. M133. Among the Canaanites or aboriginal inhabitants of Palestine, whom the invading Israelites conquered but did not exterminate, the grisly custom of burning their children in honor of Baal or Moloch seems to have been regularly practiced. 444. To the best representatives of the Hebrew people, the authors of their noble literature, such rites were abhorrent, and they warned their fellow countrymen against participating in them. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found with thee any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, one that useth divination, one that practiseth augury, or an enchanter, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a consulter with a familiar spirit, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For whosoever doeth these things is an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. 445. Again we read, and thou shalt not give any of thy seed to pass through the fire to Molech. 446. Whatever effect these warnings may have had in the earlier days of Israelitish history, there is abundant evidence that in later times the Hebrews lapsed, or rather perhaps relapsed, into that congenial mire of superstition from which the higher spirits of the nation struggled, too often in vain, to rescue them. The psalmist laments that his erring countrymen mingled themselves with the nations, and learned their works, and they served their idols, which became a snare unto them, yea, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters unto demons, and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan. And the land was polluted with blood. 447. When the Hebrew annalist has recorded how Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, besieged Samaria for 3 years and took it and carried Israel away into captivity, he explains that this was a divine punishment inflicted on his people for having fallen in with the evil ways of the Canaanites. They had built high places in all their cities, and set up pillars and sacred poles, Asherim upon every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense after the manner of the heathen. And they forsook all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made an Asherah, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments. 448. At Jerusalem in these days there was a regularly appointed place where parents burned their children, both boys and girls, in honor of Baal or Moloch. It was in the valley of Hinnom, just outside the walls of the city, and bore the name, infamous ever since, of Tophet. The practice is referred to again and again with sorrowful indignation by the prophets. 449. The kings of Judah set an example to their people by burning their own children at the usual place. Thus of Ahaz, who reigned 16 years at Jerusalem, we are told that he burned incense in the valley of Hinnom, and burnt his children in the fire, 450. Again, King Manasseh, whose long reign covered 55 years, made his children to pass through the fire in the valley of Hinnom. 451. Afterwards, in the reign of the good King Josiah, the idolatrous excesses of the people were repressed, at least for a time, and among other measures of reform Tophet was defiled by the king's orders, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Melech. 452. Whether the place was ever used again for the same dark purpose as before does not appear. Long afterwards, under the sway of a milder faith, there was little in the valley to recall the tragic scenes which it had so often witnessed. Jerome describes it as a pleasant and shady spot, watered by the rills of Siloam, and laid out in delightful gardens. 453. M134. It would be interesting, though it might be fruitless, to inquire how far the Hebrew prophets and psalmists were right in their opinion that the Israelites learned these and other gloomy superstitions only through contact with the old inhabitants of the land, that the primitive purity of faith and morals which they brought with them from the free air of the desert was tainted and polluted by the grossness and corruption of the heathen in the fat land of Canaan. When we remember, however, that the Israelites were of the same Semitic stock as the population they conquered, and professed to despise, 454, and that the practice of human sacrifices attested for many branches of the Semitic race, we shall, perhaps, incline to surmise that the chosen people may have brought with them into Palestine the seeds which afterwards sprang up and bore such ghastly fruit in the valley of Hinnom. It is at least significant of the prevalence of such customs among the Semites that no sooner were the native, child-burning Israelites carried off by King Shalmaneser to Assyria than their place was taken by colonists who practiced precisely the same rites, in honor of deities who probably differed in little but name from those revered by the idolatrous Hebrews. The Sepharvites, we are told, burned their children in the fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. 455. The pious Jewish historian, who saw in Israel's exile God's punishment for sin, has suggested no explanation of that mystery in the divine economy which suffered the Sepharvites to continue on the same spot the very same abominations for which the erring Hebrews had just been so signally chastised. M135. We have still to ask which of their children the Semites picked out for sacrifice. For that a choice was made and some principle of selection followed, may be taken for granted. A people who burned all their children indiscriminately would soon extinguish themselves, and such an excess of piety is probably rare, if not unknown. In point of fact, it seems, at least among the Hebrews, to have been only the firstborn child that was doomed to the flames. The prophet Micah asks, in a familiar passage, "Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, and bow myself before the high God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000 of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul?" These were the questions which pious and doubting hearts were putting to themselves in the days of the prophet. The prophet's own answer is not doubtful. "He hath shewed thee, O man, what is good. And what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." 456. It is a noble answer, and one which only like spirits in that, or, perhaps, in any age have given. In Israel the vulgar answer was given, on bloody altars and in the smoke and flames of Tophet, and the form in which the prophet's question is cast, "Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression?" shows plainly on which of the children the duty of atoning for the sins of their father was supposed to fall. A passage in Ezekiel points no less clearly to the same conclusion. The prophet represents God as saying, "I gave them statutes that were not good, and judgments wherein they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened at the womb, that I might make them desolate." That the writer was here thinking specially of the sacrifice of children is proved by his own words a little later on. "When ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons to pass through the fire, do ye pollute yourselves with all your idols, unto this day." 457. Further, that by the words to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb he referred only to the firstborn can easily be shewn by the language of Scripture in reference to that law of the consecration of firstlings which Ezekiel undoubtedly had in his mind when he wrote this passage. Thus we find that law enunciated in the following terms, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine." 458. Again, it is written, Thou shalt set apart unto the Lord all that openeth the womb, and every firstling which thou hast that cometh of a beast. The males shall be the Lord's. 459. Once more, all that openeth the womb is mine. And all thy cattle that is male, the firstlings of ox and sheep. 460. This ancient Hebrew custom of the consecration to God of all male firstlings, whether of man or beast, was merely the application to the animal kingdom of the law that all first fruits whatsoever belong to the deity and must be made over to him or his representatives. That general law is thus stated by the Hebrew legislator, Thou shalt not delay to offer of the abundance of thy fruits, and of thy liquors. The firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Likewise shalt thou do with thine oxen, and with thy sheep, 7 days it shall be with its dam. And on the 8th day thou shalt give it me. 461. M136. Thus the God of the Hebrews plainly regarded the firstborn of men, and the firstlings of animals as his own, and required that they should be made over to him. But how? Here a distinction was drawn between sheep, oxen, and goats on the one hand and men and asses on the other. The firstlings of the former were always sacrificed, the firstlings of the latter were generally redeemed. The firstling of an ox, or the firstling of a sheep, or the firstling of a goat, thou shalt not redeem. They are holy. Thou shalt sprinkle their blood upon the altar, and shalt burn their fat for an offering made by fire for a sweet savour unto the Lord. The flesh went to the Levites, 462, who consumed it, no doubt, instead of the deity whom they represented. On the other hand, the ass was not sacrificed by the Israelites, probably because they did not eat the animal themselves, and hence concluded that God did not do so either. In the matter of diet, the taste of gods generally presents a striking resemblance to that of their worshippers. Still the firstling ass, like all other firstlings, was sacred to the deity, and since it was not sacrificed to him, he had to receive an equivalent for it. In other words, the ass had to be redeemed, and the price of the redemption was a lamb which was burned as a vicarious sacrifice instead of the ass, on the hypothesis, apparently, that roast lamb is likely to be more palatable to the supreme being than roast donkey. If the ass was not redeemed, it had to be killed by having its neck broken. 463. The firstlings of other unclean animals and of men were redeemed for 5 shekels a head, which were paid to the Levites. 464. M137. We can now readily understand why so many of the Hebrews, at least in the later days of their history, sacrificed their firstborn children, and why tender-hearted parents, whose affection for their offspring exceeded their devotion to the deity, may often have been visited with compunction, and even tormented with feelings of bitter self-reproach and shame at their carnal weakness in suffering the beloved Son to live, when they saw others, with an heroic piety which they could not emulate, calmly resigning their dear ones to the fire, through which, as they firmly believed, they passed to God, to reap, perhaps, in endless bliss in heaven, the reward of their sharp but transient sufferings on earth. From infancy, they had been brought up in the belief that the firstborn was sacred to God, and though they knew that he had waived his right to them in consideration of the receipt of 5 shekels a head, they could hardly view this as anything but an act of gracious condescension, of generous liberality on the part of the divinity who had stooped to accept so trifling a sum, instead of the life which really belonged to him. Surely, they might argue, God would be better pleased if we were to give him not the money, but the life, not the poor paltry shekels, but what we value most, our first and best loved child. If we hold that life so dear, will not he, also? It is his. Why should we not give him his own? It was in answer to anxious questions such as these, and to quite truly conscientious scruples of this sort that the prophet Micah declared that what God required of his true worshippers was not sacrifice but justice and mercy and humility. It is the answer of morality to religion, of the growing consciousness that man's duty is not to propitiate with vain oblations those mysterious powers of the universe of which he can know little or nothing, but to be just and merciful in his dealings with his fellows and to humbly trust, though he cannot know, that by acting thus he will best please the higher powers, whatever they may be. M138. But while morality ranges itself on the side of the prophet, it may be questioned whether history and precedent were not on the side of his adversaries. If the firstborn of men and cattle were alike sacred to God, and the firstborn of cattle were regularly sacrificed, while the firstborn of men were ransomed by a money payment, has not this last provision the appearance of being a later mitigation of an older and harsher custom, which doomed firstborn children, like firstling lambs and calves and goats, to the altar or the fire? The suspicion is greatly strengthened by the remarkable tradition told to account for the sanctity of the firstborn. When Israel was in bondage in Egypt, so runs the tradition, God resolved to deliver them from captivity, and to lead them to the promised land. But the Egyptians were loth to part with their bondmen and thwarted the divine purpose by refusing to let the Israelites go. Accordingly God afflicted these cruel taskmasters with one plague after another, but all in vain, until at last he made up his mind to resort to a strong measure, which would surely have the desired effect. At dead of night he would pass through the land killing all the firstborn of the Egyptians, both man and beast. Not one of them would be left alive in the morning. But the Israelites were warned of what was about to happen and told to keep indoors that night, and to put a mark on their houses, so that when he passed down this street on his errand of slaughter, God might know them at sight from the houses of the Egyptians and not turn in and massacre the wrong children and animals. The mark was to be the blood of a lamb smeared on the lintel and side posts of the door. In every house the lamb, whose red blood was to be the badge of Israel that night, as the white scarves were the badge of the Catholics on the night of St. Bartholomew, was to be killed at evening and eaten by the household, with very peculiar rites. During the hours of darkness while the butchery was proceeding, none of the flesh was to see the morning light. Whatever the family could not eat was to be burned with fire. All this was done. The massacre of Egyptian children and animals was successfully perpetrated and had the desired effect. And to commemorate this great triumph God ordained that all the firstborn of man and beast among the Israelites should be sacred to him, ever afterwards in the manner already described, the edible animals to be sacrificed, and the uneatable, especially men and asses, to be ransomed by a substitute or by a pecuniary payment of so much a head. And a festival was to be celebrated every spring with rites exactly like those which were observed on the night of the great slaughter. The divine command was obeyed, and the festival thus instituted was the Passover. 465. M139. The one thing that looms clear through the haze of this weird tradition is the memory of the great massacre of firstborn. This was the origin, we are told, both of the sanctity of the firstborn and of the feast of the Passover. But when we are further told that the people whose firstborn were slaughtered on that occasion were not the Hebrews but their enemies, we are at once met by serious difficulties. Why, we may ask, should the Israelites kill the firstlings of their cattle forever because God once killed those of the Egyptians? And why should every Hebrew father have to pay God a ransom for his firstborn child because God once slew all the firstborn children of the Egyptians? In this form the tradition offers no intelligible explanation of the custom. But it at once becomes clear and intelligible when we assume that in the original version of the story, it was the Hebrew firstborn that were slain. That in fact the slaughter of the firstborn children was formerly, what the slaughter of the firstborn cattle always continued to be, not an isolated butchery but a regular custom, which with the growth of more humane sentiments was afterwards softened into the vicarious sacrifice of a lamb and the payment of a ransom for each child. Here the reader may be reminded of another Hebrew tradition in which the sacrifice of the firstborn child is indicated still more clearly. Abraham, we are informed, was commanded by God to offer up his firstborn son Isaac as a burnt sacrifice, and was on the point of obeying the divine command, when God, content with this proof of his faith and obedience, substituted for the human victim a ram, which Abraham accordingly sacrificed instead of his son. 466. Putting the two traditions together in observing how exactly they dovetail into each other and into the later Hebrew practice of actually sacrificing the firstborn children by fire to Baal or Moloch, we can hardly resist the conclusion that, before the practice of redeeming them was introduced, the Hebrews, like the other branches of the Semitic race, regularly sacrificed their firstborn children by the fire or the knife. The Passover, if this view is right, was the occasion when the awful sacrifice was offered. And the tradition of its origin has preserved in its main outlines a vivid memory of the horrors of these fearful nights. They must have been like the nights called evil on the west coast of Africa, when the people kept indoors, because the executioners were going about the streets and the heads of the human victims were falling in the king's palace. 467. But, seen in the lurid light of superstition or of legend, they were no common mortals, no vulgar executioners, who did the dreadful work at the first Passover. The angel of death was abroad that night. Into every house he entered, and a sound of lamentation followed him as he came forth with his dripping sword. The blood that bespattered the lintel and doorposts would, at first, be the blood of the firstborn child of the house. And when the blood of a lamb was afterwards substituted, we may suppose that it was intended not so much to appease as to cheat the ghastly visitant. Seeing the red drops in the doorway, he would say to himself, "That is the blood of their child. I need not turn in there. I have many yet to slay before the morning breaks grey in the east." And he would pass on in haste. And the trembling parents, as they clasped their little one to their breast, might fancy that they heard his footfalls growing fainter and fainter down the street. In plain words, we may surmise that the slaughter was originally done by masked men, like the mumbo-jumbos and similar figures of West Africa, who went from house to house and were believed by the uninitiated to be the deity or his divine messengers come in person to carry off the victims. When the leaders had decided to allow the sacrifice of animals instead of children, they would give the people a hint that if they only killed a lamb and smeared its blood on the doorposts, the bloodthirsty but nearsighted deity would never know the difference. In 140, the attempt to outwit a malignant and dangerous spirit is common, and might be illustrated by many examples. Some instances will be noticed in a later part of this work. Here a single one may suffice. The Malays believe in a spectral huntsman, who ranges the forest with a pack of ghostly dogs, and whose apparition bodes sickness or death. Certain birds, which fly in flocks by night uttering a loud and peculiar note, are supposed to follow in his train. Hence when Purric peasants hear the weird sound, they run out and make a clatter with a knife on a wooden platter, crying, "Great-grandfather, bring us their hearts." The spectral huntsman, hearing these words, will take the supplicants for followers of his own, asking to share his bag. So he will spare the household and pass on, and the tumult of the wild hunt will die away in the darkness and the distance. 468. In 141, if this be indeed the origin of the Passover and of the sanctity of the firstborn among the Hebrews, the whole of the Semitic evidence on the subject is seen to fall into line at once. The children whom the Carthaginians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, Moabites, Sepharvites, and probably other branches of the Semitic race burned in the fire would be their firstborn only, although in general ancient writers have failed to indicate this limitation of the custom. For the Moabites, indeed, the limitation is clearly indicated, if not expressly stated, when we read that the king of Moab offered his eldest son, who should have reigned after him, as a burnt sacrifice on the wall. 469. For the Phoenicians it comes out less distinctly in the statement of Porphyr that the Phoenicians used to sacrifice one of their daughters to Baal, and in the legend recorded by Philo of Byblus that Cronus sacrificed his only begotten son. 470. we may suppose that the custom of sacrificing the firstborn both of men and animals was a very ancient Semitic institution, which many branches of the race kept up within historical times. But that, the Hebrews, while they maintained the custom in regard to domestic cattle, were led by their loftier morality to discard it in respect of children, and to replace it by a merciful law that firstborn children should be ransomed instead of sacrificed. 471. M142. The conclusion that the Hebrew custom of redeeming the firstborn is a modification of an older custom of sacrificing them has been mentioned by some very distinguished scholars only to be rejected on the ground, apparently, of its extreme improbability. 472. To me the converging lines of evidence which point to this conclusion seem too numerous and too distinct to be thus lightly brushed aside. And the argument from improbability can easily be rebutted by pointing to other peoples who are known to have practiced or to be still practicing a custom of the same sort. In some tribes of New South Wales the firstborn child of every woman was eaten by the tribe as part of a religious ceremony. 473. Among the Aborigines on the lower portions of the Paroo and Warrego rivers, which join the Darling River in New South Wales, girls used to become wives when they were mere children and to be mothers at 14, and the old custom was to kill the firstborn child by strangulation. 474. Again, among the tribes about Maryborough in Queensland a girl's first child was almost always exposed and left to perish. 475. In the tribes about Beltana, in South Australia, girls were married at 14, and it was customary to destroy their firstborn. 476. The natives of Rook, an island off the east coast of New Guinea, used to kill all their firstborn children. They prided themselves on their humanity in burying the murdered infants, instead of eating them as their barbarous neighbors did. They spared the second child but killed the third, and so on alternately with the rest of their offspring. 477. Chinese history reports that in a state called Kaimai, to the east of Yu, it was customary to devour the firstborn sons. 478. And further, that to the west of Kiaokai or Tonquin there was a realm of man-eaters, where the firstborn son was, as a rule, chopped into pieces and eaten, and his younger brothers were nevertheless regarded to have fulfilled their fraternal duties towards him. And if he proved to be appetizing food, they sent some of his flesh to their chieftains, who, exhilarated, gave the father a reward. 479. In India, down to the beginning of the 19th century, the custom of sacrificing a firstborn child to the Ganges was common. 480. Again, we are told that among the Hindus the firstborn has always held a peculiarly sacred position, especially if born in answer to a vow to parents who have long been without offspring, in which case sacrifice of the child was common in India. The Meres used to sacrifice a firstborn son to Mata, the smallpox goddess. 481. M143. The Burans, on the southern borders of Abyssinia, propitiate a sky spirit called Wag by sacrificing their children and cattle to him. Among them when a man of any standing marries, he becomes a Rabba, as it is called, and for a certain period after marriage, probably 4 to 8 years, he must leave any children that are born to him to die in the bush. No Buran cares to contemplate the fearful calamities with which Wag would visit him if he failed to discharge this duty. After he ceases to be a Rabba, a man is circumcised and becomes a Gada. The sky spirit has no claim on the children born after their father's circumcision, but they are sent away at a very early age to be reared by the Wada, a low caste of hunters. They remain with these people till they are grown up, and then return to their families. 482. In this remarkable custom it would appear that the circumcision of the father is regarded as an atoning sacrifice, which redeems the rest of his children from the spirit to whom they would otherwise belong. The obscure story told by the Israelites to explain the origin of circumcision seems also to suggest that the custom was supposed to save the life of the child by giving the deity a substitute for it. 483. Again, the Kher, Bana, and Bashada, 3 tribes in the valley of the Oma River, to the south of Abyssinia, are in the habit of strangling their firstborn children and throwing the bodies away. The Care cast the bodies into the river Omo, where they are devoured by crocodiles. The other two tribes leave them in the forest to be eaten by the hyenas. The only explanation they give of the custom is that it was decreed by their ancestors. Captain C.H. Stiggin enquired into the practice very carefully and was told that for a certain number of years, after marriage children would be thrown away, and after that they would be kept. The number of the first children who were strangled, and the period of years during which this was done, appears to be variable, but I could not understand what regulated it. There was one point, however, about which they were certain, and that was that the firstborn of all, rich, poor, high and low, had to be strangled and thrown away. The chief of the Care said, "If I had a child now, it would have to be thrown away," laughing as if it were a great joke. What amused him really was that I should be so interested in their custom. So far as Captain Stiggin could ascertain, there is no idea of sacrificing the children to the crocodiles by throwing them into the river. If a Care man has a first child born to him while he is on a journey away from the river, he will throw the infant away in the forest. 484. In Uganda, if the firstborn child of a chief or any important person is a son, the midwife strangles it and reports that the infant was stillborn. This is done to ensure the life of the father. If he is a son born first, he will soon die, and the child inherit all he has. 485. Amongst the people of Senjro in Eastern Africa, we are told that many families must offer up their firstborn sons as sacrifices, because once upon a time, when summer and winter were jumbled together in a bad season, and the fruits of the earth would not ripen, the soothsayers enjoined it. At that time a great pillar of iron is said to have stood at the entrance of the capital, which in accordance with the advice of the soothsayers was broken down by order of the king, whereupon the seasons became regular again. To avert the recurrence of such a calamity, the wizards commanded the king to pour human blood once a year on the base of the broken shaft of the pillar, and also upon the throne. Since then, certain families have been obliged to deliver up their firstborn sons, who were sacrificed at an appointed time. 486. Among some tribes of southeastern Africa there is a rule that when a woman's husband has been killed in battle and she marries again, the first child she gives birth to, after her second marriage, must be put to death, whether she has it by her first or her second husband. Such a child is called the child of the assegai, and if it were not killed, death or an accident would be sure to befall the second spouse, and the woman herself would be barren. The notion is that the woman must have had some share in the misfortune that overtook her first husband, and that the only way of removing the malign influence is to slay the child of the assegai. 487. M144. The heathen Russians often sacrifice their firstborn to the god Prun. 488. It is said that on Magslakter plain of prostrations, near the present village of Bulimagoran, in the county Cavan, there used to stand a great idol called Cromcroch, covered with gold, to which the ancient Irish sacrifice the firstlings of every issue and the chief scions of every clan in order to obtain plenty of corn, honey, and milk. Round about the golden image, which was spoken of as the king idol of Aaron, stood 12 other idols of stone. 489. The Kitonaqa Indians of British Columbia worship the sun and sacrifice their firstborn children to him. When a woman is with child, she prays to the sun, saying, "I am with child. When it is born, I shall offer it to you. Have pity upon us." Thus, they expect to secure health and good fortune for their families. 490. Among the Coast Salish Indians of the same region, the first child is often sacrificed to the sun in order to ensure the health and prosperity of the whole family. 491. The Indians of Florida sacrifice their firstborn male children. 492. Among the Indians of North Carolina down to the early part of the 18th century a remarkable ceremony was performed, which seems to be most naturally interpreted as a modification of an older custom of putting the king's son to death, perhaps as a substitute for his father. It is as described by a writer of that period: "They have a strange custom or ceremony amongst them, to call to mind the persecutions and death of the kings their ancestors slain by their enemies at certain seasons, and particularly when the savages have been at war with any nation, and return from their country without bringing home some prisoners of war, or the heads of their enemies. The king causes as a perpetual remembrance of all his predecessors to beat and wound the best beloved of all his children with the same weapons wherewith they had been killed in former times, to the end that by renewing the wound, their deaths should be lamented afresh. The king and his nation being assembled on these occasions, a feast is prepared, and the Indian who is authorized to wound the king's son runs about the house like a distracted person, crying and making a most hideous noise all the time with the weapon in his hand, wherewith he wounds the king's son. This he performs 3 several times, during which interval he presents the king with victuals or kasana, and it is very strange to see the Indian that is thus struck never offers to stir till he is wounded the 3rd time, after which he falls down, backwards, stretching out his arms and legs as if he had been ready to expire. Then the rest of the king's sons and daughters, together with the mother and vast numbers of women and girls, fall at his feet and lament, and cry most bitterly. During this time the king and his retinue are feasting, yet with such profound silence for some hours, that not one word, or even a whisper is to be heard amongst them. After this manner they continue till night, which ends in singing, dancing, and the greatest joy imaginable. 493. In this account the description of the frantic manner assumed by the person whose duty it was to wound the king's son reminds us of the frenzy of King Athmas when he took or attempted the lives of his children. 494. The same feature is said to have characterized the sacrifice of children in Peru. When any person of note was sick and the priest said he must die, they sacrificed his son, desiring the idol to be satisfied with him and not to take away his father's life. The ceremonies used at these sacrifices were strange, for they behaved themselves like madmen. They believed that all calamities were occasioned by sin, and that sacrifices were the remedy. 495. An early Spanish historian of the conquest of Peru, in describing the Indians of the Peruvian valleys, between San Miguel and Caxamalca, records that they have disgusting sacrifices and temples of idols which they hold in great veneration. They offer them their most precious possessions. Every month they sacrifice their own children and smear with the blood of the victims the face of the idols and the doors of the temples. 496. In Purua, a province of Quito, it used to be customary to sacrifice the firstborn children to the gods. Their remains were dried, enclosed in vessels of metal or stone, and kept in the houses. 497. The Zamanas and Coxinas, 2 Indian tribes in the upper valley of the Amazon, kill all their firstborn children. 498. If the firstborn is a girl, the Lengua Indians invariably put it to death. 499. M145. Among the ancient Italian peoples, especially of the Sabine stock, it was customary in seasons of great peril or public calamity, as when the crops had failed or a pestilence was raging, to vow that they would sacrifice to the gods every creature, whether man or beast, that should be born in the following spring. To the creatures thus devoted to sacrifice, the name of the sacred spring was applied. But since, says Festus, it seemed cruel to slay innocent boys and girls, they were kept till they had grown up, then veiled and driven beyond the boundaries. 500. Several Italian peoples, for example the Piceni, Samnites, and Erpini, traced their origin to a sacred spring, that is, to the consecrated youth who had swarmed off from the parent stock in consequence of such a vow. 501. When the Romans were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Hannibal, after their great defeat at the Trasimene Lake, they vowed to offer a sacred spring if victory should attend their arms and the Commonwealth should retrieve its shattered fortunes. But the vow extended only to all the offspring of sheep, goats, oxen, and swine that should be brought forth on Italian mountains, plains, and meadows the following spring. 502. On a later occasion, when the Romans pledged themselves again by a similar vow, it was decided that by the sacred spring should be meant all the cattle born between the first day of March and the last day of April. 503. Although in later times the Italian peoples appear to have resorted to measures of this sort only in special emergencies, there was a tradition that in former times the consecration of the firstborn to the gods had been an annual custom. 504. Accordingly, it seems not impossible that, originally the Italians may, like the Hebrews and perhaps the Semites in general, have been in the habit of dedicating all the firstborn, whether of man or beast, and sacrificing them at a great festival in spring. 505. The custom of the sacred spring was not confined to the Italians, but was practiced by many other peoples, both Greeks and barbarians, in antiquity. 506. M146. Thus it would seem that a custom of putting to death all firstborn children has prevailed in many parts of the world. What was the motive which led people to practice a custom which to us seems at once so cruel and so foolish? It cannot have been the purely prudential consideration of adjusting the numbers of the tribe to the amount of the food supply. 4. In the first place, savages do not take such thought for the morrow. 507. And, in the second place, if they did, they would be likely to kill the later-born children rather than the firstborn. The foregoing evidence suggests that the custom may have been practiced by different peoples from different motives. With the Semites, the Italians, and their near kinsmen, the Irish, the sacrifice or at least the consecration of the firstborn seems to have been viewed as a tribute paid to the gods, who were thus content to receive a part though they might justly have claimed the whole. In some cases the death of the child appears to be definitely regarded as a substitute for the death of the father, who obtains a new lease of life by the sacrifice of his offspring. This comes out clearly in the tradition of On, king of Sweden, who sacrificed one of his sons every 9 years to Odin in order to prolong his own life. 508. And in Peru also the son died, that the father might live. 509. But in some cases it would seem that the child has been killed, not so much as a substitute for the father, as because it is supposed to endanger his life by absorbing his spiritual essence or vital energy. In fact, a belief in the transmigration or rebirth of souls has operated to produce a regular custom of infanticide, especially infanticide of the firstborn. At Wida, on the slave coast of West Africa, where the doctrine of reincarnation is firmly held, it has happened that a child has been put to death because the fetish doctors declared it to be the king's father come to life again. The king naturally could not submit to be pushed from the throne by his predecessor in this fashion. So he compelled his supposed parent to return to the world of the dead from which he had very inopportunely effected his escape. 510. The Hindus are of opinion that a man is literally reborn in the person of his son. Thus in the laws of Manu we read that the husband, after conception by his wife, becomes an embryo and is born again of her. 4. That is the wifehood of a wife, that he is born again by her. 511. Hence, after the birth of a son the father is clearly in a very delicate position. Since he is his own son, can he himself, apart from a son, be said to exist? Does he not rather die in his own person as soon as he comes to life in the person of his son? This appears to be the opinion of the subtle Hindu, for in some sections of the Khatris, a mercantile caste, of the Punjab, funeral rites are actually performed for the father in the 5th month of his wife's pregnancy. But apparently he is allowed, by a sort of legal fiction, to come to life again in his own person. For after the birth of his first son he is formally remarried to his wife, which may be regarded as a tacit admission that in the eye of the law at least he is alive. 512. M147. Now to people who thus conceive the relation of father and son it is plain that fatherhood must appear a very dubious privilege. For if you die in begetting a son, can you be quite sure of coming to life again? His existence is at the best a menace to yours, and at the worst it may involve your extinction. The danger seems to lie especially in the birth of your first son. If only you can tide that over, you are, humanly speaking, safe. In fact, it comes to this: are you to live? Or is he? It is a painful dilemma. Parental affection urges you to die that he may live. Self-love whispers, "Live and let him die." You are in the flower of your age. You adorn the circle in which you move. You are useful, nay, indispensable, to society. He is a mere babe. He never will be missed. Such a train of thought, preposterous as it seems to us, might easily lead to a custom of killing the firstborn. 513. M148. Further, the same notion of the rebirth of the father in his eldest son would explain the remarkable rule of succession which prevailed in Polynesia and particularly in Tahiti, where as soon as the king had a son born to him he was obliged to abdicate the throne in favor of the infant. Whatever might be the king's age, his influence in the state, or the political situation of affairs, no sooner was the child born than the monarch became a subject. The infant was at once proclaimed the sovereign of the people, the royal name was conferred upon him, and his father was the first to do him homage, by saluting his feet and declaring him king. All matters, however, of importance which concerned either the internal welfare or the foreign relations of the country continued to be transacted by the father and his counselors. But every edict was issued in the name and on the behalf of the youthful monarch, and though the whole of the executive government might remain in the hands of the father, he only acted as regent for his son, and was regarded as such by the nation. The lands and other sources of revenue were appropriated to the maintenance of the infant ruler, his household, and his attendants. The insignia of royal authority were transferred to him, and his father rendered him all those marks of humble respect which he had hitherto exacted from his subjects. This custom of succession was not confined to the family of the sovereign, it extended also to the nobles and the landed gentry. They too had to resign their rank, honors, and possessions on the birth of a son. A man, who but yesterday was a baron, not to be approached by his inferiors till they had ceremoniously bared the whole of the upper part of their bodies, was today reduced to the rank of a mere commoner with none to do him reverence, if in the night time his wife had given birth to a son, and the child had been suffered to live. The father indeed still continued to administer the estate, but he did so for the benefit of the infant, to whom it now belonged, and to whom all the marks of respect were at once transferred. 514. M149. This singular usage becomes intelligible if the spirit of the father was supposed to quit him at the birth of his first son and to reappear in the infant. Such a belief and such a practice would, it is obvious, supply a powerful motive to infanticide, since a father could not rear his firstborn son without thereby relinquishing the honors and possessions to which he had been accustomed. The sacrifice was a heavy one, and we need not wonder if many men refused to make it. Certainly, infanticide was practiced in Polynesia to an extraordinary extent. The first missionaries estimated that not less than 2/3 of the children were murdered by their parents, and this estimate has been confirmed by a careful inquirer. It would seem that before the introduction of Christianity there was not a single mother in the islands who was not also a murderess, having embrued her hands in the blood of her offspring. 3. Native women, the eldest not more than 40 years of age, happened once to be in a room where the conversation turned on infanticide, and they confessed to having destroyed not less than 21 infants between them. 515. It would doubtless be a gross mistake to lay the whole blame of these massacres on the doctrine of reincarnation, but we can hardly doubt that it instigated a great many. Once more we perceive the fatal consequences that may flow in practice from a theoretical error. M150. In some places the abdication of the father does not take place until the son is grown up. This was the general practice in Fiji. 516. In Rarotonga, as soon as a son reached manhood, he would fight and wrestle with his father for the mastery, and if he attained it he would take forcible possession of the farm and drive his parent in destitution from home. 517. Among the Karanas of South Africa the youthful son of a chief is hardly allowed to walk, but has to idle away his time in the hut and to drink much milk in order that he may grow strong. When he has attained to manhood his father produces 2 short, bullet-headed sticks and presents one to his son, while he keeps the other for himself. Armed with these weapons the two often fight, and when the son succeeds in knocking his parent down he is acknowledged chief of the kraal. 518. But such customs probably do not imply the theory of rebirth. They may only be applications of the principle that might is right. Still they would equally supply the father with a motive for killing the infant son who, if suffered to live, would one day strip him of his rank and possessions. M151. Perhaps customs of this sort have left traces of themselves in Greek myth and legend. Cronus, or Saturn, as the Romans called him, is said to have been the youngest son of the sky god Uranus, and to have mutilated his father and reigned in his stead as king of gods and men. Afterwards he was warned by an oracle that he himself should be deposed by his son. To prevent that catastrophe, Cronus swallowed his children, one after the other, as soon as they were born. Only the youngest of them, Zeus, was saved through a trick of his mother's, and in time he fulfilled the oracle by banishing his father and sitting on his throne. But Zeus in his turn was told that his wife Metis would give birth to a son who would supplant him in the kingdom of heaven. Accordingly, to rid himself of his future rival, he resorted to a device like that which his father Cronus had employed for a similar purpose. Only instead of waiting till the child was born and then devouring it, he made assurance doubly sure by swallowing his wife with the unborn babe in her womb. 519. Such barbarous myths become intelligible if we suppose that they took their rise among people who were accustomed to see grown-up sons supplanting their fathers by force, and fathers murdering and perhaps eating their infants in order to secure themselves against their future rivalry. We have met with instances of savage tribes who are said to devour their firstborn children. 520. M152. The legend that Laius, king of Thebes, exposed his infant son, Oedipus, who afterwards slew his father and sat on the throne, may well be a reminiscence of a state of things in which father and son regularly plotted against each other. The other feature of the story, to wit the marriage of Oedipus with the widowed queen, his mother, fits in very well with the rule which has prevailed in some countries that a valid title to the throne is conferred by marriage with the late king's widow. That custom probably arose, as I have endeavored to show, 521, in an age when the blood royal ran in the female line, and when the king was a man of another family, often a stranger and foreigner, who reigned only in virtue of being the consort of a native princess, and whose sons never succeeded him on the throne. But in process of time, when fathers had ceased to regard the birth of a son as a menace to their life, or at least to their regal power, kings would naturally scheme to secure the succession for their own male offspring, and this new practice could be reconciled with the old one by marrying the king's son either to his own sister or, after his father's decease, to his stepmother. We have seen marriage with a stepmother actually enjoined for this very purpose by some of the Saxon kings. 522. And on this hypothesis we can understand why the custom of marriage with a full or a half-sister has prevailed in so many royal families. 523. It was introduced, we may suppose, for the purpose of giving the king's son the right of succession hitherto enjoyed under a system of female kinship either by the son of the king's sister or by the husband of the king's daughter. For under the new rule the heir to the throne united both these characters, being at once the son of the king's sister and, through marriage with his own sister, the husband of the king's daughter. Thus the custom of brother and sister marriage in royal houses marks a transition from female to male descent of the crown. 524. In this connection it may be significant that Cronus and Zeus themselves married their full sisters Rhea and Hera, a tradition which naturally proved a stone of stumbling to generations who had forgotten the ancient rule of policy which dictated such incestuous unions, and who had so far inverted the true relations of gods and men as to expect their deities to be edifying models of the new virtues instead of warning examples of the old vices. 525. They failed to understand that men create their gods in their own likeness, and that when the Creator is a savage, his creatures, the gods, are savages also. M153. With the preceding evidence before us we may safely infer that a custom of allowing a king to kill his son, as a substitute or vicarious sacrifice for himself, would be in no way exceptional or surprising, at least in Semitic lands, where indeed religion seems at one time to have recommended or enjoined every man, as a duty that he owed to his God, to take the life of his eldest son. And it would be entirely in accordance with analogy if, long after the barbarous custom had been dropped by others, it continued to be observed by kings, who remain in many respects the representatives of a vanished world, solitary pinnacles that topple over the rising waste of waters under which the past lies buried. We have seen that in Greece 2 families of royal descent remain liable to furnish human victims from their number down to a time when the rest of their fellow countrymen and countrywomen ran hardly more risk of being sacrificed than passengers in Cheapside at present run of being hurried into St. Paul's or Bough Church and immolated on the altar. A final mitigation of the custom would be to substitute condemned criminals for innocent victims. Such a substitution is known to have taken place in the human sacrifices annually offered in Rhodes to Bough, 526, and we have seen good grounds for believing that the criminal, who perished on the cross or the gallows at Babylon, died instead of the king in whose royal robes he had been allowed to masquerade for a few days. Chapter 7. Succession to the soul. M154, to the view that in early times, and among barbarous races, kings have frequently been put to death at the end of a short reign, it may be objected that such a custom would tend to the extinction of the royal family. The objection may be met by observing, first, that the kingship is often not confined to one family, but may be shared in turn by several. 527. Second, that the office is frequently not hereditary, but is open to men of any family, even to foreigners, who may fulfill the requisite conditions, such as marrying a princess or vanquishing the king in battle. 528. And, third, that even if the custom did tend to the extinction of a dynasty, that is not a consideration which would prevent its observance among people less provident of the future and less heedful of human life than ourselves. Many races, like many individuals, have indulged in practices which must in the end destroy them. Not to mention such customs as collective suicide and the prohibition of marriage, 529, both of which may be set down to religious mania. We have seen that the Polynesians killed 2/3 of their children. 530. In some parts of East Africa the proportion of infants massacred at birth is said to be the same. Only children born in certain presentations are allowed to live. 531. The Jagas, a conquering tribe in Angola, are reported to have put to death all their children, without exception, in order that the women might not be cumbered with babies on the march. They recruited their numbers by adopting boys and girls of 13 or 14 years of age, whose parents they had killed and eaten. 532. Among the Maya Indians of South America the women used to murder all their children except the last, or the one they believed to be the last. If one of them had another child, afterwards, she killed it. 533. We need not wonder that this practice entirely destroyed a branch of the Maya nation, who had been for many years the most formidable enemies of the Spaniards. 534. Among the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco the missionaries discovered what they describe as a carefully planned system of racial suicide, by the practice of infanticide by abortion, and other methods. 535. Nor is infanticide the only mode in which a savage tribe commits suicide. A lavish use of the poison ordeal may be equally effective. Some time ago a small tribe named Uwad came down from the hill country, and settled on the left branch of the Calabar River in West Africa. When the missionaries first visited the place, they found the population considerable, distributed into 3 villages. Since then the constant use of the poison ordeal has almost extinguished the tribe. On one occasion the whole population took poison, to prove their innocence. About half perished on the spot, and the remnant, we are told, still continuing their superstitious practice, must soon become extinct. 536. With such examples before us we need not hesitate to believe that many tribes have felt no scruple or delicacy in observing a custom which tends to wipe out a single family. To attribute such scruples to them is to commit the perpetually repeated, mistake of judging the savage by the standard of European civilization. If any of my readers set out with the notion that all races of men think and act much in the same way as educated Englishmen, the evidence of superstitious belief and custom collected in the volumes of this work should suffice to disabuse him of so erroneous a prepossession. M155, the explanation here given of the custom of killing divine persons, assumes, or at least is readily combined with, the idea that the soul of the slain divinity is transmitted to a successor. Of this transmission I have no direct proof except in the case of the Shilluk, among whom the practice of killing the divine king prevails in a typical form, and with whom it is a fundamental article of faith that the soul of the divine founder of the dynasty is immanent in every one of his slain successors. 537. But if this is the only actual example of such a belief, which I can adduce, analogy seems to render it probable that a similar succession to the soul of the slain god has been supposed to take place in other instances, though direct evidence of it is wanting. For it has been already shown that the soul of the incarnate deity is often supposed to transmigrate at death into another incarnation. 538. And if this takes place when the death is a natural one, there seems no reason why it should not take place when the death has been brought about by violence. Certainly the idea that the soul of a dying person may be transmitted to his successor is perfectly familiar to primitive peoples. India's the eldest son usually succeeds his father in the chieftainship. But if from any bodily or mental defect the eldest son is disqualified for ruling, the father determines in his lifetime which of his sons shall succeed him. In order, however, to establish his right of succession, it is necessary that the son upon whom his father's choice falls shall catch in his mouth or in a bag the last breath, and with it the soul of the dying chief. 4. Whoever catches his last breath is chief equally with the appointed successor. Hence the other brothers, and sometimes also strangers, crowd round the dying man to catch his soul as it passes. The houses in Indias are raised above the ground on posts, and it has happened that when the dying man lay with his face on the floor, one of the candidates has bored a hole in the floor and sucked in the chief's last breath through a bamboo tube. When the chief has no son, his soul is caught in a bag, which is fastened to an image made to represent the deceased. The soul is then believed to pass into the image. 539. M156. Amongst the Tackless or carrier Indians of Northwest America,